vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I vote for Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. Oh yeah, for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump.
I can't believe it, fake news. All I need is the truth. Because we love our country. We love it just like you. The economy.
For Trump.
Life is good.
For Trump.
Because we love our country. We love it just like you.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Everybody, come on. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. I know my daughter.
If you feel proud to be American,
Oh yeah.
raise your hand. God bless America. If you feel proud to be American, raise your hand. God bless America.
More time. Oh my God, I will
What's
vote.
going on, everybody?
I will vote.
For Donald Trump. What's happening, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan. I broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, well, I guess somewhat relatively sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, Tuesday. That's right, folks. We're live. We're alive. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It's Monday, January 6th. It is Monday, January 6th, 2025. That's right, the 4th year anniversary of the holiest day. Is that how that works technically? Is it the 4th year anniversary? A national holiday for me, a day of mourning for many of us. That's right, a day of mourning for a brave patriot that died, Ashley Babbitt, that was killed, viciously murdered by the jackbooted thugs of the American state under the leadership of, well, at the time, technically Donald Trump, but like it wasn't his fault. You know what I mean? Ashley Babbitt, you are our hero. Ashley Babbitt, we miss you. Anyway, this is Liberal January 6th. Things are a little different. It's under the helm of the Brandon regime. So, of course, liberals are doing their woke gender today. We'll be talking about all of that. But before I get to that, of course, I got to talk about my own personal news. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot going on in the world. Now, of course, in my own personal life, however, there is not a lot going on. There might be a lot going on in the world, but in my personal life, not much is happening. But I will tell you regardless. Ended the broadcast yesterday after a short 8-hour stream, even though I thought it was going to be a much shorter stream for me. Hung out with my brother, my brother's fiance, and my mom. Calling your viewers, you are a piece of work, buddy. Calling your viewers peasants is actually disgusting. We're bringing this, we're leaving this in the last year, my friend. No more bad baits. So get it out while you can. It's actually over. No more bad baits at all. All right. Did you hang out with Jake and Anna? No, I did not. No baits. No baiting. Also, too early in the day to bait. I'm also in a kind of good mood today. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I worked out. And every time I work out, I just have a good feeling in my heart. When Moodang when your friendly fart at PP yesterday was so crazy. Yeah, that dude, I have been thinking about that nonstop. I'm not even joking. because I love Peter so much. I'm not even joking. I haven't stopped thinking about this.
Bro,
Okay,
what do you mean?
PP.
What kind of name is PP, man? Take it back.
The way he said that was also so sad. I know he was joking, but like, god damn, this bricked me. Okay, I really, 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 really need to just be more careful. You know, you never. This is this is one of those things where, you know how people will say like, oh, well, you're fat shaming this cop, but like the cop won't hear it, but your fat viewers will or something. You know what I mean? This is literally that. This is actually what happened. Like, oh, you're making fun of Pierre and saying, what kind of name is Pee-Pee? And on the one hand, Pierre will never hear you say that, but Peter Park might. And he did. And it made me so sad. So I apologize once again to Peter Park. I mean, it's very cool that his name is Pee-Pee. Okay? It's very cool that his name is Pee-Pee. Is not cool to the Canadian. The next Canadian Prime Minister will be also named Pee-Pee. He stole that from Peter. Next week's pod episode can never come fast enough. Wait, what? This week's pod was incredible. We'll always tune in for a good laugh. I love that. Why did you write that like I gave you $20? Like I PayPal'd you $20 to say that. I'm always in. If you're in for a good laugh, the Fear End podcast is where it's at. So, yeah. Where was I? You have my heart and will never be worlds apart, maybe in magazines, but you'll still be my star. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for standing with the bear community on the pod. You already know. Show my husband the pod for the first time with Lolo, and we died laughing for the full hour. Genuine cinema. Thank you. Low-key giving review except excerpt on book cover. Yeah, I like that. The Tower Zins are back. Yes, behind me. Okay. But yeah, I hung out with my mom because she keeps getting bored. But other than that, I think I'm done playing Marvel Rivals. It's no longer fun. I mean, it's a lot of fun. I'm deeply addicted to it. But yesterday we did some in-houses and I got stomped on so hard. And I'm not a gamer. I need to hang it up. I need to quit. Every time a new game comes out, the first couple of weeks, I am around the same level as everyone else because the game has just come out. And all of my friends and I are usually playing at the same level. We're getting like around the same number of kills. We're playing against people who are also, you know, competitive with us. And then a month into the game, virtually every single person just blows past me. Okay? It always happens. And I know why. I think part of it is because I just don't play as much as they do. They play 8 hours every single day. And of course, if you do that, you're going to get better. And I'm never going to be able to do that. I am too high elo when it comes to this. Yapping. And I'm also not good enough. I'm just simply not like naturally good enough to not play as much. Like Will, for example, he plays a lot more than I do. But even then, Will is also naturally very good at games, right? He's very good at games. So even if he were to play like 3 to 4 hours every day, which I don't even do, right? He will still be able to play at like a competitive level. Whereas I am just not very good at games. And it's just something I got to recognize. It sucks. It sucks. But the age of 33, the year of 33, as I turn 34 later in this year, I will come to that recognition. You know, you could be, don't. No, January 10 next season, actual balances in Giat. Strategist joining in. Yeah, I know. Venom is going to get a buff. So then I'll show everybody what truly matters. Brother, you'd be fine if you made a fun group and play ranked. In-house are going to be sweaty as hell. I just feed too much. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. They no live every game. Don't stress it, dude. I know. Here's the thing, though. It's supposed to be fun. Like, gaming is supposed to be fun. I did do a decent push here, but that's like pretty much it. This is definitely a better team comp so far, I think.
We're doing it.
All right, now we have to get through this fun show.
Yeah. We got it.
I can dive backline.
Got my squids out. Squids on the back line
I should be
still.
able to break that.
There was a couple of really good moments I had with the.
Huge.
Wait, I think we can push with that,
Oh my God.
honestly.
Yeah, push.
Go.
I'm dying.
God, are you good? You good?
I got him here.
Oh, let's. You should keep at it, man. It's gonna be stream of the year. What? I think you would have more fun if you looked at chat a lot less during gaming. I want to keep looking at chat though, because chat is supposed to make it fun. I also want to keep looking at chat because you know, it's just more entertaining that way when there's back and forth. But that was a good play. What do you mean? No, I know. I'm saying that I played well there. Yeah. Also, I don't have the background of like playing Overwatch. Half these people already have the intrinsic understanding of positioning, team comp, ability, timers, etc. coming from games like Overwatch. You could just put in the work if you want to catch up. I know. And I'm just not going to put in the work. That's the problem. Because this is my most like old man attitude. But at the end of the day, it's night, as Jason Lewin famously said. No. At the end of the day, I just think it's a game and it's not worth it. This is my oldest man take. Like, for me, basketball is always worth it. Why? Because there's like a secondary thing that I'm getting out of it. It's not just like the pure feeling of victory is good, but I'm also, even if I lose, I feel like I've, one, learned something, okay? And two, I'm physically excelling. Even if I'm losing, I'm still getting cardio out of it. Whereas when I play video games, I don't feel that way. It's just because I'm old. I'm an old man. I know. And I'm not saying that this is the right approach to the world. I love having fun with friends. I love gaming with friends. It's incredibly fun. I love playing video games on stream, and I will continue to do so. It's just that I know that I will never put enough initiative. I will never put enough initiative and enough seriousness to train to get better at gaming. It's just never going to happen. I'm never going to do it. LeBron plays games and it's kind of ass. It's okay. That's what I mean. It's just like, I will always enjoy it and I will always keep playing games. Bro is a manosphere influencer, maximize efficiency in outputs, even in hobbies. Lamawa. Yeah. Playing basketball, you don't have a chance of playing against an athlete from across the world. No, but oh no, that's actually a great example. I would love the opportunity to play against an athlete. And I do sometimes play against athletes like pro players, overseas players and the like, you know, D1 players. And it's incredible. It's an amazing opportunity. Whereas I don't feel that way when I play video games. So I guess that's a difference as well. Like if there's actually a pro player on the other team and they're just cooking me, I don't feel the exact same way. Whereas if I had the opportunity to play against like a pro athlete in basketball, that is fantastic. That's an opportunity to learn. That's an opportunity to get better. Like that's an opportunity to test yourself. I'm always interested in playing against players that are infinitely better than me in basketball. Whereas playing against players that are not playing against players that are infinitely better than me, which is very easy to find in the realm of gaming, I don't like. Yeah. It's also because I've probably spent a lot more time and a lot more investment into basketball, and I'm a lot better at basketball than the average person than I am at gaming than the average streamer. Wouldn't say the average person, but definitely the average streamer. Anyway, where were we? I don't know why I just like talked about that so much. So that's just my thing. How do you feel playing basketball against people who aren't as good? I mean, it's not as fun. I think playing against people who are very good is a lot more fun than playing against people who aren't as good. Also, competitive video games utilize a strictly ego-based reward system that deprives you of reward frequently and inevitably frustrates you. Yeah. But no. I think it's also because I just don't understand. I don't understand why I lost or what I'm doing wrong. I'm just not very good. Does that make sense? Like in basketball, I know where my weaknesses are. I know what I need to fix. And there's plenty, right? There's plenty of room for improvement, of course, for everything. But like I know if I were to think about basketball as a video game, right? Like I know I know what my position is in a starting five. I know what role I can play. And depending on the team comp, I can fulfill other roles as well. There are certain roles that I just simply cannot fulfill. I can't play guard. I can't play point guard, right? But with gaming, I just like I'm confused all the time. I'm so confused. When I play a game like Marvel Rivals, as much as I enjoy it, I'm still kind of confused. I'm like, what's going on? I get overwhelmed. I don't know. It's kind of sad. But it is the truth. I'm an old man, and it's just there's no reason to lie about it. Okay, I'm an old man, and I just don't get it. I'll still keep playing it, but I just gotta know that I'm bad and not try to be good. Anyway, but here's what I am good at. Hello? No. Place. What is happening? What is happening? This lady. She's out of control today. But yeah, personal news wise, before I blast off, I forgot. What? Hey. Oh my God. Okay, she's just going crazy today. Kaya went out and partied. Finally. That's the other good thing that happened. Here it is. Dude, Kaya's back from surgery. And this is heaven for her. This is heaven for her. She's finally playing with all of her friends. You might not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like right here. Let's go.
I like your little sock.
And we're back. And we're back. And we're back on this. And we're back on the lifting grind. Saw your story. You are not Yujiro Hanma. I don't know, man. I don't know. I got the demon back coming out. I got the demon in me and the demon back coming out, dude. Sheesh. Hold on. What's up, folks? It's Monday News Day, and we have a lot to talk about. Justin Trudeau is resigning. He's announced his resignation as the Prime Minister after an entire decade. We'll talk about how we got here, why this happened, why are people upset, and who stands to benefit. Here you go. Also, fit pic. Back looking good. Would you get a back tattoo? I think that would look sick. You gotta stop. Now I know why this song was repeating on my wife's phone today. Oh, I'm sorry. Blast off, not mine though. What is this? Oh, we know. We know Kaya was at January 6th. We know. Where do you get your pants though? Is JW Anderson. And the sweater is my dad's. I don't know what brand it is. I think it's just like some random Italian brand from the 70s. Okay. What time are we stopping the steal? It's gonna, the entire day is dedicated to stopping the steal. Okay. Elon is spreading misinfo and banned journalist who exposed who Adrian Dittman is. If it has a Missoni, if it's a Missoni, you're a cunt? What does that mean? I don't think it is, but Justin Trudeau resigns. Elon is spreading misinfo and banned the journalist who exposed who Adrian Dittman is. Skip Bayless is getting sued. There's no rape allegations filed on October 7 attacks, Israeli prosecutor says. I don't know about the I don't know what is going on with the Skip Bayless stuff. Happy J6. Oh no, Joy Taylor discourse has been wild. What is that? Is that like a Golden Globes thing, or is that the Skip Bayless sexual assault stuff? It's all of Fox Sports 1. No, Skip stuff. Sportscaster on Fox, Skip Bayless. What is this? You never played the normal game quick match? You only play ranked competitive and it's brutal? Wait, no. It's not supposed to be. Trump also wants to take over Canada again. But here it is. We're blasted off. We're blasted. Boys, girls, MBs. We're live. We're alive. Let the people know. And there's Kaya right there at January 6th, 2021. She was there. South Korea is spicy too. The guy is still resisting the arrest warrants. Oh, yeah, I forgot. There's also South Korea stuff too. The world is not doing all right, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it is. The world is not doing all right. And I'm afraid to tell you that things are most likely going to not get better, but as a matter of fact, most likely get worse. So just gear up for that, okay? Just make sure that you understand that things might not be much better. I thought Kaya was only 2. Were you even pregnant with Kaya back then? Yes. I was pregante. Kaya is about to be 2 this year, so obviously it's a joke. She wasn't at January 6th. Or was she? And I'm lying. Look at how big she is, after all. She simply can't be 2 years old. That would mean that she's still basically a puppy. That's crazy. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever, right? NBA Twitter's been going crazy about the Joy Taylor allegations. What is... Okay, I'll try to dive into that and develop a better understanding. I don't know what it is. You'd look radiant if you were barefoot and pregnant, bro. Isn't Enron supposed to be dropping something big today? Yeah, I don't like that. The Enron stuff is like so obviously a remnant of a old era of like millennial marketing and jokes. I don't know. I think the Enron stuff is like really cringe. I don't even know if it's like a cryptocurrency thing or not, but it's like very obviously a fake marketing thing, you know? Anyway, that's it. It's official. Congress is certifying Donald Trump's election victory. As you guys know, this is not necessarily something that people were aware of that the American government does until the Republicans decided this was a pivotal moment to strike and potentially change the trajectory of American democracy. What is this? Oh no, it's happening again. Just keep this video to bait some views.
To the Capitol, but those police are gone. I don't see anyone. When we were coming up on the other side, from the west side of the Capitol, we saw a van
Oh my
pull up
God.
and a group of
Oh my
like
God.
National Guardsmen, and they were running into
Oh
the
my
building.
God,
As
they're
they were running
storming?
into the building,
Liberals
people
are storming
were
the Capitol?
cheering at them, yelling, not to forget
Oh my
their
God.
oath, that they made an oath to this country. I mean, really harassing these the National Guardsmen who were running into the building. And so it turned.
Oh my
the
God.
language towards
They're doing it again. No, I'm just kidding. All right. I was the only protester outside Congress. Where was everyone? Let's be real. Let's keep it a $1.50. Okay? Let's be really real. Liberals are not resisting the Trump administration. They're not. Liberals are too busy, both in the halls of Congress and outside, clapping at the normalization of Donald Trump and the Republican Party, and also simultaneously celebrating how good they are at normalizing people like Trump. Okay, we are. Look at Lindy Lee. I hate libs so much. I mean, Lindy Lee is like one of the sweatiest and grossest operatives out there. So that's not even, she's like uniquely bad. But my point is we're done. It's over. The American Reich is here. Okay. It's, some might say it's always been here. America KKK style, Mao standard English speakers rejoice. You were right all along. But that's kind of where we're at. That's where we're at. And I mean, look at the liberals celebrating how wonderful they are, celebrating how they preserve these institutions, unlike the silly Republicans. Meanwhile, they're certifying Donald Trump,
Of the House and Senate are gathering in what is there, and there is the Speaker Mike Johnson and Vice President Kamala Harris. It's obviously a bipartisan or even nonpartisan event where the leaders of this country come together to count the electoral votes. There's Ted Cruz, a senator from Texas, who was one of the main individuals who helped cause what happened 4 years ago by putting forward the falsehood that the vice president could somehow do something to stop the electoral count. There's Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries with Catherine Clark, his number two. What are your thoughts as you watch this in action, Caitlin?
Ted Cruz obviously was the first senator to object. And obviously, just looking back on this, what the vice president maintained at the time, as Mark knows well, was that he did not have the power to block the certification on this day 4 years ago.
And he didn't.
What we have seen is the Electoral Count Act that was passed reaffirming that interpretation of the law. So people like John Eastman, who Pence later referred to as a crackpot of attorneys that Trump was listening to at the time, could not make that argument. But also it changed the threshold for how many people have to object to lead to that moment. So even if we were in the exact same situation as 4 years ago, had this law been passed, the threshold would have had to have been much higher than what it was 4 years ago for that to actually happen.
Let's listen in. Vice
Speaker,
President Harris is calling for order.
Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to...
I'll be honest, it does kind of feel like maybe they didn't think Donald Trump was Hitler. This doesn't reflect my opinion on the matter. But it kind of feels like they didn't have any issues with Donald Trump's policies, and they certainly didn't have any issues with Donald Trump either. Okay? And they don't have an issue with the Republican Party either. They went from this is not normal to maybe this should be normal, and this way it'll be fine. And for the record, it's really interesting because you see media coverage on Trump's inauguration. And a lot of people in the media are talking about how crazy it is that Google and Facebook and Jeff Bezos, they're all giving millions of dollars to Trump's inauguration funds. And it's not that weird if the elites have decided this is the way. If the elites have decided that Trump is just the Republican Party and this is just how the Republicans are, and we just got to play ball with the Republicans, okay, then yeah, it's not newsworthy. Or it wouldn't have been newsworthy in the same way if, companies gave money to the George W. Bush inauguration. To me, it just shows that everyone in America is ready to play ball. All of our elites are ready to play ball. Trump, Teflon Don, he did the dang thing. He did it. He knew that he would face legal scrutiny, chose to fight against it by running for office again, successfully won the election, and now we're in his court. And the Democrats are, I think, totally willing to stand back and stand by. What is this? Jesus Christ, I've been giving money to this man for 29 months. Is today when they certify President Musk? Yes.
Verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States. After ascertainment has been had that the certificates are authentic and correct in form, the tellers will count and make a list of the votes cast by the electors of the several states. The tellers on the part of the two houses will take their places at the clerk's desk.
You know, I just think it's so important to reflect on what we are seeing right now. We talked at the beginning about this complex being...
I want to know what Blue Anon is going to do now. Because I thought Blue Anon was talking about how Mamala is going to stop the steal. So what as the admiral of the Blue Anon Brigades, West Coast Division General, I am at a loss for words here. I'm a little confused. I thought that we were supposed to wait for orders from Kamala Harris. I am the Blue Anon shaman. And as the Blue Anon shaman, I thought this was our opportunity to strike. Kamala was going to not certify. She knew something was up. I thought that the SpaceX had changed out the vote tabulations and that Kamala was going to strike while the iron was hot. What's happening? And as the leader of the West Coast Mamala Brigades, I've decided perhaps that they actually infiltrated Mamala, killed her, put her in a CIA black site because she was fighting against the deep state. And this is a clone. That's right. I think Mamala is a clone. Meanwhile, this is liberal January 6th. A crowd of hundreds, if not 1,000, showed up to Meridian Hill, Malcolm X Park, for today's community snow fight in D.C. There it is. Liberal January 6th is happening. And what's funny is they'll also talk about how, like, sweet it is Like they'll talk about how great it is that, like, you know, look at us. We're adults, unlike those Republicans. Remember, and there's truth to that. Yes, liberals will not you know, throw their hands up and try to resist or do something about the situation. But then they'll also say, look at that. That's actually a virtue. It's actually a virtue that we are not even resisting the Trump administration after we said he was a Nazi. I still think he is, for the record. Only time will show how much of a Nazi he is, but
being fortified, but it's being fortified
Action.
despite the fact that this is peaceful.
Without objection, the tellers will dispense with reading formal portions of the certificates. After ascertaining that the certificates are regular in form and authentic, the tellers will announce the votes cast by the electors.
a liberal insurrection would have looked very different. We would have escorted the original Broadway cast of Hamilton into the galleries. They would softly sing "History Has Its Eyes on You" as members of the GOP spewed their lies. Yeah, we would do woke gender as well. We would also only tactically snap. Okay, and I say we because remember, I am the blue and on brigadier. Okay, we would also snap. No clapping, just snapping. Guava Shaper, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Okay. We would do gender. We would do woke gender. Okay. Broadway musical, jazz hands. We would do a land acknowledgement after the insurrection or before the insurrection. Okay. Just remember, we have to do a land acknowledgement first and foremost. We'd have to put marginalized people on a single file line, put them in the front lines, you know. And of course, mandatory drag.
For each state, beginning with Alabama.
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alabama seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump
and then the end of the insurrection would be ensuring that we secure enough funds to give to Israel. Another $8 billion to Israel, to be exact, which is what Joe Biden is doing. We would cherish that, and we would celebrate him for doing that.
The state of Florida received 9 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 9 votes for vice president. Madam President, the certificate of the electoral
Basically what's happening right now, the
vote of state
tellers
of
alternate
California
reporting on the
seems to be
authenticity
regular in
and the...
I think it's so funny. This is yet another testament to the reality that Donald Trump has dramatically changed American norms, American institutions, American politics, and reshaped it in his own image. Nobody before January 6, 2021 ever cared about January 6th. That was not like a media moment. But because he tried to overthrow American democracy in the funniest way possible, now this is also a unique moment where, see, the American Congress has gotten together to certify the vote counts. It's like, this is just purely symbolic. This is the type of thing that, like, nobody really cared about. It's just super basic stuff in Congress that happens that you normally are supposed to not even know about. No one needs to know that this is a thing. No one is supposed to watch this in real time.
proper form of each of the certificates and the number of votes designated for president and vice president, and then each teller records the results.
This is no, it's not even PBS material. This is C-SPAN. This gets in the past, this got like 35 views on C-SPAN.
On a paper tally
It does seem boring. It is
And
boring.
at the end of that,
look at them.
reading all results.
They're describing the process of vote certification. Like what? Of course it's boring. It's so stupid. It's like putting a camera It's like putting a camera in front of a guy who's just like literally rubber stamping stuff at the FDA every day or something. Like it's just like, what? It is incredibly boring procedural stuff. And I think part of the reason why we're hyper focusing on this is to basically repeat a lie that things are normal. Okay. That's it. Things are not normal. And things are not normal. But everyone, the fourth estate, is desperately trying to be like, no, no, no. I promise you things are normal. Look at how normal this bureaucratic process is. Everything is fine. Please don't freak out. Meanwhile, Justin Trudeau, in America's hat, Canada, resigned. Part of the reason why he resigned is because he was deeply unpopular, okay? Part of the reason why he was deeply unpopular played a role in the same struggles that Americans are facing as well, where a lot of people have decided that immigrants are the reason why the housing market is out of control. You know, people will point to the carbon tax, or I mean, the taxing initiatives that he engaged in for green energy, even though it's an objectively conservative way of trying to tackle climate change. America's other ally, South Korea, experienced a martial law initiative. The president was deposed, and now they're going after him, but they can't even issue an arrest warrant because he's protecting himself with his own Secret Service. America's not saying anything about that either because it's weird. You have war everywhere. The things are just not normal. Things are not normal at all. And it seems like leadership at the helm is more invested in maintaining neoliberalism as the maintaining neoliberalism as the way to go, this like ideological zealotry, rather than try to actually fix some of these problems. And people are getting more and more frustrated, and right wingers are just winning. They're winning all over. They're winning all over the world where people have not changed. People have not changed their politics at all on the opposing side to fascism. If you have liberals running the show, you're in a really terrible predicament. All the while, we just hyper focus on silly things like this to be like, no, everything is fine, everything is good. Meanwhile, what is Trump doing? While this is happening, Trump is, on the other hand, consistently saying, oh, we're just going to annex Canada. Now, I think he's joking about that. I don't think he's being serious about that. But I do think it's dangerous and nefarious when he talks about invading Mexico or bombing the cartels. I do think that that is something that he might do. I don't think he's joking about that. But as it stands, I fear as though we will just keep looking at things like this to be like, no, everything is fine. Everything is normal.
From all 50 states and D.C., the tellers then compare the results on their 4 tally sheets and all sign all 4 tally sheets. Then the vice president announces the result totals and announces the election of president and vice president. So they are going to be reading through each 50 state and the District of Columbia.
Madam
Results
President,
from Ohio there, obviously the state for J.D. Vance. Back with the team here in New York as we continue to watch what is going on to the counting of the ballot from each of the states. Congressman, you were there 4 years ago. Is it odd watching this?
It is. Well, the funny thing is, we were kind of talking offline here. I was present for 12, 16, and then 20, obviously that thing. And usually, this is a non-event. I mean, I would go, kind of show up, they'd open the session, half the time I'd go back to my office because you don't even need to be on the floor. And this is over in an hour. And that's how it should be. This is great that it's happening this way. But for me, it's surreal because my attention on what January 6th is obviously has been colored by what January 6th was 4 years ago. that I forgot how quick this actually happens and how
Madam President,
really
the
perfunctory it
certificate of
actually is.
electoral
So
vote
this is a
of the
good thing today.
Commonwealth of
Again,
Pennsylvania
the new
seems to be
incoming president
regular,
will make the
informed,
decision
and
whether he wants to move on
and
from
it
January
appears
6th or
therefrom
not.
that
I'm
Donald
fine
J.
whatever he
Trump of the
decides.
state of
I
Florida
think the country would be
received
better
19
off if
votes
he
for
did.
president,
But
and
yeah,
J.D.
it's
Vance
good
of
to
the
see
state of
this happen
Ohio
today.
received
Do
19
you think
votes for
January
vice
6th,
president.
I mean, years from now is, you know, a date that will live in infamy to
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. January 6th is like, at this point, I think it's 100 9/11s, I think. Worse than 9/11 times 100. Obviously, no one cares about January 6th. Who cares? Let the man overthrow the government in peace. Leave him alone. I mean, he is doing that right now, by the way. Ironically enough, he is kind of doing that. So if your argument against Donald Trump is that he destroys institutions because you're a norms respecter and institution defender, then yeah, you're very frustrated about January 6, 2021, and you're not frustrated about January 6, 2025. That's the point. This is exactly what I'm trying to explain to you, okay? Liberals don't like January 6, 2021 because that destroys institutional norms, because they only care about preserving institutional norms. They don't care about losing to Donald Trump gracefully, graciously, and, you know, falling on the sword like this. That's it.
use the phrase used for other events. I'm not comparing it at all to the. So
I think we live in split screen America. I think for some of the country it will, and it'll be remembered. I think otherwise it'll fall to the history books. And the reality is this. Most of the country did care. It rubbed them the wrong way. They didn't like it. That showed up consistently in polling, but it just didn't rank in the top issues at the end of the day. And I think this was such a historic and wild election cycle, and so many other dynamics entered the last 4 years that in many ways the events of January 6th were eclipsed. And there's a certain privilege involved. I acknowledge it with myself in being able to say, well, I'm a voter against January 6th. I'm voting this way because that day crossed the boundaries for me. But if you feel like the cost of living is too high, the border hasn't been secure, groceries cost too much, and you think that a different candidate, you think Donald Trump's better on that, then
You know that January 6th is what caused Putin to invade Ukraine, right? It also gave Netanyahu the permission structure to do Israeli expansion on Gaza. So yeah, it easily, and now Lebanon and now Syria. So yeah, it's easily worse than 9/11. What? What? Yeah, that's what happened. Oh my God.
that's who you're going to vote for. And
Okay, I think we've seen enough. Okay, we've seen enough.
Peaceful.
Yeah, breaking news. Kamala Harris announces she will oversee the certification of the 2024 election. And she's going to do it. She's going to do it gracefully.
Transfer of power is one of the most fundamental principles of American democracy. As much as any other principle, it is what distinguishes our system of government from monarchy or tyranny.
Yeah, breaking news. Elected official is going to do her job. Yeah. Breaking news. Breaking news. Tomorrow, Kamala Harris is also going to sign off, you know. She's still going to continue overseeing the Senate. Breaking news. As the vice president, this is her duty. Breaking news. On January 20th, they will hand over the reins of the government to Donald Trump's administration. Breaking news. Like, yeah, I know. This is just how it is. This is how it goes.
Today at the United States Capitol, I will perform my constitutional duty as Vice President of the United States to certify the results of the 2024 election. This duty is a sacred obligation, one I will uphold, guided by love of country, loyalty to our Constitution, and my unwavering faith in the American people. As we have seen, our democracy can be fragile, And it is up to then each one of us.
Like, this kind of attitude is so funny because they make it seem as though the Republicans, if given the opportunity, wouldn't do a million January 6s over and over again. Like, hey, we're leading by example. See, this is how you really do it. And if you're like, you know, if you're engaging in this pageantry of a normal piece of the process, normal bureaucracy, as though this is a valuable lesson to instill upon the American public, make no mistake, they do not care. Your enemies do not care. Well, I guess your Republicans aren't really her enemies, if we're being real, or the Democratic Party's enemies, but like, they are the enemy of the American people. I'm just going to repeat this over and over again in perpetuity. Institution respecters and norm defenders, when they lose to the Republican Party, end up also failing on both fronts because the Republicans will never defend the institutions or the norms. They only care about getting their way.
To stand up for our most cherished principles, and to make sure that in America, our government always remains of the people, by the people, and for the people. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
That's right. Oh my God. You are grossly underestimating Kamala 2028. I am telling you right now, Kamala Harris's political career is done. Okay? It is done. It is Jover. Oh, Hasanabi head in the news. His dad is in prison for January 6 crimes. He doesn't want Trump to pardon him. Oh my God. Repping the merch and everything. That's crazy. All right. Let's take a look.
If Trump pardons your dad, what's your biggest fear?
You know, just getting shot in the street. I don't know.
By your father?
By my father, by someone he knows. There's a bunch of people that I don't know, and I don't know their intent. So, you want to help me lift this?
Sure. This is Jackson Reffitt. Do you want me to take this end here, or how do we do this?
Yes, please.
He's moving out of his home here in Texas, he says, for his own safety.
Bought a gun because I got so paranoid, and moving out because I'm scared.
Do you know how to fire a gun?
Yeah, I've been shooting it.
Do you have it on you right now?
Yeah, I have to wear it around the house kind of often just to get used to how it feels.
Okay.
But I'm part of the
Jackson's dad is Guy Reffitt, who is a member of the Texas 3%er militia.
And I just kept going, go forward! Go forward! I couldn't even see, bro.
He's serving a more than 7-year sentence for his role in the January 6 Capitol attack. Reffitt was convicted of 5 felonies, including carrying a firearm on Capitol grounds. So you reported your dad to the FBI?
Yes.
That's what got him arrested, basically?
More or less, yeah.
Oh,
what
God.
effect has that had on your family?
I'm actually worried, man. I'm actually worried. I'm worried. Can you explain the difference between you and a norm defender? I don't care about norms. I don't care about institutions. I care about people. I care about preserving. I care about protecting people. I care about doing right by others. Okay? I'll give you one immediate example. The Senate parliamentarian refused to add the increasing of the minimum wage to $15 at the federal level to a budget reconciliation bill. That was a must-pass bill that was going to pass with 51 votes, which the Democrats had at the time. Now, the Senate parliamentarian is a position that technically has the power under our norms and institutions to say, well, this can't be a part of budget reconciliation because it's actually not going to touch the deficit, right? That's real. That's a thing that they have. It's not an elected position, however. It's an appointed position. What that means is you can actually fire that person and put into that position a person who will play ball. Now, the reason why I know that that is the case is because the Republicans have done that in the past. The Republican Party under Dick Cheney's leadership did exactly that. They fired a Senate parliamentarian and put a new person there. The Democrats, on the other hand, go, oh, we care about our institutions. We care about the norms. So we have to take out the $15 minimum wage. There's nothing we can do. Okay? It's ridiculous. You're only doing that as a part of the Democratic Party leadership structure because you don't want $15 minimum wage. You don't want to have that battle. You don't want to whip those votes within your own caucus. And you don't really necessarily care. Okay? It would have technically been considered. It would have technically been considered a violation of the norms, right? If they were to fire that person, or at least tell that person that they're going to fire that person if they don't play ball. But ultimately, I don't care. What I care about, on the other hand, I don't care about the norms. I don't care about the institutions. I care about, protecting people. I care about putting people first. Anyway, going back to this, this is truly terrifying. I'll be honest.
It's destroyed it.
Was there a moment where you thought, I know my dad's done all this stuff, but I don't want to report him?
Yeah. I still feel horrible, of course. Like, I can't get over it, but I don't regret it.
When was the last time you spoke to your dad?
5 months ago. It was the first time I talked to him. And it was just a crying fest for the first 10 minutes, and that was great. And then I brought up the fact that I'm worried about him getting out. And he was almost puzzled, like he was confused as to why I thought that.
Are you overreacting?
No, I get death threats daily, hourly at this point.
Unbeknownst to us, it was our 18-year-old son who turned his dad in to the FBI.
Why?
Why did he do it? My son is a declared Democratic Socialist.
Jackson's...
They've like abandoned this person. You know what I mean? They're just like, yeah, he's an enemy. He's an enemy of the state. He's an enemy of our beautiful president, Donald Trump. That is not good. That is definitely insane. Imagine having your parents put a crosshair on your back like that in a room full of people who are just out of their minds.
Mom, Nicole.
The party of family values, dude. Crazy.
Has become one of the most prominent people campaigning for the release of people serving time for January 6th.
We lift up each and every one of our J6ers, Father.
You've been coming here for hundreds of nights.
Almost 900.
Why?
After I saw what happened to my husband, I could not sit on my hands at home anymore.
Christopher Albert.
Oof, no wonder, dude, no wonder. I mean, no wonder he's moving. I mean, look at this. Imagine this being your mom. That's crazy. I mean, there are some chatters whose moms are like this, but even then, they're not like, I don't think they put a target on your back, right? I mean, this is brainworms, man. This is so be nice, question mark. What are you talking about? Be nice. What are you talking about? If your mom, Chuck Dilly, okay, sat in a room full of like 3%ers and Proud Boys at a gathering and went, Chuck Dilly is an enemy of our cause, our movement, okay, in perhaps one of the most like heavily armed and radicalized groups that you can talk to, declare you to be an enemy, I would protect you as well against your parents. I would still love her. Okay, well, I don't think that is reciprocated, it seems.
Nicole left Texas and moved to Washington, D.C., where she takes part in a nightly vigil held here outside the city's jail.
Marcus Malley.
Do you wish Guy didn't come here on January 6th?
No, I'm glad he stood up for something.
Every night, January 6 prisoners from around the country call into the vigil.
Continue holding the line. This thing's almost done.
Including Guy Reffitt, who recently called in to wish Nicole a happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Sorry I couldn't get you something better than 80 months, but they're ass.
Are you confident that Trump will let your husband walk free?
I feel like Trump is a man of his word.
What's the next step for your family?
To continue to fight.
Together.
Nicole is sometimes joined in DC by her 2 daughters, Jackson's sisters, who've been caught in the middle of a divided family.
Is not shown on my father. We have nothing against Jackson. Jackson's my brother. I love him. I love him no more than I love my father. I love my father. I love my family.
From the beginning, the girls and I have received hundreds.
I don't think she's happy that her son stood up for something. I think she's very upset that her son stood up for something. She's happy that the dad stood up for Donald Trump because I think she loves Donald Trump more than she loves many things. But I mean, you can kind of tell when someone is bricked up here a little bit. If they're, I mean, at this point, like if you got like a little Jesus wagon thing going on with like a megaphone where you kind of carry that around everywhere, it's just like you need like a factory reset or something.
Hundreds of mailed death threats. I'm not talking about online things. I'm talking about rape to my daughters, death to my husband, death to me.
You don't think Jackson has to be afraid of his dad?
No.
Yeah.
I think that's been put on the record several times.
So why is Jackson still afraid?
I just think that it's the same thing where people think this red hat on my head is scary and dangerous. It's that same mentality. Jackson comes from a lot of love, and there's a lot of love left to be given. And justice for all.
I mean, I love my mom, of course. I love her.
Do you love your dad?
Of course I love my dad. I love my dad, but I can't feel safe around him. I hate having to put myself in this situation to feel some sort of comfort after the election and what's going to happen when my dad gets pardoned, when all these hundreds of people get pardoned, and all these thousands of people get validated for their actions. And I'm one of those people that they call a traitor. And my dad once said traitors get shot. So that's been ringing in my head for years and years and years.
In a message from prison, Guy Reffitt said that Jackson has never had anything to worry about from me, and he will never have anything to worry about from me ever. If your dad's watching this, what's your message?
I don't think, dude, I don't think you're, I mean, look, I can't know your personal experience, Chatter. I don't know if you're in here or not, but I don't think you have to worry about your dad. I think it's more so, other people that are in that community that you might have to worry about.
Message to him.
That I love him and that I hope he gets better. And I hope I get better too. I hope I grow out of this paranoia right now. And that I really thought what I did was right. I thought I did what I did to protect him and my family and the people around him and the people he could have hurt.
Let's talk about January 6th. I am interested in your kind of reflections on where we've come to. We've been playing images from that day in 2021 and talking about it through the morning. Obviously now Donald Trump's election set to be certified. He'll then.
I think that we are going to see more of this like militia stuff. We're going to see more militia mobilizations happening under the Trump administration. Especially considering that a lot of the militia movements historically, whether it be the Klan, have always operated in this weird space where they both have members within the Klan that are prominent members within the legal structure, whether it be judges or cops, right? But I think now we are. Especially under the first Trump administration, that grew a lot in size and prominence. And under the second Trump administration, you are going to see the lines, the supposed quote unquote distinction between our legal structure, our police force, our military, our National Guard, and these sorts of militia movements merge a little bit more. I think those lines there's never really been like a hard boundary between the two, especially historically. But I think that we're completely going to cast aside what remained of this aesthetic boundary between the Proud Boys and the 3%ers and these kinds of like white nationalist, far right militias and, Republican local officials all the way up to federal officials as well. This is perhaps the greatest example of what I'm talking about. ProPublica reported by Joshua Kaplan reported about a guy who went and intercepted the militia movement. Okay, John Williams. He went in and joined the ranks of the Oath Keepers. Okay. And it's really interesting because he didn't do this in unison with the federal agents. He didn't do this in collaboration with police officers. He didn't even do this. He did this seemingly on his own. He was like, I want to investigate what is going on here. And then after the fact, he turned around and gave all of this information to ProPublica reporters. For years, he carefully monitored the activity and found out something that we kind of knew already, which we had talked about before, especially with respect to the Proud Boys in Portland, for example, that these guys are directly in contact and sometimes directly working with members of law enforcement. Shocking. I'll give you some of the highlights. A freelance vigilante, a wilderness survival trainer, spent years undercover climbing the ranks of right-wing militias. He didn't tell the police or the FBI. He didn't tell his family or friends. He penetrated a new generation of militia leaders, which included doctors and government attorneys. Experts say that militias could have a renaissance under Donald Trump. He sent ProPublica a massive trove of documents and conversations he secretly recorded, give a unique, startling window into the militia movement. On April 1st, 2023, Williams retrieved the bag from his closet and rushed to his car. He had no time to clean the dishes that he accumulated in his apartment. He did not know if armed men were out looking for him. He did not know if he would ever feel safe to return. He parked his car for the night in the foothills overlooking Salt Lake City and curled up his 6'4" frame in the back seat of a 20-year-old Honda. This was his new home. He turned on a recording app to add an entry to his diary. His voice started a high-pitched rasp of a lifelong smoker. Where to start, he sighed, taking a deep breath. After more than 2 years undercover, he'd been growing rash and impulsive. He had feared someone was in danger and tried to warn him, but it backfired. Williams was sure that at least one person knew he was a double agent now, he said into his phone. It's only a matter of time before it gets back to the rest. In the daylight, Williams dropped an envelope with no return address in a U.S. Postal Service mailbox. He'd loaded it with a flash drive and a gold Oath Keepers medallion. It was addressed to me. The documents laid out a remarkable odyssey. Posing as an ideological compatriot, Williams had penetrated the top ranks of two of the most prominent right-wing militias in the country. He'd slept in the home of a man who claims to be the new head of the Oath Keepers, rifling through his files in the middle of the night. He'd devised elaborate ruses to gather evidence of malicious ties to high-ranking law enforcement officials. He'd uncovered secret operations like the surveillance of a young journalist, then improvised ways to sabotage the militants' schemes. In one group, his ploys were so successful that he became the militia's top commander in the state of Utah. Now, he was a fugitive. He drove south towards a desert 4 hours from the city where he could disappear. That's right. Now, what's really interesting about this story is, once again, this was not a federal law enforcement operation. It wasn't an infiltration by a Fed. It was just a dude who just went undercover because he personally was like, what's going on with these militias? What's happening here? He saw January 6, 2021. He saw the militia movements and their and how prominently they were a part of January 6, 2021. And he was like, I'm going to go and join these militias. I'm going to go and detail what they're doing. Hey, come on now, be fair. There are tons of cops that are currently infiltrating these militias. Yeah, the problem is the cops that are all over these militias are actually just, ideological sympathizers. I'm sure that there are some federal law enforcement officers involved in these militia movements, not because of their ideological allegiance to the militia movements, but, overall, yeah, I know you're joking, chatter. I know. I'm not missing the joke, chat. Calm down. Many of those that carry the badge are also fellow travelers. So, the Capitol riot had been nagging at me too. I'd reported extensively on January 6th. I sat with families who blamed the militias for snatching their loved ones away from them, pulling them into a life of secret meetings and violent plots, or into a jail cell. By the time Williams contacted me through most of the, though, the most infamous groups appeared to have largely gone dark. Were militias more enduring, more potent than it seemed? Some of what he told me seemed significant. Still, before the package arrived, it could feel like I was corresponding with a shadow. I knew Williams treated deception as an art form. When you spin a lie, he once told me, you have to have things they can verify so they won't think to ask questions. While stories generally seem precise and sober, always reassuring for a journalist, I needed to proceed with extreme skepticism. The files that were sent over to ProPublica give a unique window at the once expansive and intimate into one of the most consequential and volatile social movements of our time. Williams penetrated a new generation of paramilitary leaders, which included doctors, career cops, and government attorneys. Sometimes they were frightening, sometimes bumbling, always heavily armed. It was a world where a man would propose assassinating politicians only to spark a debate about logistics. Federal prosecutors have convicted more than 1,000 people for their role in January 6th. Key militia captains were sent to prison for a decade or more, but that did not quash the allure that militias hold for a broad swath of Americans. Why would it? After all, Donald Trump initially criticized them, but then turned around and said that they were political prisoners for doing the right thing. Obviously, if the most impactful figure who just won his reelection says that these guys are political prisoners, of course they're going to get away with it. Here, I'll give you one example, okay? We joke about January 6th is funny. A cop died of a stroke the day after, okay? And the suspicion is that the wounds that he got during January 6th from a guy who was beating his ass is responsible for the stroke. That guy's in prison for 6 years, okay? And Donald Trump is most likely going to pardon him. Now, there is no world in which, even if a person punches a cop repeatedly or hits a cop with a blunt object repeatedly, okay, and they die to a stroke the day after, okay, they die to a stroke the day after. There is no world in which they only get 6 years. Even if you used a blunt object to beat a cop, okay, and nothing happened to the cop, there is still no world in which you only get 6 years. Okay, that's like assault of a peace officer with a deadly weapon. Are you kidding me? There's just no world. That is not a real circumstance. The only way this happens is if you're doing this while you are participating in an insurrection for the president. Okay, for the current president who just won his reelection. That's it. Anyway, that cop died a week later in the hospital. My point is, even if nothing happened to the cop, let alone like the cop died or whatever, even if you just, do you think there is a world where the average American can just use an object to bludgeon a police officer, okay, and then get out in 2 years? There are instances where it's valid and warranted, where you are engaging in self-defense, okay, against a police officer who is out of line and abusing their position. Those people do not get this level of leniency from, those people never experience this level of leniency. I'm simply stating that it is crazy. It is crazy that this level of leniency only exists for Republicans, right-wingers that participated in an insurrection. Mishma, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. W Gifter. Now, President-elect Donald Trump has promised to pardon January 6 rioters when he returns to the White House. Experts warn that such a move could trigger a renaissance from militant extremists, sending them an unprecedented message of protection and support and making it all more urgent to understand them. Unless otherwise noted, none of the militia members mentioned in the story responded to requests for comment. Williams is part of a larger Cold War. Radical versus radical that stayed mostly in the shadows. A left-wing activist told me he personally knows about 30 people who've gone undercover in militias or white supremacist groups. They did not coordinate with law enforcement, instead taking the surveillance of one of the most intractable features of American politics into their own hands. I think part of the reason why people do this also is because they just don't trust the federal law enforcement officers. Like this person very clearly does not trust the feds. Okay, which is understandable because he's like, I went into the militia movement and I found out that there are, like federal attorneys that are a part of it. People who collaborate with the feds, people who are a part of the criminal justice system, prominent members who are also a part of the militia movement. Skeptical of authorities, militias have sought to reshape the country through armed action. Williams sought to do it through betrayal and lies, which sat with him uneasily. I could have been successful at this if I wasn't one of them in some respects, he once told me. I couldn't have done it so long unless they recognized something in me. If there's one moment that set Williams on his path into the militia underground, it came roughly a decade before January 6th, when he was sent to a medium security prison. He was early in his 20s, drawn to danger and filled with an inner turbulence. I guess he has the background. My mom was one of the founders of the Utah Citizens Armed Militia, which was organized to keep the peace at BLM protests. These militias are strange because they back the police, but they also don't think that the police are bad enough at their jobs that they have to step in. Yeah. Yeah, they also will, obviously, like with January 6th, fight back against the police as well. And we'll be shocked every step of the way that the police are not collaborating with them, partially because, like, in their hometowns, the police are definitely collaborating with them. And additionally shocked when, federal law enforcement or the criminal justice system ends up turning on them for doing direct, clear-cut violations of the law. But anyway, before we continue with this, let's take a look at what Funny Hat Man has to say about the January 6 committee members.
And stand on the Capitol steps and be inaugurated on January 20th. When you think about that arc of history, what goes through your mind and how do you think we ended up here?
Well, I'll tell you what goes through my mind is 2000, the 2000 election with George W. Bush and Al Gore when an election was decided by less than 1,000 votes, 450 something votes. And we had a peaceful transfer of power then. When I mean, imagine if an election today were really down to that number of votes. And so people like Al Gore and others, upheld the Constitution. And we saw, so I'm really struck by the notion that Kamala Harris will be, serving in that position that Mike Pence did, and upheld the Constitution. And so, it's a marked reminder of how important this peaceful transfer of power is. We've had it through history. I saw it in 2000. We're seeing it today, but we didn't see it 4 years ago. And so, I hope that this will just remind everybody, that this is how it's supposed to work.
One of the things we've heard, Mark, from Donald Trump is that he plans to pardon some of the people who were at the Capitol that day. Let's listen to what he said about this in December. Take a look.
You promised to pardon those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Are you still vowing to follow through with that promise?
We're looking at it right now, most likely, yeah. These people are living in hell.
Let me just...
And I think it's very unfair.
But
most likely, I'll do it very quickly. I'm going to be acting very quickly.
Within your first 100 days, first day?
First day.
First day, he says. Mark, what do you think the politics of this are for him? I mean, there are a range of offenses, right, that people were charged with and convicted of or pled guilty to, from violence to trespassing. If Donald Trump goes through with
Trump's like, our prison's obsolete, I'm telling you.
this, is he going to pay a political price? Will Republicans pay a political price?
I listen, I think he's going to try a hybrid. The politics are fraught both ways. I mean, his base, believes him when he said that he's going to do the pardon, so he's got to make good on that promise. On the other hand, it's only going to drag up those violent images of people attacking police, Casey. And so I think what's going to happen is he's going to find the lesser offenders, pardon those people, and the people who, where there was clear evidence of attacking or assaulting officers at the Capitol would be a whole different story, I believe.
Yeah. Mark, the other, of course, aspect of this is those who then went on to investigate what happened that day, the January 6th committee. Trump has also talked about what he wants to do there, what those people deserve. Let's watch what he said about that.
Everybody on that committee, for what they did, honestly, they should go to jail. I think everybody, anybody that voted in favor.
Are you going to direct your FBI director and your attorney general to send them to jail?
No, not at all. I think that they'll have to look at that.
So what about this particular piece of it? If he moves forward.
He's like, prison. He's like, American prisons are ruthless. They're brutal. We must release our political prisoners. Also, all of our political enemies must rot in prison. They must get locked up. We must throw them under the jail. We must do everything we can in our power to make sure they are punished and tortured under that very same structure that's currently torturing our beautiful, brave American patriots.
With some of the things he suggested that he wants to.
Yeah, Trump is an Angela Davis consumer enjoyer appreciator when it comes to hogs. He's a prison abolitionist for hogs only.
What does that mean for the country? And what is the political impact? Two different things, I would say.
Yeah, well, this is, Casey, this is where I don't think he'll be able to resist his impulse. He wants to punish his opponents and his enemies, including and especially people like Liz Cheney. And this is something
I will say, controversial of me, but I don't care if Liz Cheney goes to jail. I don't care. I think it's good. I think it's funny and good. I'm on board.
Where the Constitution is very clear, but this is also something where people like Kash Patel are being appointed because Donald Trump thinks that's what they're going to do. Remember, he said, "I am your retribution, so stand by." But that's what I expect to see happen on that front.
I was up here, one of those officers up there. I was armed with a rifle that day, so I didn't want to go down in the crowd and potentially have it used or taken. If these are the people that are going to be getting pardons, can you look at this and just say they deserve one? I don't see how.
But President-elect Donald Trump has indicated that he might do just that.
First day.
Yeah, I'm looking first day.
Issue these pardons.
These people have been there, how long is it, 3 or 4 years?
Okay.
Pardons are one of the president's greatest powers, but also biggest.
But dude, in what world does Liz Cheney go to jail and the federal government doesn't also send you to jail? Wait, what? What do you mean? First of all, I don't think Liz Cheney is going to jail. Okay, there's no serious like what is she going to jail for? They've not really mentioned what would be the reason for why she would be thrown in jail. I guess what the chatter is trying to say here, no. What the chatter is trying to say here is that, like, if someone is getting locked up, like Liz Cheney is getting locked up for no real discernible reason, then I am a larger enemy of the state than Liz Cheney in the eyes of the Republican Party. But I think that I have no motion in comparison to, like, these guys who are really tapped into mainstream media and DC circles. So for them, they do see Liz Cheney as a serious enemy or just a nuisance in general. Whereas I am a Twitch streamer and they don't really think about me at all. They don't know who I am, which is good. I want to keep it that way. Let's keep it that way. He didn't even send Hillary to jail. Crazy to think he would somehow be motivated to do that to Liz Cheney. Yeah. So just understand that. There's a reason why I am a low-level offender. I do think, do you think there's a serious threat of you getting arrested? No, I do not. I do not think that there's, only time will tell, but so far, no, I do not think that there is a serious threat of me getting arrested. I have not violated any laws. Not that that really matters, but we shall see. But I don't think so. I don't think that there is anything that I'm a Twitch streamer, guys. And there is not, it's easier to send goons after regular civilians. It's silly to think they will just go after Instagram influencers or YouTubers, etc. Yeah. Until President Rishi Torres is elected, yeah, at that point, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm getting executed by firing squad.
I guess political liabilities.
And that's what they are, as hostages. They've been treated terribly.
He created expectations, created a movement of people, created a mob that acted, and then walked away. I hope he doesn't walk away from these promises.
Here's what Trump would have to do to carry out those promises and what it means for the people involved in the January 6th attack.
So I still served at the Capitol for 3 years after the insurrection. I left to run for Congress in a fight to continue to hold Donald Trump accountable. When I was unsuccessful, I became a surrogate for first Joe Biden and then switching over to Kamala Harris. Well, I think that anybody who had anything to do with these incidents of that day need to be held accountable.
Of the nearly 1,600 January 6th defendants, all have been charged with some form of trespassing or disorderly conduct, and more than a third have been charged with crimes involving assaulting, resisting, or obstructing law enforcement.
What we went through that day wasn't normal, and we shouldn't normalize it.
A spokeswoman for Trump's transition team said in a statement to the Wall Street Journal that Trump will pardon Americans who were denied due process and unfairly prosecuted by the weaponized Department of Justice.
I know the system. The system's a very corrupt system.
She also said in a separate statement that pardons will happen on a...
It's always funny when these guys will talk about how, like, the criminal justice system is evil and corrupt and totally messed up. And I agree, except they say it's only corrupt and messed up for, like, upper middle class white people, jet ski dealership owners who happen to be pro Donald Trump, who also did violate like a bunch of laws. It's only corrupt against them, the people that are the most protected under our institutions. Okay. It's hilarious. Yeah, it's so messed up. They're coming after our big, beautiful auto dealership owners and their fail sons for the crime of being MAGA. It's the actual corruption within these institutions, or the actual evil within these institutions, is very good. Very, very good. The norm should happen more frequently. Perhaps not even going hard enough on marginalized people. Then how do you explain the deep state indicting the greatest president of the United States? Exactly. That's right. If anyone's getting jailed for being an enemy of the state, is Trump. Even now, they're trying to throw him under the jail. Who? What do you mean? They're dropping everything at this point. At most, he's gonna get a slap on the wrist for like mismanagement and doing the hush money scheme where he lied to the New York authorities about where he was. Where the money was actually going to, and that's it. The person that obviously actually spent time in prison for that was his lawyer, Michael Cohen. Everything in the system is designed in a way where, like, yeah, your soldiers will go to jail. You will never go to jail.
On a case-by-case basis, but didn't give any details on who might receive them or when. A number of people accused in the attack are already lobbying the president-elect for pardons. One is Joseph Biggs, a leader of the far-right group the Proud Boys, which played a central role in the Capitol riot. He can be seen at the Capitol in footage from that day.
Hey, we're on the concrete.
These guys are real freaks too. Like, it's crazy. Oh my God. Some of these guys are real freaks. Like, look, I don't know about every single person that participated in January 6th. Like, there's 1,000 of them. I'm sure some of them are low-level offenders, and they probably do have a capacity to reoffend, if we're being real. But like, some of these hogs are very bad. Okay, like, people that were really bad in their own local, in their own localities, notorious. Biggs is one of those guys, right? Long rap sheet in general, even if there isn't priors. But Biggs does have priors as well, if I'm not mistaken. But also, they are responsible for a lot of instability and a lot of violence and a lot of demonstrations. Nancy is doing well. We're so cooked, dude. The gerontocracy. The gerontocracy will save us. Save us, Nancy.
The east side of the Capitol front steps.
Biggs was found guilty of seditious conspiracy, along with several other charges. Court records state that he and other group members helped recruit and lead a crowd that breached the Capitol. Biggs is currently serving a 17-year sentence.
Look at that shirt. He says, "Register communists, not firearms." Being this angry at communists has to be a mental illness in America. You know what I mean? Like, what valid communist movement even exists in the United States of America? Okay, like, you're angry at shadows. Okay, where are the communists? Where are they in 2024, in 2023, in 2022, in 2021? Where are they? In his mind, he thinks Nancy Pelosi is a communist, obviously. So it's like they're ACP. Come on, guys, be serious.
Dear Mr. President,
his lawyer, Norm Pattis, sent Trump a letter a week after the election.
You are now in a position to close a painful chapter in American history. On behalf of Joe Biggs,
This is the exact type of attorney that I would expect to take on an important political a case such as this one can only be taken on by a lawyer that looks exactly like this.
I am urging you to do so by granting Mr. Biggs' request for a complete pardon for his actions that day. I've heard all sorts of hand-wringing about January 6th. You know, I mean, prosecutors, judges referring to it as an attack on the citadel of democracy. But January 6th wasn't an incendiary event. It was one afternoon's riot. There were some injuries. There was a little bit of property damage. There was the national pride. Our national pride was wounded, and the peaceful transition of power was imperiled for an hour or two. And for this, we're going to fill the prisons.
The prosecutions have necessarily focused on the actions of the individuals charged, not the collective harm done by the thousands of people who were simultaneously committing crimes that day.
The idea behind a pardon is that the criminal justice system sometimes gets it wrong and can be quite harsh, and there needs to be a fail-safe mechanism to ensure injustices are addressed.
Kim Whaley is a law professor who wrote a book on the history of pardon power. She says the modern pardon process usually works like this.
There is, within the Department of Justice, an Office of the Pardon Attorney. Someone who is seeking a pardon or commutation fills out.
Look, deterrence does have a capacity to work if it is if it is done against people who previously thought that they were infallible and devoid of any sort of scrutiny from the legal structures. And January 6th deterrence from the federal law enforcement agencies absolutely worked. That is why it eviscerated the mass mobilization that you saw under the Trump administration. And it's not just deterrence from law enforcement. Deterrence from popular mobilization of anti-fascist movements also is significant and also works as well. The greatest example I can give you under the Trump administration was Unite the Right Rally 1 versus Unite the Right Rally 2. The first Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville ended up with the death of Heather Heyer. Famously, a neo-Nazi traveled all the way, I believe, from Ohio to Charlottesville and drove into a crowd of anti-fascist counter-protesters against these Nazis, and he went to prison. But the real reason as to why Charlottesville 2 was marginal, was tiny, was minuscule, was because of the dedicated efforts of people taking matters into their own hands in terms of unmasking Nazis, in terms of engaging in mass mobilization against the growing Nazi movement. So that actually is the real reason why Unite the Right Rally 2 got very few protesters to go out, like very few Nazis to go out and just be like, yeah, we're still Nazis, we're still here. Okay? So that's real. Those are two real ways in which you can actually push back against these sorts of movements. What the F is this bozo? Would he also agree to letting 90% of criminals free? Stealing only takes a couple of minutes, so stealing deserves no jail time. Murder is only a little damage, so it generally takes no more than a minute, so they shouldn't be held accountable. He knows he's playing devil's advocate. I can't imagine a lawyer be so delusional. I mean, it depends. But anyway, my point is this. Okay? He's responding to the chatter is responding to the lawyer who is just like undermining the severity of this insurrection or whatever. But deterrence in this circumstance was very successful. Law enforcement deterrence in terms of like actual legal punishments that were dished out to people who previously thought that they would never ever withstand legal scrutiny, which is precisely the reason why during January 6th, they were filming themselves, openly identifying themselves, saying their names. There was a famous case of the West Virginia state member of the state legislature from West Virginia, Derek Evans, openly on live stream saying, Derek Evans is in the Capitol. I repeat, Derek Evans is in the Capitol, openly saying his name, referring to himself in the third person on camera. These people then turned around and gave interviews. The reason why they did that without masking themselves, without protecting their identity, is because what they thought was just. They thought their cause was just, partially because they were, egged on by Donald Trump and many other prominent members of the Republican Party into engaging in this act. And also, they are not used to getting any sort of real consequences from law enforcement. They're not. They collaborate with law enforcement. Okay? So when the reality doesn't match their expectations, all of a sudden they have to start really reconsidering their choices when they go, I don't know if I want to join this kind of uprising again because I might go to jail. And a lot of these people have a lot to lose as well. It's not like they're pushed into a corner. These are HVAC business owners. These are people, these are real POCs, okay? Or POPs, people of privilege, people of capital. POMs, people of means, okay? So in that same vein, I think Donald Trump openly saying he's going to pardon these people and claiming that these people are actually heroes will have the exact opposite effect. It will galvanize people like this to mobilize again. It will embolden them, okay? It will remind them that, no, the law enforcement agencies are on their side. And I fear that that is precisely what's going to happen. I fear that Donald Trump's actions, such as pardoning these people, is going to end up causing them to feel like they were martyrs and they did the right thing, and that the president is on their side, and that they will want to do it again. Perhaps this time with, more mobilization. Perhaps this time with, direct, with a more consequential, like something that they will do will be more consequential than even January 6th. Better hardware, better mobilization. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
The form, it has a bunch of criteria that include acceptance of responsibility, for example. Those pardon attorneys sort through about 10,000 for every 4-year presidential term, make recommendations to the president, and the president can either accept or reject.
But presidents can bypass this process entirely, which also bypasses application guidelines, like one that states convicts are only eligible 5 years after the end of their sentence.
Those aren't constitutional requirements. Those are Justice Department requirements. And forgive me if I'm a little cynical about the Justice Department. I'm not going to the same fox who locked me up saying, can you open the chicken coop door?
While not all pardons that bypass the typical process are controversial, presidents from both sides of the aisle have issued controversial pardons this way, some that left a lasting mark on their presidencies.
Typically, presidents get in trouble when they don't follow any sort of Justice Department process.
Alex Conant is a Republican strategist who worked for Marco Rubio.
When a president uses a pardon to explicitly benefit a political donor or friend, something that your average citizen wouldn't be considered for, that rubs people the wrong way.
Trump issued a number of pardons this way during his first term.
Did the pardon of Sheriff Joseph Arpaio go through the pardon attorney office?
I don't believe it did.
And President Joe Biden recently issued a broad pardon of his son Hunter for tax evasion and lying about drug use. Biden had previously said,
"Have you ruled out a pardon for your son?"
Yes.
Nobody likes paying taxes, and you shouldn't get a pass if you're a president's son. And I think Biden's pardons help the J6 case.
I think the fact that Biden has so aggressively used his pardon powers in the final months of his presidency clearly makes it easier for Trump.
I disagree. I think they're trying to tie this back to Biden, but I think Trump was going to do this whether or not Biden pardoned Hunter. This is not a defense of Joe Biden, okay? Trump just does not care. And anyone that tries to make it seem like Trump cares about what the Democrats are doing is so silly. If anything, this is a great opportunity for him to say, oh, you guys are hypocritical for criticizing me for doing this. Sure. Like, it's just giving him more ammunition, but he was going to do this regardless. Okay? Anyone that thinks that Trump wasn't going to pardon these, like if Hunter Biden was not pardoned by Joe Biden, do you really think Donald Trump was not going to pardon the January 6ers? Really? Because if you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you, okay? Ridiculous. He never cared, and he never will care. He will use the Democratic Party's actions to message, certainly. How much? Yeah, nice bridge. It is a nice bridge, yes.
To similarly use the pardon powers as he assumes the presidency. If for no other reason, Republicans will be able to point back at what Biden did and to say Trump is no worse than Biden.
But for Trump, the potential ramifications of January 6th pardons are difficult to predict.
We've never had an event like January 6th, so I think pardoning the people that were part of it would be unprecedented by nature.
This is a groundbreaking concept of pardoning people who violently stormed the Capitol to try and wrest power from a legitimate government and hand it to the loser of an election.
A pardon kind of, this may not be the word, but it excuses that behavior, or it says it's okay. So what is to stop them from doing something like that again?
And it's unclear what kind of pushback Trump will receive within Washington.
I think members of Congress have a very different perspective on January 6th than Donald Trump because a lot of them were there. They remember what happened that day, and some of them are scarred by it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the Republicans that were very upset that they were fearful for their lives very quickly have turned around and decided, no, these are our guys. We like them actually. Sorry, we were wrong. I mean, look at Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley's a great example. He was running around like a headless chicken on January 6th. Ask him what he thinks about the J6ers now.
It. And so I don't think that they're going to be cheering Donald Trump's pardons, but
Wait, what the hell was this? What?
Hard by it. And so I don't think that they're.
What is this? Did they have these like gas masks on because they were worried that they were going to do like a chemical attack or something? What? I don't remember seeing this photo at all. That's crazy. That's for CRBN attacks? It was because tear gas was used in the rotunda? No, the Capitol Police were going to tear gas the building. Yeah,
They're going
they
to
did.
be
They did
cheering
use tear
Donald
gas.
Trump's pardons, but they also aren't in a position to fight it.
But those J6 warriors, they were warriors, but they were really more than anything else. They're victims of what happened.
One of the questions I have is whether there will be a blanket pardon, an amnesty pardon, or whether there will be selective pardons based on perceived loyalty.
My dad doesn't believe that 4 cops off themselves after J6 because of the trauma. I mean, that part is like, I get why you wouldn't believe that. That's like I don't know what he thinks happened instead. Does he think that the government killed them or something? Because that's kind of funny. The government went in and assassinated these cops to make an argument, to make it seem like it was more consequential. Why would cops ever kill themselves? They do. They do all the time. What do you mean?
Say it will be a large portion of them. You know, they did a very, and it'll be very early on.
Joe Biggs risked his life for this country and was injured, awarded a Purple Heart, and he lost his pension for participating in a riot. That's just wrong.
I mean, this has been 4 years consuming of my life. I wish I was still working at the U.S. Capitol. I wish I was still there, and we didn't have to live that ugly day that happened. But now it is a part of our history. It's not going away. I think it's important to not let people rewrite what did and did not happen that day.
The next chapter will be written when Donald Trump takes the oath of office again and decides which January 6th participants will benefit from the president's extraordinary power.
Whenever you pardon somebody who has been convicted of hurting law enforcement, whether it's the January 6th case or anything else, I think that is going to be politically more difficult to explain.
Wait, hold on. So, but getting back to it, like I said, I highly urge you guys to read the ProPublica article that we were talking about beforehand about the guy who just like randomly chose to infiltrate the 3%ers and even rose up the ranks of the 3%ers. And I think that it is a thought-provoking piece that is alarming and perhaps shows what is yet to come, especially considering that these groups are getting emboldened by the Trump regime and will probably be more active in their participation as the disorganized brown shirts that will push for Trump's agenda. Trump's NSC advisor, there will be a cross-governmental effort to combat radicalization where U.S. government will look at mosques, individuals, universities, professors, you name it, that pose a threat to the U.S. and are radicalizing individuals to harm the U.S. Okay, when I hear stuff like this, I do worry that I might go to jail. I will admit. Because they're not talking about white supremacist acts of terror. They're talking about anyone and everyone that is even remotely critical of Israel, for example. Anyone and everyone that goes, hey, hold on now. What is this, what is this argument? Like, we should be hunting down Muslims? I feel like that's a bridge too far. Nope. So that does spark a little bit of fear in my heart. But
now we have new.
Let's move on to the suspect's timeline in the deadly New Orleans terror attack.
Details on the terror attack.
Just want to remind people that if you were to consider this to be like a ISIS radicalized Islamist terror or whatever, right? And there's at least some evidence laid out that this is the case so far. It would be one of the very few domestic radicalized people that were inspired by ISIS or any sort of like Islamist movement, if you want to consider it that, as opposed to the overwhelming majority of right-wing, white nationalist, anti-government extremist attacks, which comprise damn near the entirety of domestic terror incidents on U.S. soil, from school shootings and mass shootings all the way to car rammings and the like. Having said that, however, the previous government rarely ever tackled it, even though it got to such a degree that even under the Trump administration, the FBI kept repeating this point that like white supremacists might be a larger problem for the American government and for the safety and security of American citizens than what we previously thought was Islamic terrorism or whatever. And they didn't really do enough. They didn't really do enough to combat it in general. And I think that they're not going to do that in this upcoming administration at all. If anything, all signs point to them emboldening the people that engage in these sorts of actions with regular frequency.
Now we have new details on the terror attack in New Orleans that killed 14 and injured many others. Trevor Ault is in New Orleans with the latest, including new videos of the suspect allegedly placing explosives. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Robin. So Mardi Gras season kicks off today, and New Orleans officials are really trying to shore up more resources for security, especially as we are learning chilling new details about the timeline of this attack, those videos of the suspect placing explosive devices beforehand, one of them right here in this intersection on Bourbon Street.
Authorities have unveiled new videos and a detailed timeline of the harrowing New Year's terror attack in New Orleans.
We have a clearer picture today than we did even 2 days ago.
FBI investigators say this video shows the suspect, 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, placing a cooler containing an IED on Bourbon Street at 1:53 a.m. New Year's Day. A half hour later at 2:20, they say he placed a second cooler a block away. And less than an hour after that, at 3:15, he raced down Bourbon Street in his rented F-150, killing 14 people and injuring dozens more. And authorities say it could have been even worse had he been able to detonate those IEDs.
He didn't use the correct device to set it off, and that is just indicative of his inexperience.
Investigators also revealed the suspect traveled to New Orleans 2 times months before the attack, filming this video wearing Meta glasses.
Wait, they released the videos he made on the way there?
Riding a bicycle around the French Quarter. They also say in 2023, he traveled to Egypt and Ontario, Canada, and authorities are looking into whether those trips may have played a role in his radicalization.
Our agents are getting answers as to where he went, who he met with,
and how those trips may or may not tie into his actions here in our city in New Orleans.
President Biden is set to visit today to grieve with the community as security preparations are underway for Mardi Gras and the Super Bowl.
I have specifically requested through the White House that the city of...
I just don't understand why Bourbon Street. Like this is a dude from Texas. This is something that I just don't really understand. Like, what is the significance of Bourbon Street? It's busy, I know, but like, you think there's no busy places in Texas? It's a massive destination. No, but like, is that a real question? Guys, he's in Texas. You think there's no crowded places in Texas? Am I crazy about that? I don't even think it's like a sinner thing. Massive drinking town on a huge drinking holiday. Like there's 6th Street in Austin, which is far closer to the perpetrator. You know? Massively crowded with 0 other cars or obstacles. It's very tight streets, wall to wall with people. Yeah, also, if New Orleans, like you have Mardi Gras, which would be far more impactful in general. So I think that there are a lot of people that are patching it together after the fact when they think about like Bourbon Street being a target, if that makes sense. Texas is too car brain to have large gatherings in open spaces like this. I don't know. It was a big college game, the Sugar Bowl, a national playoff sport. Yeah, that's definitely something, but I don't know. I don't know why.
New Orleans.
Why are you listing ideas for attacks? Sus. Yeah, okay, dude, calm down.
Assisted with getting a tactical expert in our city this week to map our city for target hardening measures, where and how.
And over the weekend, a number of vigils held in memory of the victims, among them 25-year-old Billy DeMaio, remembered by his family as a rare, appreciative soul.
Every room he walked into, he just lit it up with his huge smile and contagious laugh. He was just perfect. He was just a perfect human.
So President Biden is expected here in New Orleans this afternoon, and the mayor says she will be asking him directly about raising the security level and getting that federal security assistance for Mardi Gras, just like they're expecting for the Super Bowl, George.
Okay, Trevor, thanks.
We turn now to the investigation into the news.
Yeah, then there's also obviously the Cybertruck situation as well. But there was one more thing that I wanted to talk about with respect to this. Hold on. That's just a funny tweet. Justin Trudeau's resignation. Joe Biden had a silly take. The Cybertruck one makes no sense. Yeah. By the way, the FBI released more info on the pipe bomber from the day before January 6th. Oh, the FBI is releasing more information about his pipe bomb investigation, including an estimate that the unidentified suspect... Oh, this is one of the craziest ones, because one of the craziest ones here is this guy did actually... FBI releases new video of a suspect planning pipe bomb near DNC offices on the eve of the Capitol riot. They never found this guy. The January 6th pipe bomber. They never found him. He got away. Straight up. Guy, by which you mean Marjorie Taylor Greene? Sure. Fair. Hoping to generate new tips from the public, the FBI is releasing more information about his pipe bomb investigation, including an estimate that the unidentified suspect is about 5 feet 7 inches tall. The Bureau is also posting previously unreleased video of the suspect placing one of the bombs. A host of basic questions remain unanswered 4 years later. For starters, investigators haven't determined if the suspect is a man or a woman. Okay, more evidence to suggest that it might be Marjorie Taylor Greene. Fair and balanced. Nor have they established a clear link between the pipe bombs and the January 6, 2021 riot at the Capitol by a mob of Donald Trump supporters. The FBI can't work on assumptions, said David Sundberg. Yeah, no, he just thought January 5th would be a perfect opportunity to put pipe bombs together. You know, it just happened to be the night before January 6th. Without being able to confirm the suspect's identity, it's very hard to definitively establish motive, Sundberg told the Associated Press. Therefore, it would be difficult for us to state that there is a link, although we can't state there isn't one. In the absence of harder evidence, Republican lawmakers and right-wing media outlets have promoted conspiracy theories about the pipe bombs. House Republicans also have criticized security lapses, questioning how law enforcement failed to detect the bombs for 17 hours. We remain focused on conducting an investigation using all the tools we have at our disposal, Sundberg said, but it is incumbent upon us to follow facts and evidence. The FBI has assessed over 600 tips, reviewed about 39,000 video files, and conducted more than 1,000 interviews over the past 4 years. Images show the suspect was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt, a face mask, black gloves, and a black and gray pair of Nike Air Max Speed Turf shoes with a yellow logo. The person also wore or carried a backpack containing the bombs. Surveillance video captured the suspect placing the pipe bombs. Yeah, the shoes are actually fairly recognizable. Where is it? There's a photo on here. I don't think I doubt that they'll be able to catch this man, but like, look at the shoes. Ball knower? Yeah, he was dripped out the wazoo, it seems. All those events are planned. What? Anyway, Kamala Harris, then the vice president-elect, was inside the DNC offices when the pipe bomb was found outside the building at about 1:05 p.m. on January 6th before the bomb was deactivated. Then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's motorcade passed by the DNC building as she was evacuated from the Capitol, according to House Republicans. So Republicans say that like this is far too sophisticated for a random militia member to do, which is why they're suspecting that this is like a federal agent. And they're claiming that this is the feds that were trying to make it seem like January 6th was more significant than it actually was. That's their argument. This week, the FBI is releasing a minute-long video that shows the suspect sitting on a park bench outside the DNC before placing the first bomb there at about 7:54 p.m. The suspect placed the second bomb at about 8:16 p.m. in an alley behind the RNC, the FBI says. The FBI also was releasing close-up images of the type of Nike sneakers worn by the suspect. Fewer than 25,000 pairs of the same shoes were sold between August 2018 and January 2021. Based on the attire, those are probably the most remarkable or distinctive feature when it comes to clothing the suspect wore. We're hoping that somebody might recognize that. The FBI used surveillance footage to track the suspect's movements through Capitol Hill on the night of January 5th. The suspect initially was captured on video about 7:34 p.m. at the intersection of the 1st Street and North Carolina Avenue. The suspect is last seen on camera around 8:18 p.m. heading east on Rumsey Court. The suspect in this case did a very good job covering themselves up at a time that this would not be abnormal, so it didn't raise any attention, Sundberg said, referring to face masking during COVID-19 pandemic. Video of the suspect was sporadically available and often of poor quality, according to Sundberg. The 17-hour gap between the planting and the discovery of the pipe bombs made it more difficult to identify potential witnesses. Authorities previously offered a reward of up to $500,000 for information leading to the suspect's arrest and conviction. President-elect Trump, who returns to the White House, has repeatedly vowed to pardon some of the many rioters. Sundberg said he didn't expect the change in administration to alter course on the FBI's pipe bomb investigation. We don't know who the suspect is, and I expect that we will continue to work this case until its logical conclusion and we identify a suspect. It's crazy that this was also one of the more consequential parts of January 6th, but because it was thwarted ahead of time before it came to fruition, it's kind of treated as an afterthought. There's also another thing that people say where they're like, oh, no one had anything on them when they were arrested on January 6th. It was just like a simple walk throughout the halls of the Capitol. That's also incorrect. There were people with guns and there were people with zip ties. It's not like weren't there people with guns wait, hold on. Yeah. So RFK Jr. repeats and then retracts long debunked claim that January 6 rioters carried no weapons. Where is it? After CNN asked the campaign for a comment. Facts first. The claim that January 6 rioters did not carry any weapons is not even close to true, as video footage showed that the very day, and as numerous court cases have further proven, people who illegally breached Capitol grounds during the riot were armed with a wide variety of weapons, including guns, stun guns, knives. Jumped in my 5.0. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah. Knives, batons, baseball bats, flagpoles, and chemical sprays. The Justice Department is bear spray, probably. Bear mace. The Justice Department said that in its most recent update on the Capitol riot cases that 122 of the people who have been charged in connection to the riot have been charged with entering a restricted area with a dangerous or deadly weapon. It's another thing that, like, I think it's another thing that the Republicans have very successfully been able to do an onslaught of counterclaims against. So people just like take it as fact. And it is very strange that you can just kind of do that. You can kind of do that about anything, but you can especially do that about anything that the Republican Party decides to just lie about. Very strange situation. Where they're just like, nah, there were no guns. It was peaceful. They just kind of walked in through the halls, and it's like, but it's on camera. Yeah, also, speaking of January 6 rioters and the like, look at what Ozempic has done to this dude.
And so to me, when I look at Elon Musk X feed, I mean, it basically 95% of it sounds like I wrote it. And I'm not saying
Yeah, I mean, he's right. The Twitter feed does look like 95% of Twitter does look like Alex Jones wrote it directly. Now, of course, he is personally... Also, is he at Paul Joseph Watson's house? What's going on? Is he shacking up with PJW? A blast from the past?
He's saying when I say it, just he sees things pretty much the same as I do on most issues, and he has the biggest voice in the world other than Trump, and he's more prolific than Trump. So technically, in the info war, he's more powerful than Trump. And I'm not trying to name names here and say who's who, but in my view, I mean, Musk is wrecking the globalists. So that's why I've been.
Elon Musk is wrecking the globalists. Brother, he has factories in Shanghai. He is of South African origin. He is a billionaire and a defense contractor. He has Neuralink, a company tasked with finding a way to directly microchip American brains. How can you call yourself a conspiracy theorist and think that a man whose brother is closely associated with Jeffrey Epstein, who is the most powerful and the wealthiest billionaire on the planet, is actually fighting against the globalists and not directly the globalists? I just want to remind you guys, this is something I talk about quite a bit. Okay? Republicans do not have the capacity to be universally cynical. You can be the guy, the very definition of like a satanic pedophile vampire, but as long as you're like, I am your guy, I love the Republican Party, I want Republicans to win, I'm a patriot, they will turn around and say, no, that's our guy. He's defending our rights. He's fighting against the globalists. What do you mean? The term means nothing. Okay, the term means absolutely nothing if you are deploying against whoever you think is, on board with the global homosexual agenda and not the likes of Elon Musk.
Gushing over his transformation the last 3.5 years is because he's doing irrevocable harm to their agenda. And I'm going to go over some of the good things he's done. But that said, a lot of people have wanted me to attack Musk, and most people just do it for attention, or they're jealous or whatever. And they just want to act like they're the holiest of the free speech people. And most of the time I can't even understand what they're talking about.
I mean, it's the same principle behind, on the one hand, voting for Donald Trump because he's going to root out corruption and eliminate it. Okay. While, he basically creates larger swamp monsters that come from the exact same places that Americans are supposed to despise. But those are our billionaires. Those are our bad guys. So they're working for us. It's just like these people are super duped. That's it. It also is the exact same. It's in the same vein as like people who say Donald Trump is going to be a peaceful dove. He's going to do no new wars. He's going to do no new wars. He's running on an anti-war slant. Meanwhile, there is no indication that he's going to be anti-war. He was very much pro-war when he was in charge of the government. And he will continue to do that, and hasn't even really lied that much about how he is going to be anti-war. He has said he wants to bomb the cartels, for example. And of course, the Fourth Estate will do what they're supposed to do and probably create reasonable ground for Trump's inevitable bombing campaign of cartel positions in Mexico by talking about how dangerous the cartels are for the safety and security of Americans. Donald Trump has also been talking about invading and annexing Canada. Donald Trump is talking about escalating tensions with Iran. But those things are not considered ending wars. Those things are considered ending wars. They're not considered to be pro-war.
Or they twist things, and then I defend Musk, like on the visas, the H-1B visas, not defending H-1B visas. I've had big problems with those. It should be massively reformed, 95%. And I'm the same as Steve Bannon on that. We need a moratorium until the country's turned around, all the rest of the stuff. We need to get Americans jobs. But I just simply said, Musk has always been for these visas for skilled workers that he needs. And you can get mad at him for that, but he was the big game changer. And Trump probably couldn't have made it past the fraud without him. I mean, let's not lie about that. And so flipping out and saying that Elon Musk has flip-flopped or stabbed people in the back, I said, that's crap. And a lot of people went, oh my God, you're for open borders now. Yeah, right. I just simply said, hey, on that issue or whatever, separate from the issue itself, when you knew what he was for.
He's compromised. This is 2.0. No, he's not compromised. He's just smart. He's smarter than the average neo-Nazi. What do you mean? He is Mr. Regime Guy. Of course he's going to defend Elon Musk. If you are a Republican propagandist who is even a little bit intelligent, of course you would defend Elon Musk. Why wouldn't you? He is he's given you an entire social media platform where you can do an endless amount of neo-Nazi agitation. So yeah, of course Alex Jones is going to defend Elon Musk here. Elon Musk could say anything and everything. Elon Musk tomorrow could be like, I want to do the woke agenda. I want to do gay woke agenda. And Alex Jones will still find a way to just be like, oh, he's just joking. Remember, he's done a lot. He's done a lot for the movement. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. These people that are attacking Elon Musk are, kind of ridiculous if they're actually on board with the right-wing movement. Elon Musk has granted them many benefits. So I get why he's defending Elon Musk, regardless of what Elon Musk is saying about H-1B visas, regardless of what Alex Jones' own personal opinion is.
On that, what is the point of flipping out and behaving like it's something else? But I want to be clear. When I get into this next hour, I'm going to spend an hour on censorship and where it is and where it's going. I am not going to sit here and explain my concerns, and I'm going to wait and see. But just first looks, usually when you have a lot of knowledge, it sounds like fake news because you can define fake news however you want. So it's whoever's defining things is basically saying they're the arbiter of reality. So who defines what's negative? And I can say that obviously when you look at Elon Musk's feed, according to how the left would define something negative, he's criticizing world government. He's criticizing the death cult and depopulation, doing an excellent job. He's criticizing the attempts for post-industrial world and saying we need to keep fossil fuels.
The gravest threat to the established order of business will never be, by those who have power, by the way, will never be the neo-Nazi movement, will never be the right-wing reactionary fascist conspiracy theorists. It will always be an eclectic group of leftists from progressive movements, student movements, campus mobilizations, all the way to trade unions and the socialists and the communists. Okay? These guys know where their bread is buttered. They know not to disrupt too much. They will sometimes engage in disruptive sentiment, attacking the established hierarchy, but only as a way to get their credibility up, only as a way to say like, no, you don't understand. I am actually kind of disruptive. Every now and then, maybe there'll be even something about Israel, right? But ultimately, they know not to rock the boat because their overarching goal is to just have proximity to power. And the larger goal for the likes of the Ben Shapiros of the world, for example, is almost always to engage in divisive commentary with the exclusive purpose of trying to make you not pay attention to the actual systematic violence that you are experiencing on a daily basis. Systems of cruelty, oppression, subjugation, and those who control the levers of power. This is precisely the reason why they will turn around and defend the likes of Elon Musk. Billionaires like Elon Musk are the good guys, while simultaneously claim that other billionaires who are the bad guys are actually doing things that Elon Musk is literally doing. They're microchipping you. They're putting microchips. It's like, but Elon Musk is a good billionaire, even though he has a microchip company who's working to put a microchip in everyone's brains. You know? Yes, poopy pee-pee man, like me, a person who has a firm grip on the levers of power.
He is criticizing the poison shot, the open borders, and devastating it. He is exposing the giant child kidnapping rings in England when they're saying it's upwards of 1 million children raped, disappeared, some killed.
What?
And he
1 million children have been kidnapped and killed in England. 1 million children have been kidnapped and killed in England. Like 1 out of every 50 person in England is a child. Let's see what the population of England is for minors. How much of the UK population is under the age of 18? Young people aged 10 to 19 represent 12% of the total population of the UK. 12% of the population. Where children, the population of children is 14 million. Okay. Population age under the age of 18 is 23 million. So 1 in every 23 child has been kidnapped in England. 1 out of 23. Like, you go to school in England, you know, at least one of your classmates has been kidnapped. At least. That's amazing.
He's going after the unelected EU. He's getting all these great people elected. I mean, we're all doing it together, but I mean, if there's like a pie of the populace in any country and influence internationally. I mean, Elon Musk is like 30% of the effect, if I had to be dead reckon. I mean, he's ramming us over the top. And so I get giddy because my goal is not to kiss Elon Musk ass.
Oh, they're just finding out about Jimmy Savile. Oh, my God. Uh-oh. He's about to find out who the chief prosecutor was at the time. I can't look away. Uh-oh. BBC shielded one of Britain's worst pedophiles, Jimmy Savile. Jimmy Savile, once a BBC icon, was revealed as one of the UK's worst pedophiles. Wait till you find out who else was also aligned with Jimmy Savile. Like, who put him in such a who put him in such a prominent position. Oh, that's right. Margaret Thatcher lobbied for Savile knighthood despite warnings. Senior civil servants repeatedly warned Margaret Thatcher about the risks of giving Jimmy Savile a knighthood in the 1980s, one describing the broadcaster as a strange and complex man. Or the royal family, as a matter of fact. Jimmy Savile, all right, England's most notorious pedophile, was firmly planted within the halls of the elite. And he wasn't even just a notorious pedophile. He sexually assaulted babies all the way up to the elderly. Okay? Yes, he was also a necrophile. One of the most evil people on the planet, like individually. Yes. One of the most evil people on the planet. Okay, here, I'm going to give you one example. Okay, I'm going to give you just one example, which will help you understand exactly how evil he was. Jimmy Savile, as one of the most famous television personalities of his time, was a serial philanthropist. He even rebuilt the paralysis wing of one of these famous hospitals in England, I believe, right? In the UK somewhere, okay? He built that hospital and he had direct access to the patients at Stoke Mandeville Hospital, thank you, where he would go and sexually abuse and assault people who were paralyzed from the neck down in the paralysis wing that he built of the hospital. And he did this for decades. if there is truly someone who is, a devil incarnate, hell on earth, it was Jimmy Savile, a man who was firmly planted within the halls of the English elite.
This whole isn't he a paedophile line, basically?
Yes. All right. How do they know whether I am or not? How does anybody know whether I am? Nobody knows whether I am or not. I know I am.
Jimmy, are you a paedophile?
Yes.
Okay, dude, come on. They clipped it. They clipped it to. But yeah, this person is talking about how Keir Starmer was the head of the CPS when the investigation was dropped in 2009. Yes. And yes, Stoke Mandeville was a pre-existing hospital. He just funded the paralysis wing with Thatcher's help, just to be clear. Yes, that's what I was saying. He funded and rebuilt the paralysis wing of the hospital, and he would spend a lot of time in the paralysis wing of the hospital straight up sexually assaulting the victims, sexually assaulting those who were staying at the paralysis wing of the hospital that he had built. Keir Starmer was one of the people responsible for, not investigating him. Wait till the Elon Musk. Wait till Elon Musk figures that out. Oh boy.
My goal is to defeat the New World Order. And that's what I've been, trying to explain forever here. Got a new earpiece.
Oh man. Just a moral rot. More than 650 victims, by the way. Wait, so what's important? What's so important about him figuring it out? Elon Musk has been landing a lot of blows against the labor admin, Keir Starmer specifically. The problem is there's a lot that you can make fun of Keir Starmer on or criticize his incompetence on. Elon Musk will inevitably use that once he figures that out to, attack Keir Starmer further. Now, when Elon Musk is attacking Keir Starmer, it's a little bit different than someone like myself criticizing Keir Starmer. Elon Musk is attacking Keir Starmer because he wants the Reform Party to control the UK government. The irony, of course, is that the new Labour administration is doing that to themselves already. And yes, as much as I would like to hit Keir Starmer on this issue as well, the link between Starmer and the Savile case is super blurry. There's no significant evidence that he knew how bad it was. A lot was kept from him by the Tory government at the time. So in the interest of fairness, I do not know if Keir Starmer understood the many crimes of Jimmy Savile and then chose to protect him, or if he simply did not know. I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. I don't know. Let's get back to the Cybertruck investigation, one that also is confusing.
We turn now to the investigation into the New Year's Day Cybertruck blast outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. This morning, we're hearing from the ex-girlfriend of the Green Beret identified as the driver. Mola Lenghi joins us with that story. Good morning, Mola.
Well, good morning, Rebecca. Yeah, as authorities investigate that Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas this morning, we're hearing from someone who was in contact with Matthew Livelsberger through his final days.
I failed him. We all failed him.
The ex-girlfriend of Matthew Livelsberger, the man who carried out the Las Vegas blast in front of the Trump Hotel, opening up about their final messages. Alicia Arrett hadn't heard from her ex-boyfriend, Livelsberger, a decorated U.S. Army Special Forces soldier, in over 2 years, when she says he started texting her on December 27th out of the blue, asking how she was.
He was just checking up on me.
What began as casual messages quickly became the last words she would ever exchange with him. The Master Sergeant served in the U.S. Army for almost 20 years. He was even featured on the History Channel series Ultimate Soldier Challenge in 2013.
We're going to go full out just like we've done the entire challenge.
In 2018, when Eric and Livelsberger were dating,
In the interest of fairness, I will say that History Channel episode that we watched here and investigated thoroughly on the Hasanabi broadcast was absolutely cooked. They cooked the books on that one. They really firmly placed their thumb on that scale. Okay? I just want everybody to understand that History Channel episode is ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was rigged.
he started to open up about the struggles he was facing, at one point texting, "I have been spiraling down the last week or so. Sometimes I get so hopeless and depressed, by far the worst of my life."
He was really open about the trauma he faced and the teammates he lost.
On December 29th, Livelsberger sent pictures of the Cybertruck he rented.
He sent some front views and he shared he felt like he was Batman or Halo.
It wasn't until 2 days later, when the FBI contacted Eric, that she found out what happened in Las Vegas.
They started to show me a video of him in the Cybertruck. My whole heart broke for him. That he was so broken that he got to that place.
Eric is still struggling with why Livelsberger would take his own life.
He didn't say anything explicit that would have triggered it, I guess.
Well, his nearly 20 years of military service, Livelsberger saw multiple combat deployments. The FBI describing the incident in Las Vegas as a...
I mean, it's so crazy. They're like, yo, this guy's so sick. It's not every day do you have an instance where you have like two military veterans, both that toured Afghanistan, do two separate like incidents. Okay. And on the one hand, the brown guy who converted to Islam is, explained in a very different way. Obviously, the circumstances are different because, like, Jabbar successfully carried out a terror attack, killing 14 innocent civilians, whereas Matthew Livelsberger, holy shit, I was in 10 Special Forces group with this guy, Osprey and Prey. I can't tell if this person is like, this is too much. Like, after I already interviewed one person that was directly knew one of the people. Is this for real? We got another one too? No, your point, hers valid. The cousin said she has to worry about Islamophobia. I don't think this woman has the same concern. If you want to come on and talk about Matthew Livelsberger, please send the mods proof that you serve with this guy. And we'll have you on, or if you want to talk about it. Why not? Are you telling me we have door kickers in the audience? Yes. I think people routinely forget how many veterans and how many active duty service members are in this community. It's so funny when dude, I serve predominantly an American audience, okay? Like, it's not shocking at all. The American military, the Defense Department, is the second largest hiring body in the country. I explain this with regular frequency to people who are still shocked by this. It's no different than having someone in the chat be like, yeah, I work for Walmart, okay? Or I work for Amazon. Walmart is the largest hiring body in the country. The second largest is the Defense Department. It's the Pentagon. Also, I would go so far as to say that, like, given the experiences that people go through, if you have toured, you have an even higher likelihood of becoming radicalized against American capitalism and American wars in general. So,
tragic case of suicide by a highly decorated service member struggling with PTSD and other issues, guys.
Sad beyond words, Mola. Thank you.
We're seeing Canadian Prime Minister Justin
all right,
Trudeau.
we're not going to get to the Canada stuff yet. Hold on. There was more I wanted to talk about. A couple of reasons as to why the media coverage is very different with Livesberger is that obviously, first and foremost, he's white. Okay, that's important. He's also a door kicker, more decorated than Shamsuddin Jabbar. Didn't do it for ISIS, and also killed, 0 people except for himself. Those are the major reasons as to why the media coverage is a little different. Oh, also he's a Trump supporter. More importantly than the fact that he's white, he's also a Trump supporter. So there's that. But once again, even white guys that engage in actions, okay, if those actions are declared disruptive to the regular order of business, they will be considered terrorists by the state. Luigi Mangione comes to mind. Anyway. Oh, I saw this as well. From 1990 to 2010, about 7 persons per year with U.S. military backgrounds committed extremist crimes. Since 2011, that number has almost jumped to 45 per year. Now, one might say this number has increased because MK Ultra. I don't think it's that. I don't think that is the case. I think that, I don't think it's MK Ultra or anything like that. I think it's more so that there are more people touring. There are more people that are directly in combat since America's war on terror. Since in this time frame, the thing that changed from 1990 to 2010. What changed significantly from 2010 onwards is the reality that there are far more individuals that went overseas to actually go and engage in direct combat. So I think it's more so a chickens coming home to roost type situation rather than, a direct CIA sleeper cell initiative or something. We forget that Timothy McVeigh was a vet and washed out of Ranger School before being radicalized by Ruby Ridge and Waco. Yep. During interview, saying your ex-infantry is an immediate no-go because they're afraid you're going to kill your coworkers. Also, a lot of people join at the lowest point of their lives. There are a surprising amount of suicide people who treat military as their last resort. Yeah. How do we know he was a Trump supporter? Even in the end, it feels weird that he did this at the Trump's hotel and still claims to support him. I know. Something about that also doesn't really fully add up either. Yeah. New York Times is also hitting the ISIS note pretty hard with Shamsuddin Jabbar. A terrorism resurgence. We explore the main reasons for ISIS's resurgence. Fourth, Hamas's October 7 attack on Israel and the ensuing war seem to have encouraged more attacks. Hamas fighters streamed some of their killings. that day, partly to inspire copycat terrorism. We've seen the threat from foreign terrorists rise to a whole nother level after the October 7th, Christopher Wray, the FBI director, told Congress last spring. Hamas and ISIS, they're the same, is a ridiculous thing to claim because Hamas does not bear similarities to ISIS, especially when Israel is a much similar point right there. I mean, even very old mass shootings were done by vets. Texas A&M massacre was done by a Marine. Lee Harvey Oswald was also a Marine. It's wild. It's wild that they're looking at the situation and going. It's wild at the situation. I mean, this right here. This right here is so insane that it is no different than tying Iran to the war on terror. A ridiculous lie that the American government presented at the time. The axis of evil speech, the famous axis of evil speech, tied Iran to the post 9/11 war on terror. Ironically enough, the American government used Iranian targets and Iranian intelligence in their war on terror. If you understand anything about the region, okay, if you understand anything about this region, you know for a fact, and you have seen it, you've seen this this reality unfold time and time again, that Iran and the axis of resistance in the region are not exactly fond of the Salafist brigades. There are significantly more allegiances to the West amongst those who fund and facilitate ISIS-style groups. Our guy, HTS, the leader of HTS that now rules over Syria, is a former Al-Qaeda leader. It is ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous to say it is Iran or Hamas that is aligned with these people. Hamas is one of the few groups in the region that gets funded by Iran or has logistical support by Iran that is not a Shia group. Hamas is a Sunni group that is invested in only one thing. And it's not just Hamas either. It is a broad group of different ideological backgrounds that are invested in only one cause, and that is emancipation and the end to the Israeli occupation. The fact that New York Times would mislead their audience like this is ridiculous. And it is no different than George W. Bush saying, that's right, the axis of evil is famously Iran, and also North Korea. The Times also tried to tie Luigi to the New Orleans attack. They had a whole heading about it, literally just grasping at straws at this point, shaking my head. Yeah. And this is, I think, the last-ditch effort of the Fourth Estate as their remaining credibility falls apart in the eyes of even their most loyal supporters. I think that they are missing the forest for the trees. Okay? Yes, here is obviously... Hamas and ISIS hate Israel and each other. Ironically enough, I don't think ISIS hates Israel. I'm going to be honest with you. Times of Israel writing this article, but don't really think that ISIS hates Israel that much. Years-long conflict between terror groups resurfaces. 3 Hamas policemen in Gaza killed this week in suicide attack blamed on the Islamic State. ISIS and Hamas do, as a matter of fact, hate one another. Okay? That is true. You can say that it's because Hamas doesn't want any other game in town. You know, fine. If you want to believe that, that's fine. But they are not exactly fond of one another. ISIS fighters attacked Israeli Defense Forces unit, then apologized, claims former commander. Moshe Elon reportedly referred to a clash with ISIS-linked group last November. This is from Monday, 28th August. This is from 28th of August, 2017. I'm going to keep running these again. Israel gives secret aid to Syrian rebels. Fighters near Golan Heights in Syria receive cash and humanitarian help. Before people tell me, once again, Hasan, you're, I can't believe you're saying this. I can't believe you're doing this. Moshe Elon, for the record, is the ex-defense minister. The Israeli government has given aid to Syrian rebels. The Israeli government has also personally helped render medical aid to some of these militants. How can it be for the only game in town when they operate in close coordination with all the other groups as well as PIJ and etc.? Yeah, I'm just trying to tell people that I'm just trying to prove to people that even are skeptical that Hamas and ISIS have never been aligned. I don't agree with that anyway. They don't want to be the only. I mean, Hamas doesn't care about being the only game in town. They only care about fighting against Israeli sovereignty. That's it. If they wanted to be the only game in town, they wouldn't be advocating to release political prisoners that would harm their political goals overall. If their political goals were simply to be the firm controllers of the Palestinians. Israel has been regularly supplying Syrian rebels near its border with cash as well as food, fuel, and medical supplies for years. A secret engagement in the enemy's country's civil war aimed at carving out a buffer zone populated by friendly forces. The Israeli army is in regular communication with rebel groups, and its assistance includes undisclosed payments to commanders that help pay salaries of fighters and buy ammunition and weapons, according to interviews about half a dozen Syrian fighters. Israel has established a military unit that oversees the support in Syria, a country that has been in a state of war. Being the devil's advocate, how do you respond to people that say Hamas did a civil war to fortify their power? That's ahistorical. Hamas didn't do a civil war to fortify their power. The American government tried to do a coup d'etat against even the Fatah party at the time's wishes after a failed election. They set up a failed election. The election ended up understandably going... the election that took place ended up understandably giving more power to Hamas, which was seen as the less corruptible forces at the time, because this came in the heels of almost 2 decades of failed negotiation talks, as the Palestinian Authority, led by the Fatah party, was seen as a collaborator, understandably, in the minds of Palestinians, a collaborator of the Israeli security force, which they are. And they were Palestinians were understandably very frustrated with the Palestinian Authority and Fatah, and chose to go in the direction of the anti-corruption party. In the aftermath of that failure of an election for American interest, they tried to do a coup d'etat. The coup d'etat failed, and Hamas solidified its support. It was not a civil war that took place. It was a failed American coup. Just so you understand. Hamas is also engaged in numerous high-profile executions of ISIS militants that tried to set up shop in the Gaza Strip, for the record. So the notion that these two groups are connected to one another is absolutely ridiculous. And the only reason why that actually plays in any way, shape, or form in American media is pure racism, nothing else. Okay? Pure racism. Oh, Hamas, ISIS, these guys are both scary Muslims. So they must be in line with one another, as opposed to the not so scary, our friends in the region, the Jewish nation state of Israel. That's just that's the black and white of it. If you operate on the childlike understanding of political conflict in the region, then yeah, you will make that association. You will run with that association. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, speaking of Israel, actually, let's talk about this as well. Dropsite did some coverage from Ynet. No rape allegations were filed in the October 7 attacks, the Israeli prosecutor says. Ynet spoke to Moran Gaz, who, until recently, led the Security Cases Division at the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel and was a member of Team 710, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. She excludes here another explanation, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked them for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. Attorney Moran Gaz, until recently in charge of the security cases at the Southern Prosecutor's Office and a member of the 710 team that handles Hamas crimes on Black Sabbath, wants to see everyone who crossed the fence then stand trial and receive the death penalty. I don't have a drop of mercy. Sorry. But she testifies up close that the path to bringing justice is slow and full of obstacles, especially with regard to sexual offenses. Unfortunately, it will be very difficult to prove them. In this matter, I would lower expectations. Ben Hattar was also responsible for the area of sexual offenses. In the end, we have no complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will ultimately emerge will be completely different, either because the victims were murdered or because the women who raped them, or because the women who were raped are not prepared to reveal it. We contacted women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that they simply did not contact them. There were parents who contacted the organizations and asked what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they did not disclose the abuse. In this matter, I would lower expectations. I know there is public expectation, and I understand the needs to address the horrific sexual crimes and sexual assaults that have been committed, but the vast majority of them will not be able to meet the threshold of proof in court, and the criticism will ultimately come to the prosecutor's office unjustly. Will the New York Times, follow through on their coverage? I don't know. So Hamas doesn't want an Islamic caliphate like ISIS? No. What? No. Israel's former prosecutor in charge said that when her office spoke with sexual violence crisis centers and organizations supporting survivors, some families reached out asking essentially, what do I do if my daughter has experienced sexual violence? However, they did not disclose whether any sexual violence had occurred. Here's more of the translated article from Ynet interviewing one of the main prosecutors on the case. The biggest difficulty is evidentiary, explains Gass. Using evidence to link to a specific crime to a specific defendant when dealing with dozens of crime scenes where hundreds of suspects were caught and thousands of offenses were committed is almost impossible. The usual laws of evidence are not suitable for this event. There are no organized chains of evidence. There is no one who filmed the videos you want to present in court. Legislation needs to be amended. Otherwise, it is impossible to deal with these cases. But even amending legislation can't be applied retroactively, so it won't exactly work here. There really needs to be reform of the legislation in terms of evidence so you can file an indictment. I hope they're doing it, but everything is going too slowly. In the end, you need a confession in a case like this. You need everyone to tell what their part was in order to build a story of a place. How many terrorists were in that place, what they did, what the advanced planning was, how far in advance they knew. All of this is important from an evidentiary point of view. But surprisingly, in the interrogations of these terrorists, they try to minimize the nationalistic aspect. From my experience in security cases, most terrorists are very proud of what they did and do not hide it. They also tell the interrogator that they are very proud. Even on October 7, you could learn how they behaved from the GoPro camera recordings, how motivated and ideologically imbued they were. But the bottom line is that most of the Black Sabbath terrorists turned out to be cowards. In interrogations, no one admits to shooting. I shot and didn't hit. I was injured immediately when I entered the outpost. I had restraint. That's not how I'm used to seeing terrorists. One reason for the delay in the prosecution is an attempt not to sabotage the chances of the abductees' return. Another reason is the fear that Palestinians and human rights organizations in Europe will increase initiatives for a legal counterattack against Israel. In the meantime, alternatives have been considered, such as establishing a special court for the massacre of terrorists or imposing jurisdiction in this matter in the military court in Lod, which was closed in 2000, and until then dealt with those accused activities against state security. The issue here is that the Israeli government flubbed, and the Israeli the initial organizations that were on the ground destroyed all evidence, not deliberately. I'm not saying that at all. So why you say this without proof? What? Are you talking to the person who wrote this article? What? Aren't they all cut from the same cloth? Al-Qaeda, Taliban, ISIS, Al-Shabaab? What? The history of Jews were the first and Christians the Muslims. So what are you saying? What? What is happening right now? Fuck Hasan, death to Turkey, call us peasants. Where is this peasant thing coming from? Is this like the new meta? Did something pop off on Twitter where someone clipped me making fun of peasant mentality? You said it, bozo? Or is that the same chatter? Yes, dude, if you defend your Lord King and your God, then you have peasant mentality. It's true. Sad to say. The UN report from like 6 months ago stated that there were 5,000 photographs and 50 hours of footage total of cell phones, surveillance, body cams, and dash cams. And the UN report stated there was zero digital evidence found, not to mean no sexual violence happened. Yes. So basically they just don't have any evidence. Part of that is because they ruined forensic evidence in the immediate aftermath of October 7. And the other reason for it is because there wasn't any evidence with the exception of one, according to the UN reports, that happened. They also did not allow a international. They did not allow for outside investigators to go in and apply, I don't know, some rigorous standard of forensics. So ultimately, I think running with the New York Times narrative on this is so crazy. Like that there was directed mass rape that took place. Okay. This was really funny as well. Here's another Ynet article that I wanted to talk about. I mean, funny, but if it wasn't so scary at the same time. The fact that Israel internally publishes a guide to escape war crimes prosecution is amusing enough. Let me share some excerpts, which are even more hilarious. YNetNews.com, a guide for IDF soldiers. Here's how to act if arrested abroad and what to check before flight. Does sharing footage online increase legal risk? Definitely. Soldiers who post videos online provide hostile organizations with potential evidence to support suspicions against them, according to Kaufman. How can I check if my destination poses a risk before traveling? Human rights organizations publish reports online detailing the application of universal jurisdiction in various countries. Consulting an international criminal law expert is strongly recommended. Minor content such as racist songs. What precautions should be taken before traveling? Soldiers should avoid posting photos or videos from their service, especially content showing destroyed buildings, even if there's a military justification. Such posts violate operational security and could harm Israel's image. Some countries might treat seemingly minor content such as racist songs as incitement to genocide. Will traveling become safer after the fighting ends? The threat may not diminish and could even intensify as Gaza opens to human rights groups and foreign journalists. I wonder why. Yeah. If the fighting is diminished and international human rights organizations have the opportunity to actually investigate the full scope of the genocide that Israel has committed, then all hell might break loose for you. So you might not actually be able to go to your travel destination. Also, here's a fun story, and this is the reason why people are talking about this. An Israeli occupying force soldier went to Brazil. The Hind Rajab Foundation has verified information that Israel is imminently attempting to smuggle suspected Israeli war criminal Yuval Vagdani out of Brazil because of the Brazilian court order for police to take investigative measures against him. There are also indications of evidence being destroyed. This is not only a scandal, but an affront to Brazil's sovereignty and rule of law. Israel has employed similar tactics before. So he escaped, not dissimilar to others that have done so in the past, to Argentina to avoid a war crimes arrest warrant. Literally, only the IDF could get away with something as flagrant as this. Excuse me. There are plenty of others who have also fled to Argentina in the past. This is not the first time a fascist has fled to Argentina to avoid legal scrutiny for their participation in genocide. Okay? That is not the first time, okay? Not the first time, possibly not the last, but certainly not the first time that this has happened. A new twist on an old favorite. Yep. Anyway, so that was a brief little update on that front. And now it's time to talk about Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, pour one out for everyone's favorite blackface enthusiast, Justin Trudeau. After nearly a decade of controlling the Commonwealth nation of Canada, Justin Trudeau's regime has come to a tumultuous end. Are you serious? Did you see what's going on with Twitch? What's going on with Twitch? What happened? No more top of the hour ad breaks? Yeah, no more. But you can still subscribe at the top of the hour or in the middle of the hour or whenever you choose to do so. Although I am not running top of the hour ad breaks, you can still subscribe if you would like to. For $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's a two-parter that I'm not even going to be banning because for good old time's sake, he reminded me that it is the top of the hour. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. This is a way to show your support to the broadcast. It comes out to basically, 0.5 cents an hour for the unlimited content.
Step up to the microphone now. Let's listen in.
Bon matin. Every morning I've woken up as Prime Minister. I've been inspired by the resilience, the generosity, and the determination of Canadians. It is the driving force of every single day I have the privilege of serving in this office. That is why, since 2015, I've fought for this country, for you, to strengthen and grow the middle class. Why we rallied to support each other through the pandemic, to advance reconciliation, to defend free trade on this continent, to stand strong with Ukraine and our democracy, and to fight climate change and get our economy ready for the future. We are at a critical moment in the world. You all know I'm a fighter. Every bone in my body has always told me to fight because I care deeply about Canadians, I care deeply about this country, and I will always be motivated by what is in the best interest of Canadians. And the fact is, despite best efforts to work through it, Parliament has been paralyzed for months after what has been the longest session of a minority parliament in Canadian history. That's why this morning I advised the Governor-General that we need a new session of Parliament. She has granted this request, and the House will now be prorogued until March 24th. Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night, I asked the President of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election. A new Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Party will carry its values and ideals into that next election. I'm excited to see the process unfold in the months ahead. We were elected for the third time in 2021 to strengthen the economy post-pandemic and advance Canada's interests in a complicated world. And that is exactly the job that I and we will continue to do for Canadians. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll now go to questions, starting with Laurence Martin, Radio-Canada.
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Vous vouliez le faire, ce combat contre Pierre Poilievre. Des batailles internes, il y en a dans votre parti depuis plusieurs mois déjà. Pourquoi est-ce que vous décidez d'abdiquer maintenant? Qu'est-ce qui vous a fait changer de...
Why did you decide to resign now after all the squabbles in the party over the past months? I'm not somebody who recoils easily before such enormous challenges before the party and the country. Because I'm doing this job in the interests of Canadians in Canada and to defend the democracy which I cherish. But I realize that I cannot be the leader in the next elections.
All right, I want to bring in CNN's Paula Newton in Ottawa. We also have Jeff Zeleny standing by for us in West Palm Beach. Paula, first to you, though. I mean, here you have Justin Trudeau stepping down, resigning as the leader of the Liberal Party in Canada. He has been at the helm there for 11 years. Is this a case of Trudeau jumping before he's pushed?
Absolutely, 100%. And he basically said so in the last few moments there that we heard from him. He said, look, I can't possibly fight what will be an incredibly difficult election campaign for a government that's almost a decade old if I have to continually fight these internal battles. Now, look, there have been a long list of scandals as well as some achievements that he outlined there. But again, so many members of his...
I love this story because Justin Trudeau did the classic. I guess if nobody wants me, I'll die. And virtually everyone is like, nah, that's awesome. Like, he hit the, oh, I'll just kill myself, I guess. Nobody really likes me at all. And everyone was like, yeah, we don't like you, dog. It's awesome. Please do that. Oh, man. Seems to me like nobody gives me the credit I deserve. The first brown boy to get it poppin'. This is, I mean, it's just so, it's so bad, but also once again, another case of liberals, you know, and their incompetency paving the way for a ridiculous conservative administration to man the ship. That's why I always laugh at people being like, yo, you guys are accelerationists. It's like, no, dude. No, the acceleration is coming from inside the House. It is the liberals that consistently claim that there is nothing more that they can do that lead the way for absolutely awful individuals. Pierre Poilievre is the greatest example of this. Now, because it's Canadian politics, like, he still comes across as a relatively softer liberal, but you know, we'll get into it. Poilievre, whatever. Poilievre? Poilievre? I don't know how you... Poilievre? Look, I'm not an Anglophone, but you're turning me into a... You're turning me into... I'm about to say something that's going to upset a lot of the Quebecois, okay? Pee-pee. His name is Pee-pee. Pouvoir? As a 3-time liberal voter, I was sick of his shit. He was like, Brandon, get out of the way. I really hope the MDP would take notes when the US ain't go farther left. I also think Canada's still too racist to have a man wearing a turban be the PM. Poilievre. Polar. I'm going to say polar. Polar. Paul Polar. What the hell is Pierre? I don't understand your made-up language, sir. Isn't this an American country? What the hell?
His own government coming to him and saying, we don't believe that you can beat Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre in the next election, an election that has to be held by the end of the year. And Pam, as I've been saying all morning, stop me when this sounds familiar. This really leaves his party in a tough squeeze. The polls already indicate that they are more than 20 percentage points behind, and now they're going to have this succession battle, and it will be rough with a lot of different people putting their hat in the ring. In the meantime, you have President-elect Trump coming into office, I don't have to remind you, in 2 weeks, threatening 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods imported into the United States. It is a tall order by any stretch. He will stay to be a so-called caretaker prime minister, but also Parliament will not be sitting. And that'll be interesting because it means that no government business can basically get done. It's really just governing on an emergency basis, if you will. Again, a lot of moving parts here. I will add to all of this. Canada just assumed the G7 presidency at the beginning of 2025. G7 meeting supposed to happen in Alberta, Canada in June. A lot on the plate here. And the Prime Minister really putting a personal touch on this, saying that, look, I had a discussion with my 3 children at dinner last night, and that's when I made the decision, something we all know he did not want to do.
Jeff, to bring you in on this, it wasn't that long ago. It was November 29th, where Trudeau met with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. We have seen Trump belittle Trudeau, right? I mean, he posted on Truth Social that he was the governor of the great state of Canada. You know, they've had a tumultuous relationship over the years, and now you have Trudeau resigning as the leader of the Liberal Party in Canada.
Certainly an extraordinary move, and one that was likely not on the mindset of the Prime Minister as he traveled down just in the weeks after the election. As you were saying, Pamela, that was a chance for Justin Trudeau to perhaps look for a lifeline from.
I wasn't implying that Pierre Poilievre is a Quebecois. I was just saying that I'm going to piss off the Quebecois by making fun of francophones. Like French speakers. No, he's something so much worse. As far as I understand, he's something so much worse. While he is of French origin, he is from objectively the worst. He's from objectively the worst part of Canada, the most American part of Canada. A lot of people in the chat are already saying it. Alberta. Donald Trump didn't even need to take over Canada. Donald Trump didn't even need to do any sort of like military action, because the most susceptible to like being annexed by America, the people that want America to annex the country are now going to be running the country.
Donald Trump for his own leadership in Canada. That, of course, did not happen shortly after that dinner in Mar-a-Lago. And it was not a bilateral meeting. It was not a long conversation. Justin Trudeau was seated at a dinner table with about 10 other people or so. So perhaps that was also a sign of just the level of the meeting was rushed in some respects, but was also certainly not a long conversation about things to come. But since then, Donald Trump has been belittling and mocking the Prime Minister, of course, the beleaguered Prime Minister, as well as suggesting that Canada should be the 51st state of the United States. Of course, not going to happen regardless of who the Prime Minister is. However, this does certainly raise questions for Donald Trump as well. Will he try and involve himself in the elections in Canada? How does he deal with this caretaker government? Do the tariffs he has proposed actually go through? We shall see. There are more questions at this very moment, as is often the case here, than there are answers. But 2 weeks from now, Donald Trump, after taking the oath of office, 2 weeks and 1 hour from now, this will be his challenge and his problem as well. But for now, no question, this is a very major development that certainly was not foreseen when Justin Trudeau came down here to Palm Beach just a few weeks ago, Pamela.
Yeah, you mentioned, we'll have to wait and see if Trump meddles in this upcoming election in Canada. You also have to wonder if Elon Musk will be weighing in as well. We've seen him weigh in other elections in other countries. So a lot to keep our eye on here with this breaking news of Justin Trudeau resigning as the leader of the Liberal Party in Canada. Thank you both, Paula Newton, Jeff Zeleny.
I told the kids last night at dinner, he said. Today, he told the rest of Canada.
I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister.
9 years ago, a political lifetime away. 43, fresh-faced, A new Liberal darling sweeps a new Liberal party to power in Canada.
I, Justin P.J. Trudeau, do swear that I will be faithful.
On a popular wave of taxing the wealthy, pro-immigration, and fighting the climate crisis.
So help me God.
Yeah, hold the line, troops, hold the line.
Fast forward, fast downward. The Freedom Convoy of truckers.
Yeah, he really did that, huh? Doesn't that strike you? Interesting. So you mean to tell me that he went on a left-wing, somewhat left-wing populist campaign only to throw it away in its entirety once assuming office? That's weird. That never happens. That's such a strange thing. And it's crazy because his Liberal Party is saying that he went too far left.
Blocking highways to the capital, Ottawa, and a host of other cities across the nation. On the face of it, a protest about COVID restrictions, but it grew to symbolise growing discontent over inflation, the housing crisis, and generally being fed up with the long-running ruling party. Sounds familiar? And then came trouble with the noisy next-door neighbour, US President-elect Donald Trump, suddenly demanding Canadian action on illegal drugs and immigration coming south into the US. Sorted, he said, or face 25% tariffs on American imports.
I'm a big believer in tariffs. I think tariffs are the most beautiful word. I think they're beautiful. It's going to make us rich.
Over dinner, Shea Trump in Florida, Trudeau offered to act. Critics said the whole trip looked desperate, and it led in part to the critical departure of his finance minister and deputy. All that coming after almost 24 of his own MPs had written to him, begging him to go. Trump then heaped on more humiliation, suggesting, not totally unseriously, Canada should be abolished into the 51st state of the US.
So let it become a state.
It wasn't clear whether Trudeau would be retained as 51st state governor.
Well, you don't have to worry about that no more.
So resignation in a blizzard of political change today. And in an irony of nature, the day when Canadian winter temperatures descended on so much of the US, where the incoming president has played a key part in ending the Trudeau years in power.
Well, I know under my watch for Ontario, it'd never be for that at all. We have the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest province anywhere. Any sub-sovereign nation is Ontario and the rest of the provinces as well.
You think he's joking?
We would, you know something, to the president, I'll make him a counteroffer. How about if we buy Alaska and we'll throw in Minnesota and Minneapolis at the same time? So, you know, it's not realistic. I know he likes making these comments and he likes joking around. I take that seriously. He may be joking, but under my watch, that will never, ever happen.
This morning, we want to bring you the reaction from the opposition leader, the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre.
What are you going to do about it, bitch? No, but like actually, what are you going to do? Like, why is annexing Canada wrong? Come on, guys. Okay, I've joked too much about this. I feel like now it's becoming a serious situation and I can't joke about it anymore. Oh my God, I should have never joked about it to begin with. What is wrong about violating the sovereignty of our neighboring nation, one of America's closest allies? I don't know, man. Pretty much every part of that is wrong. It's immoral, it's illegal, it's completely unacceptable, and America has done it time and time again. So who knows? Is this Donald Trump's like Hitler overtakes Austria moment? Is that what it is? Is that the historical parallel here? A nation state with enough of a captive population that is on board with such an action. Some serious similarities I foresee.
Yeah, right now, we mentioned a few moments ago that he did tweet, and in his words, there is no change. That is from his.
No, Canada would be the Austria. Mexico would be the Poland.
His account posted.
Then again, there is no Poland. What are you talking about? Who is the USSR in this regard? China? Who are we fighting against? Like who's on the opposing side here? There's no real socialist counterbalance to all this fascism. We're cooked.
On X, there was also a video posted as part of that post. Let's play it now.
Canadians desperate to turn the page on this dark chapter in our history might be relieved today that Justin Trudeau is finally leaving. But what has really changed? Every Liberal MP in power today and every potential Liberal leadership contender fighting for the top job helped Justin Trudeau break the country over the last 9 years. All Liberal politicians actively worked to pass into law the job-killing inflationary carbon tax, a tax that Carbon Tax Carney endorsed in his book. All supported a law quadrupling the tax over the next 5 years. All voted for or actively supported Trudeau's out-of-control spending, debt, and immigration. All passed Trudeau's housing policies that doubled the cost of homes. All Liberal politicians helped pass catch-and-release bail and house arrest for the most rampant reoffenders, policies that increased violent crime 50%, gun crime 116%, and hate crime by 250%. So given that Liberal MPs and leadership contenders unanimously supported everything Trudeau has done, why dump him now, right before an election? Have they had a change of heart? Is it because they feel guilty that they doubled housing costs, hiked taxes, unleashed crime, broke immigration, forced a quarter of the population into poverty? No. They continued supporting Trudeau when he did all of those things. No, their only objection is that he is no longer popular enough to win an election and keep them in power. They want to protect their pensions and paycheck by sweeping their hated leader under the rug months before an election to trick you and then do it all over again. Now, while leaderless Liberals focus on saving their jobs and fighting each other for power, the country spirals out of control, an out-of-control housing emergency, an out-of-control migrant crisis, an out-of-control $62 billion deficit, not to mention tariff threats from the United States. Oh, and another NDP Liberal carbon tax hike kicks in this April 1st. Everything's out of control, and now the government is out of control. This cannot go on. We need a carbon tax election now to choose between the NDP Liberal costly coalition that taxes your food, punishes your work, doubles your housing costs, and unleashes crime and drugs in your community, or common sense Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Canadians can take back control of their lives and their country. Take back control of our border. Take back control of immigration. Take back control of spending, deficits, and inflation. Take back control of our streets by locking up criminals.
New Alberta Premier Daniel Smith announces the province has signed a letter of intent and Enbridge to expand pipeline capacity in an effort to double Alberta's oil and gas production. Last time the UCP partnered with a pipeline company, the province lost $1.3 billion. They're doing it again. This is, I think, part of the reason why there's no reason to invade Canada. You only invade countries that don't want to sell away their natural resources to private corporations. Why invade the country when they're playing ball with capital owners anyway? Like, that's part of the reason why I think it's kind of silly. The only reason why you would invade Canada or annex Canada is to take away what remains of their social safety nets, I guess. Which you know, is in the realm of some healthcare. But once again, I mean, the very same dude that we just listened to, crack smoker's own brother, has, from what I understand of Canadian politics, played a pretty significant role in undermining socialized medicine in his own province anyway. So they're doing it to themselves. It's not like you need foreign intervention of any sort, you know? It is also kind of funny that this guy has the charisma of a wet noodle. PP, I mean. I would never disrespect the Fords. The Fords do have a lot of charisma. They might not, or did. One of them died. But when they were both alive, they both were maybe a little too charismatic. Someone just said, "What is this echo chamber?"
Criminals, banning drugs, treating addiction, and stopping gun smugglers. We'll cap spending, axe taxes, reward work, build homes, uphold family, stop crime, secure borders, rearm our forces, restore our freedom, and put Canada first. All with one mission: to bring home Canada's promise that every hardworking Canadian gets a powerful paycheck and pension that buys affordable food and homes on safe streets, where all are united for the country we know and love. Canada first, Canada last, Canada always. Let's bring it home.
Justin Trudeau's liberal.
Canada always. Oh, he said always? I thought he said Canada. Like, I thought he was doing the AFD call sign for some reason. Let's do I will dive into the Jordan Peterson PP interview as well after this jug meat statement, because it is very informative. It is very instructive in understanding Mr. PP. The entire interview is basically just... The entire interview sounds like the dude who is supposed to be the opposition leader is indiscernible or indistinguishable from a YouTube wokeness ruined video games commentary guy. They even talk about protecting the First Amendment, which is not like, what do you mean? Canada doesn't have the same lack of free speech limitations. It is so insane. I think they sometimes forget what country that they're running for office in. I half expected him to talk about free speech in Canada in that previous video.
Liberals have let down Canadians. They have let you down when it comes to the cost of homes. He's let you down when it comes to the cost of living. And frankly, it's not just Justin Trudeau. It's every Liberal minister, every Liberal MP who looked down their nose at you when people were saying we can't make ends meet. We are struggling with the cost of living. So it doesn't matter who the next Liberal leader is. They've let you down. They do not deserve another chance. They're more interested in themselves than the struggles of Canadians. We've got serious threats of Donald Trump and tariffs that put in question hundreds and thousands of Canadian jobs. And instead of focusing on you and protecting your jobs, they're worried about themselves. We have another serious threat to the middle class in Canada, and that is Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives.
This is Jagmeet Singh, friend of the show, leader of the NDP. They are the quote-unquote Social Democratic Party that is a part of the governing coalition alongside the Liberals. Unfortunately, however, the amount of concessions that they have given rather than extract from the Liberals in an effort to be a part of the governing coalition has created a lot of mass unpopularity for the NDP as well. And therefore, I don't know what it will look like for them in this upcoming election. It seems like a competent Social Democratic Party would be able to take advantage of these circumstances in front of them, with the Liberals falling apart, with the rest of the nation not exactly being excited at the prospect of culture warrior adjacent American style right-wing commentary coming from the Conservatives. But unfortunately, they are not. Of course, obviously, I much prefer them over anybody else, but I'm just giving it to you how it is. Like, normally, the way these things work, you're supposed to have a left-wing movement rise to the occasion to show that, like, no, we've played ball for the longest time. Now it's time for you to give us your vote and back us, because the alternative is far too terrifying. But I don't know. NDP propped up Lib minority government at the time because the party wasn't dead and could not afford an election. The NDP have zero chance of winning an election at the federal level as someone who's voted for them. It just won't happen. Let's be real. They can't win the suburbs and large areas outside of city centers.
Want to cut from the middle class to give to the rich CEO friends. They want to cut your pensions. They want to cut healthcare. They want to cut dental care, all to make the rich CEO buddies even richer. Under Pierre Poilievre of the Conservatives, they want to see CEOs get richer and richer and the middle class fall further behind. That's a serious fight in front of us. And I know what that fight's all about. I remember meeting seniors in our country who told me that they are living in pain because they can't fix their teeth. They can't get their teeth looked after. And to hear heartbreaking stories from these seniors. I remember one in particular who told me she's got to choose between eating and sleeping because if she eats at night, she's in so much pain she can't fall asleep. And if she wants to sleep that night, she has to skip a meal, not eat dinner, go to bed hungry. I promised those seniors that I would fight like hell to make sure they could actually get their teeth looked after. And the Liberals said no at every turn. We proposed solutions. We proposed ideas to get this done. They said no. Even when we convinced them to move forward with dental care, they said it would take a decade to put in place. We said, no, seniors need this now. We fought hard and we delivered it. So if Canadians give us a chance, give us the honor of leading this country, we're going to do exactly that. Fight for you. Fight greedy CEOs who are ripping you off when you buy your groceries. Fight to make sure you can actually afford a home. So if you are worried about the cuts of Pierre Poilievre,
Can't even begin to wrap my head around how my fellow countrymen find Pierre Poilievre charismatic. In the U.S., he would just be a nerdy policy wonk. Yeah, because it's Canada. He is the closest he is to being American, the cooler he is seen, the more charisma he has. And I feel like, at least in my time tracking Canadian politics, I feel like the conservative leadership is always just like an American guy or close to being an American Democrat. That's the guy. Like a conservative American Democratic Party guy will be the leader of the Conservative Party. Anyway.
Hey guys, I have a big announcement and I hope you'll watch. A year and a half ago, I was laid off from Global News and that was one of the... Hey guys, I have a... Hey guys.
What is this? This is her, Rachel Gilmore is a Canadian reporter. I ran for the NDP in 2021 and when campaigning, I realized just how racist Canadians are. Many would have voted for the NDP but were not willing to vote for a Sikh man as prime minister. Yeah. I think that I'm sure that's also like I'm sure there's also a part of the problem too. But I still think that like Jagmeet would be charismatic. He's latched on to the dental stuff, understandably so. The expansion of healthcare coverage to dental work is a solid idea. I think the number one problem in every Western liberal democracy right now is housing, though. That's it. Like, I will always be on board with people that want to expand the existing social safety nets. But I think you are not winning anything unless you talk about housing. Canada is also a unique country because like they're even more pro-immigrant than America is. If America has had a sequence of different anti-immigrant sentiments expressed depending on the time frame, depending on who was coming in, Canada, I feel like, is a country that has had the opposite, where they're like, no, we love the migrants. This is like, that's the country. Except until now, until recently, it feels like Canada just turned around and are now on their fuck immigrants arc. Like, back in the day, it was like, yeah, okay, if you're First Nation, like, you suck, whatever. That's like classic, similar to America. But at least they were seemingly more pro-immigrant. Now you got first-generation immigrants shitting on incoming immigrants. And I think that is born out of the housing crisis. And that is also born out of the privatization initiatives implemented in different provinces, where you feel like your social safety nets and your lived experiences are worsening year in and year out. And then you're like, well, who's to blame for this? Oh, it must be the migrants. And it's like, dog, you're a migrant. You're Canadian. What the fuck are you talking about? It must be the migrants. It's extra stupid for Canadians to be like, yeah, it must be the migrants. It's like, who isn't?
Conservatives. If you find it unacceptable, just simply wrong, that the rich keep on getting richer and the middle class is falling further behind, stand with us. We are building a movement of working class people. We are fighting to win for you.
The tinsel's still up, but
Anyway, let's watch the Jordan Peterson Pierre Pepe video now. I really want to watch that. There's like certain parts of it that I saw that were really bad. Does anyone have a link for that? Because now we have to understand what the opposition looks like and what the future of Canada most likely looks like, since that NDP is probably not going to win. Jordan Peterson bravely, for the Daily Wire, interviewed Canada's next Prime Minister, Pierre Poilievre, 4 days ago. Lo and behold, up yours, woke moralists.
business investment of the United States divided by the total number of workers in America is 28 grand. In Canada, it's 15 grand. The Canadian worker gets about 55 cents for every dollar of his American, and they're both measured in USD. In Vancouver, more money goes to bureaucrats than goes to the carpenters, electricians, and plumbers who build the place. And to add insult to injury, tradespeople who build homes can't afford to live in them. Why is it that we're still importing oil when we've got the world's third biggest supply? Why is it we can't export our natural gas?
I think that was perhaps the single stupidest thing I ever heard a politician say. Your federal government spent $6,000 of your family's money going over their budget.
They've squeezed the taxpayer out of every last dime, and they're still $62 billion short.
It's worse than that because I suspect that the true picture is a lot more dismal than we know. Okay, so that's going to be dumped on you sometime in the next year.
They get the party, I get the hangover.
Anytime a conservative talks about balancing the budget, please do not read that as anything but him saying he's going to do austerity. After all, in the same exact conversation, he's talking about how Trudeau increased taxes. Do you understand? How do you, quote unquote, balance the budget while also criticizing tax hikes by cutting social safety nets? He's talking about screwing over the working poor further than even the Liberal administration has.
8 years from now, what does it look like? Hello, everybody. I had the opportunity and the privilege today to speak with Mr. Pierre Poilievre, who is the leader of Canada's Federal Conservative Party, but also, barring catastrophe and God willing, Canada's next Prime Minister. A transition in power in this country is likely to take place sometime between March and October or November of 2025. And it appears very probable that Pierre Poilievre is the heir presumptive and will be the next Prime Minister of Canada. And so I talked to Mr. Poilievre 2.5 years ago, which was quite shocking to me. I thought it had been more recently than that. And a lot has transpired in the meantime. What did I talk about with Pierre? Well, I think mostly what I did was give Canadians and people on the international side a chance to see who this man is. In an hour and a half of discussion and the extra half an hour on the Daily Wire side, you have enough time to get a sense of how someone responds spontaneously and emotionally and cognitively to complex and challenging questions in a manner that's not rehearsed. That's the huge advantage of the podcast format. We talked about all the stories that Mr. Poilievre has heard in his thousands of event interactions with Canadians in industrial settings, in manufacturing settings, in academic settings, so that he could inform himself about the true situation that's facing Canadians struggling to make ends meet, despite their best efforts now, which is a dismal reality in Canada with its excessive housing prices and diminishing economy. Most importantly, perhaps, what is his vision of the future that...
Yeah, I've only seen parts of this interview, and let me tell you exactly what's going to happen. They're going to talk about culture war nonsense from the perspective of like a right-wing YouTuber. Okay? As though this guy is literally like an anti-woke Marvel fan or something. They're even going to... I know the fact that they bring up freedom of speech in Canada, which I think is really funny because it doesn't exist, but that's like hilarious. That's how Americanized they are, that they forget that like they're not running for office in America. They will then have at least a couple moments where Jordan Peterson has the funniest ad break segue. I suspect that will also happen. Yeah, wokeism. Pierre Poilievre says Canadians are too obsessed with race because of wokeism and agrees with Jordan Peterson that Canada essentially had to invent and import racism because it didn't exist here before recent decades. Amazing.
both threatens and provides opportunity for Canadians. How is it possible for the citizens of this great country to dig themselves out of the malaise and pit that has been dug for them and by them over the last 9 years? And what could be done to remove the impediments such that this country could become the dynamic industrial powerhouse that it certainly could easily become? So join us for all that. So, sir, it's been almost 2.5 years since we sat down to talk the time before. So I guess the first thing I'd like to know is, what have you been doing during that time? I'd like to hear about your day-to-day schedule and your week-to-week schedule. Like, lay out your job.
Basically, we have two parts to my professional life. It's very bifurcated. There's the Parliament Hill side, which is early morning meeting with my leadership team, House Leader, Deputy Leader, Whip, etc., to plan out the day, the battle plan for our parliamentary committees, question period, etc. That is punctuated by one weekly caucus meeting and just the daily prosecution of the government, which is the quintessential role of an opposition leader. And then the other part to my life is touring. I asked my assistant today how many events we had done over the last year, and he said it was exactly 600. I mean, a few weeks ago it was 507.
So that means this guy, instead of doing any sort of governance, has been running for office for at least the past 2 years. This dude has been running for office. He's been doing campaign rallies or for the last year, twice a day. Now, I don't, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm no big city lawyer, and certainly not a big city lawyer in Canada. But I'm pretty sure Canadian laws have some written in the books against that sort of thing. Right? Are you allowed to rally, to do political rallies in Canada this far ahead of an election? I thought that there was, in countries like Canada that are a little bit more responsible, not one bit. No. I thought that like in countries like Canada, there are limitations to when, how, and where you can rally. Like there's a time frame, usually in European countries at least, where you can actually run for office. Oh, there's no, what is this? No, there are specific rules that you can rally, like signs on the lawn, specific time before election. It's kind of a gray area. They can't put up signs and stuff, but I'm guessing they can say this isn't a rally for office. Okay.
70 something. So we've done 600 events, and those are like tours at mills, mines, factories, farms, high-tech facilities. And we tour in, see how the place operates. Then I give a short speech, do a question and answer, and then I just mull about and shake hands with the workers for 25 minutes to an hour. And then I go on to the next stop and do it all over again. And we did that in 9 provinces and 2 territories this year. And so that's a summary of my workload and work plan to do my job.
And you said 600 events. You made allusion when we were driving over here that the weekends are particularly packed, that you'll do like 10 events on Saturday or Sunday.
Right.
And so what a typical event, what do you enjoy about the events? Why are they useful? And what do you learn?
Well, first of all, you get a practical insight into how the country actually works. Mm-hmm. Like who makes the widgets? How do those get made? How do...
Yeah, okay. Immediately, once you start talking about widgets, like when you use the term widget, automatically you're a freaking econ nerd, okay? You didn't actually ever have a job. And from what I understand, what Chatters was saying, he literally never did have a job. He just, at the age of 32, went into office. Immediately, that's an econ Andy, okay? Nobody who has actually worked a real job is like, oh, you find the widgets. He's been at MP since 26? Since 26? Oh my God.
How does our supply chain come together? What skill sets do these incredible workers have? What background qualified them to be a licensed welder, or to run a CNC machine, or to be the CEO of a 300-person company that supplies parts into the American economy? And that practical insight, I think, is important if you want to lead a government and a national economy. So you learn a lot. Then I get to hear the stories of the people who work in these places and get their feedback on what they want, what their dreams and aspirations are.
Yeah, I want to turn to that in some detail. Let me ask you about the parliamentary side too, because I think it'd be useful for people to know how you prepare for what you do in Parliament. It isn't obvious to me that people exactly understand the business of being in opposition, at a really practical level.
Right.
What do you see as your major function? I know you're there to push back against the government and to question and criticize, but it isn't obvious how you go about preparing for that, or how you decide what issues you're going to focus on and how you distribute the response.
Okay, I don't care about this. All right, let's get to the good stuff.
Okay, so there's a lot of distrust, generally speaking, in relationship to, I would say, establishment organizations and political elites all across the West.
Yeah, but this guy's very different. He's not a political elite. He's a guy who touched the widgets at the widget factory.
A lot of that well-earned. Why should Canadians believe that the vision that you just laid out is something that you hold personally dear and not merely what would you say, a set of carefully calculated?
Some people say this guy's an economist, but he wanted to put Canada entirely on crypto back in 2022. In a pitch to crypto, no, you don't understand. That was Pierre with the glasses on. This is a different Pierre. You don't understand. That's the old him, bro. That's when he was at the widget factory. In a pitch to cryptocurrency investors, Polar Bear says he wants Canada to be the blockchain capital of the world. Amazing. You actually aren't wrong. He just looks like a different person. I mean, he still looks like a dweeb now, but he at least looks less of a dweeb.
And it will be hard, because the temptation will be, this is the mistake that conservative parties around the world have made countless times. They think, well, anybody who's got a conservative mindset is already voting for me, so I can go off and chase the ideas of my political opponents, and then everyone will love me, because I'll have the conservatives due to the fact that I have the name conservative, and then I'll have all these other people because I've embraced their contrary direction. And in the short term, it works, because you manage to have all of these people under, and all of the different political ideologies captured in one tent. But the problem happens when the policies are a disaster. And then people wake up and go, oh my God, my taxes are now up, the inflation is out of control, the deficit is spiraling, there's crime on the streets. So does the temptation exist to try and take on the political policies of the socialists in the short term? Sure, but it's one that I will fiercely resist, because I know that by the fourth year of my mandate, people would be enraged because their lives would be even worse. So
yeah, you don't care about that. You're a conservative, so that's obviously what you're gonna do. Anyway, look, as far as I understand, in the most reductive ways possible, aside from the usual things that liberals do, which is not address the actual harm that people are experiencing, even though you ran on a relatively aggressive, like anti-wealthy tax the corporations campaign, you kind of cut that aside. There are some minor improvements, or at least like some semblance of like rational governance there. If you talk about climate change, you do carbon taxes, which of course these assholes are going to get really mad about, and talk about how Canada should be the leader of oil and gas exports around the planet, blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, it's always too little and too late from the liberal side. And the grievances that were The grievances that mounted against Justin Trudeau came from his goofy nature, his overall incompetence, and almost identical problems that were faced, that the Canadian society was facing, that Justin Trudeau basically operated in the almost identical way that the Democratic Party operates, including but not limited to, I think his like signature achievements are funding Ukraine, I guess. Like funding, Ukrainian funding, doing NATO, but this time not in a Joe Brandon kind of way, but in a Justin Trudeau style way. And also legalizing weed, $10 a day daycare. But basically everybody hates immigrants, think that like he brought in more migrants, ruined the housing market by bringing in immigrants, and also caused inflation, even though America was the #1 at dealing with inflation amongst the OECD nations, and then Canada was #2 at dealing with inflation amongst other OECD nations. It doesn't really matter. People were understandably very upset. So yeah, it's almost identical to America in many ways, it feels like. What? Are you going to cover how your crazy nation is leaking and Musk is now getting his teeth into the UK? Yes, I will. It's really messed up.
Dangers, and they want safety again. And then you have business owners that are saying there's just no way to continue to compete in Canada. We have to look at moving, and that means the next 200 jobs we create is going to be in Ohio or Florida or some other place than Canada. That's the kind of overview that I get.
Except we have healthcare and abortion is legal for now. Yeah, you have healthcare for now as well. Canadian healthcare should be seen as living on borrowed time. Okay? Just the way I see it, from where I'm standing, from what the provinces have done so far, Canadian healthcare is also living on borrowed time. I think Canadian healthcare goes away before the NHS is the NHS falls apart. Didn't you say the same thing about the UK after Boris won? Wait. I did. Please tell me how I was wrong. Did you bring that up as a own? I mean, we're living in it. What are you talking about? You can't say that. You can't say that as like, dude, you were so wrong about Boris Johnson when you're living in the world that you can't undermine my predictions by pointing to how correct I was. You said after Boris got elected, UK would privatize healthcare. I did say that. I said UK would move towards privatizing healthcare by crippling and undermining the existing aspects of the NHS, and that Boris Johnson, despite the fact that despite the fact that he ran on funding healthcare, would not end up doing so. I was right. Unless you think I meant that Boris Johnson was going to completely undermine, like, no more NHS. Like, Boris Johnson was going to nuke the NHS. I don't think so. It's virtually impossible to dismantle universal healthcare program in Canada. The popularity of it, despite the underfunding, is too high. Canadians want healthcare reform, but they do not want to get rid of public healthcare. At most, they are okay with clinics that provide specialized services outside the public realm. That's how it starts. Obviously, that's bad, but it's nowhere near borrowed time. No, that's how it starts. That's literally how it starts. That's how it works. You go for specialized care, then it's like general practitioners. We just simply don't have enough of them. Sorry. No funding to any of the areas of need. so that private healthcare can be a competitive product, and inevitably you get people used to it. You create there's already obviously a secondary market of insurance to begin with, but any country that has some semblance of social safety nets will always seek to undermine it, but you can't do it in one day. It's ridiculous. There's no way to ruin it in one day. You would never be able to. It's far too popular. Every politician understands, whether they are for or against social safety nets, every population understands once you put in any sort of social safety nets, it takes decades to undermine it. Because once people take it, they take it for granted. They're like, what do you mean? This is my thing. You gave this to me. I'm not letting you have it back. That's why America has been so good at refusing to offer anything since the 80s. That's why it's much easier here to consistently advocate to cut taxes, because you're like, well, the government is not providing anything for me. Why am I giving money to it? Is the commonly held opinion in this country. Starving the beast. The devastating impact of Reaganomics. I think chatters are coping. My family doctor and all the family doctors are still paid the same amount per patient visit now as they were 20 years ago. Tell me how that's sustainable in any way. 20 years, no funding increases. We're definitely cooked. They're just going to wait till people get more desperate before they chop its head off. Yeah. That's how it works. That's how it works in general. You refuse to add additional funds to desperately to underfunded social safety nets that are in dire need of extra funds. And then you cut side deals by way of lobbyists to the private sector that want to create private healthcare. You first implement private healthcare as a last act, a last-ditch effort to save the crippling healthcare infrastructure. This is to save the existing social safety nets. This is to save the existing socialized medicine. You don't understand. These doctors, they're too overwhelmed. That's why we need these private healthcare facilities. And then you continue undermining and underfunding public healthcare, and more private facilities keep propping up until it's basically nothing. I know this from tracking the American public schooling system. Okay? I mean, also, we've just never really had like a fully flushed out socialized medicine structure in this country. I believe since like post World War II, we have always had healthcare tied to your employment. And initially it was so that companies could have a competitive advantage over one another by offering additional quote unquote benefits. But we've never really had that. Sweden is a great example of what they did in terms of privatization initiatives in the schooling sector, which they went back on. I don't know if they have actually continued undermining it, but this is the most significant factor that this is the most significant damage that social democracies inevitably face, which is that as long as capital accumulation still exists, as long as there's an opportunity to farm out profits, private enterprise is always going to work throughout. Private enterprise is always going to work throughout time, across decades, if that's how long it takes to consistently undermine anything that the government is doing, advocate for austerity, cripple these programs beyond repair, and then come in as the private savers of said programs. Sometimes it happens, like in the Thatcher era, it happens way faster than you would expect with like public transit. If you look at public transit in the UK, a lot of these things, a lot of these like government funded projects were handed off to the private sector, and obviously the consumer suffered for it. Like people who use and rely on public transit suffered as a consequence of that. Here in Canada, the only ones that benefit from free healthcare are people on welfare and disability. What do you mean? You are 100% correct. They do that in Sweden a lot as well. They cut free dental recently from 23 to 19, for example. What do you mean? They also keep underfunding the healthcare system in general, and they say, look, it's not working. We need to privatize it. It's a classic move. I mean, yeah, this is another one. I worked on the privatization of England's water in 1989. It was an organized ripoff. Taxpayers lost out. Consumers have paid through the nose since. This failed regime is long past its sell-by date. Jonathan Portes is a professor of economics and public policy at King's College London and a former civil servant. This is about the privatization of England's water. They make it worse with privatization. They use privatization as the solution and make it even worse, but companies are making record sales. Yeah, but in that time frame, your GDP goes up, okay? Your gross domestic product goes up. I mean, let me tell you, one thing that the GDP loves, the number machine loves, is costly middle managers that don't actually do anything, but simply have to be hired and have to get paid, and also can add additional points of seeking out profit to the process. America is not the shining beacon of hope and prosperity at the end of the road. It is actually a glaringly obvious warning sign for many of these countries. And yet, for some weird reason, nobody seems to understand that. Even if they do make fun of our dumbasses and our brain rot and our conservative movement and say, wow, these guys are so crazy. Why are they like this? It doesn't make sense. They don't understand that, like, what's happening here is inevitably going to happen in your country. Even the pervasive influence of lobbying. Also, not dissimilar to the Democrats is this thing I saw, which I love. I saw that liberal sources had told Global News they felt Trudeau had pulled the party too far to the left, and they seem to think that it was the problem with his leadership. Are they going to put, like, Freeland in charge or something? Is that what's going to happen? Like, they want like a... They're treating Justin Trudeau as though he's like a Corbyn head. What is this? NewsYCombinator.com. What is this? The GDP joke? Two economists are walking in a forest. They come across a pile of shit. The first economist says to the other, I'll pay you $100 to eat that pile of shit. The second economist takes the $100 and eats the pile of shit. They continue walking until they come across a second pile of shit. The second economist turns to the first. I say, I'll pay you $100 to eat that pile of shit. The first economist takes it. Walking a little more, the first economist looks at the second and says, you know, I gave you $100 to eat that shit. And then he gave back to me the same $100 to eat shit. I can't help but feel like we both just ate shit for nothing. That's not true, responded the second economist. We increased the GDP by $200. This is the nerdiest joke, but it's, yes. You absolutely butchered this joke. Oh my God. I mean, I just read it from a forum. What are you talking about? Oh my God. None of the above, 22%. Chrystia Freeland is 19%. Mark Carney at 14%. Melanie Jolly at 4%. Christy Clark at 4%. This is very bad news for the Liberal Party. Most of the people included are big political names and established records. That the winner is none of these losers is devastating for the Liberals. That's crazy that Chrystia Freeland is the most popular out of all of the recognizable names within liberal leadership candidates. That is devastating for the country. Man. Carney is Trudeau's finance guru. I can't believe he's thinking about running. What is that? I don't know what this is. What is that a sign for? I don't know enough about Canadian politics. Symbol for Dialogon, an extremist FR group. Diagolon is a white supremacist group in Canada. That's PP at the Freedom Convoy. Nice. Well, he wants to be an American. What's more American than an American-funded trucker convoy? Maybe we will annex Canada after all. I don't know. Maybe they're doing fifth column style infiltration. Maybe we're already there by way of Canada's very own Texas, Alberta. We've already assumed the reins of control. I'm going back to Uzbekistan, bro. Diagolon wants to create their own country starting from Alberta and drawing a diagonal line to Texas. Wait, what? No prominent leaders was the biggest issue when the cons were in power before Trudeau was elected. Trudeau had name recognition and pretty good name recognition at that. But yeah, Canadians don't have better attention span than Americans when it comes to recognizing political names. It was really bleak when I was growing up under Harper. I will die on this hill. Quebec is Florida. Okay. No. I don't think so. It was started by a podcaster. I mean, that's not surprising. Canadian alt-right organization conceived by podcaster Jeremy Mackenzie. The U.S. Department of State's Bureau of Counterterrorism is called a far-right extremist group. It was mentioned in the news coverage in the Canada convoy protest. It's a right-wing, alt-right extremist militia network of chapters throughout Canada. A House of Commons Canada report called it a violent extremist organization. According to Canadian Anti-Hate Network, a neo-fascist militia believes that a violent revolution is coming and is an accelerationist movement that believes a revolution is inevitable and necessary to collapse the current government system. Diagolon associate Alex Vriand has promoted the neo-Nazi propaganda film Europa, The Last Battle in chat rooms. Barbara Perry, the director of Ontario Tech University's Center on Hate, Bias and Extremism, described Diagolon's ambition to create a white ethno-nationalist state as irony poisoning to normalize hateful rhetoric through humor. The group's motto is gun or rope. What gun? Like, once again, I feel like Canadians also LARP as Americans. Like, they think they live in America, dude. And it seems like they want to be a part of America. Like, what do you mean gun or rope, dog? What are you talking about? Maybe that's why they say or. Gun or rope, mostly rope, because we can't really have guns because of the expansive. Because of the expansive gun control legislation that makes it virtually impossible for me to retain ownership over a firearm because I can't find 3 extra people that will put their name on this on this psych evaluation and be held legally liable down the line if I do use the gun. So just rope, really. Just rope. We're doing rope only. We'll do rope. Maybe someone has a gun. I don't know. If only we were a part of America, then we could also have gun. Despite this, in 2024, Poliver was seen as leaving an RV with a drawing of the Diagolon flag visible on the door while being filmed attending a convoy-style protest in the Nova Scotia-New Brunswick border. He would endorse the protest as good old-fashioned Canadian tax revolt. Okay. Oh, this part was really funny where he goes dollar for dollar. Here, we'll just look at this is like just some of the best parts, I guess.
And by the way, put aside race, this obsession with race that wokeism has reinserted.
Like, you can have an American accent, but the moment you say wokeism, I'm like, you're cucked. You want to be European. Okay? When you say wokeism, like, what are you, French? What do you mean wokeism? Just say Americans are too woke or something, like a normal person. Wokeism. You're not French, okay? What are you saying? Oh, wokeism, don't you know? Oh, le wokisme.
Well, invented even.
Invented in many ways.
Yeah, that's right. Canadians invented, wokest Canadians invented racism. After all, the indigenous genocide that took place was actually not racist in origin at all, nor were the residential schools. That was actually good and wholesome and collaborative in nature. The First Nations wanted all of that. We wanted to do that.
When I moved to Toronto, it was as race blind as any country, as any city could be.
Right.
Right. And that's flipped. And it's flipped because of that obsessive concern.
Yeah. People that say Toronto's filled to the brim with Indians, okay? They only recognize that Toronto was filled to the brim with Indians when they only started getting racist like that when wokeism came out, you know? When they say purge the Indians out of Canada, they actually are saying that because they want to be anti woke, or they want to be anti woke. Sorry.
With race, right? That was something we 100% did not need in Canada, right? It's we basically, what would you say, imported and invented racism in Canada.
We imported and invented racism in Canada. Racism in Canada was invented when wokeism was invented. I love that these guys are the intellectual giants of the right, by the way. It's like, yeah. No, definitely, dude. It's not actually it's not actually all of the white supremacist actions that previous leadership has taken. It's when you point to it. That's when it becomes racism. The real problem isn't racist violence or white supremacy. The real problem is pointing a finger at it and reminding people that it still very much exists.
Right. As a consequence of policy.
Wokeism seeks to divide people into these different groups and subgroups, and we see the results in a 250% increase in hate crimes.
Dude, this is crazy. Yeah, it's the hate crimes are being committed. The hate crimes are being committed by by not like his supporters, okay? It's actually being committed by the woke. The racists would have had no idea about the racial delineation if it weren't for the wokes who reminded them that, you know, sometimes migrants come from different countries. Before then, all the racists that, you know, say stuff like keep Tim Hortons white or whatever the right-wing neo-Nazis do in Canada. So stupid. God, racists are so dumb. But anyway, yeah, we gotta keep the Tim Hortons white, don't you know? You know, they didn't know to say that beforehand. Before that, they were saying keep the Tim Hortons Tim Horton, I guess. I don't know.
But we're going to get back to the basic principle that people are judged based on their individual character and humanity rather than by their group identity. And that is actually, ironically, the most unifying thing we can do to bring our country back together. And as Lincoln put it, to bind up the nation's wounds.
Wondering what conservatives will do to social programs if they return to power under Paul LeVar. He says all those socialist policies like public health care and the like are actually bad for the poor and redistribute towards the super wealthy, so they all need to be cut.
So the socialist policies that provide.
Yeah. I hate when the wealthy is just like taking advantage of. I hate when sorry, I accidentally said the truth. I hate when the wealthy is taking advantage of, not taken advantage of. I hate when the wealthy is taking advantage of socialized medicine. It's disgusting.
Provide goods and services to Canadians, let's say, or denizens of other countries by printing money, actually punish the poor brutally.
Oh, absolutely.
In consequence of the inflation that they generate.
Yes. I mean, all the socialist policies in practice redistribute from the working class to the super wealthy in practice. Mm-hmm. And I can prove that.
Oh, you can prove that. Yeah. It's just odd. It's odd that these guys are so anti-capitalist in their critique of what? Socialism? I'm so mad, dude. The only people that are allowed to say anti-capitalist things, the only people that are allowed to engage in left-wing populist economics are right-wingers that want to literally continue the same system of oppression and redistributive cycle that absolutely does shaft the working poor at the behest of these super wealthy to create even higher rates of profit. It is so frustrating, dude. That's why, what is the age-old adage? You know, if you ask a socialist what is wrong with capitalism, they can describe it. If you ask a capitalist what is wrong with socialism, they just describe capitalism. It's just straight up. PP followers literally believe that Trudeau is a communist. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're just as stupid as we are. I thought that like your adjacency to European style politics and the fact that you have socialized medicine and the fact that, you know, many Canadians can speak more than one language led me to falsely believe that your right wing was at least a little bit smarter than the average American hog that say stuff like Nancy Pelosi is a goddamn communist. Turns out you're just saying Nancy Pelosi is a victim of le wokism and socialist. That's what you're saying instead. What? Sign here to have a prime minister who doesn't admire basic communist dictatorships. How to do communism. Establish a new communist utopia. Rob or kill the successful. Force the rest to work for free. Run out of food. Starve to death. Say it wasn't real communism. Establish a new communist utopia. Oh. Also, this identifies correctly and implies that Karl Marx was a famous communist tyrant, like an authoritarian communist dictator. Bro couldn't even dictate a clean household. What are you saying? What was he dictating? What country was Karl Marx in charge of?
I've been tracking economic statistics in relation.
Anyway, that on, again and again and again. Well, in practice, in practice, they with all the redistribution that happens in these so-called socialist countries ultimately goes from the working class to the super wealthy. That is the reality.
Yeah, unlike what's happening in Canada and America, which is that capitalism is the greatest redistributive structure. Is so funny to say when virtually everyone understands that we live under capitalism and that is precisely what is happening. What you are complaining about is currently happening right now, and you turn around and you go, you know why it's happening? Because of not enough capitalism. That's why it's happening. Yeah, the real solution to this capitalist problem is more capitalism. Great. Throughout the interview, you can see how Polivar has deceptive but effective stories and cherry-pick stats that serve his agenda. He'll fabricate a narrative that the government spending is what's driving up home prices to distract from developer and speculator profiteering.
You know, I have a buddy whose family moved here from Italy back in 1973. His father worked paving roads, and his mother made sandwiches in a senior's home. They were able to pay off their home 10 minutes from Parliament Hill in 7 years.
Yeah, how will we get back to that? Or, sorry, what do you think is the reason why that doesn't happen? Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to hear why he thinks that's no longer the case. It's because the buddy of mine is Italian, and now the ones that are coming in are Chinese and Indian, and they just don't have that work ethic or something, is what an incredibly racist person would say. But he'll probably say, because of woke, I guess. I don't know. What was he going to say? That the government spending has made it impossible?
Right.
Their grandchildren wouldn't be able to save up a down payment for that home in 50.
I hate the way that right-wingers correctly identify problems that they've contributed to and oversaw the facilitation of, only to turn around and say, you know what's actually the solution to these problems? More of the things that we did to cause the problems.
15 years, and they will be university educated with all the advantages of having been here 2 decades. That is the consequence of the money supply growing vastly quicker than the stuff that money buys. So what we have to do is stop growing the money supply and start growing the stuff money buys, right? Produce more energy, grow more food, build more homes. We have to unleash the free enterprise system.
Yeah, the free enterprise system has been shackled. That's why the housing market is so bad. Yeah. Grow less money, grow more houses, don't you know? Yeah, what Canada needs is deregulation. It's funny to hear politicians suggest that housing should be dirt cheap because Canada has a lot of land and it's just government making it so expensive. There's a reason 90% of Canadians are living within 100 miles of the US border. Okay, I have a controversial opinion on this. I have a couple different opinions on this, okay? Number one, I think when people say a lot of parts of Canada are inhospitable, like you can't live there, and people say that about America too, where they're like, oh, it's mountainous or it's too cold. I do legitimately think that's I do legitimately think that that's cope. Okay? Having said that, however, I do understand the argument that people make in terms of preservation of the environment. Okay? I do. I do understand that. Like, I feel like, motherfucker, you live in LA? Have you been to fucking Calgary? Okay, calm down. I know it's cold. I know it is cold up there. Hold on. I know. I think that there are valid reasons as to why you don't build. There are valid reasons as to why you don't build on certain parts of the country. But I do think that maybe I sound too much of like a pseudo intellectual. Everybody stop yelling at me about LA. Okay, shut up. I can't live there. I know. I'm not saying I could live there. Listen, maybe I'm going to sound too much like a pseudo intellectual, but I always think of Chongqing. Okay? Like, if China is capable of building a city, carving it to the side of a mountain, I think every other country is capable of doing that as well. Like, whenever people say like, oh, it's too mountainous of a terrain to build, or this or that, I feel like it's just not as profitable. You know what I mean? Do you think that's the same thing as living in a tundra? Even then, we talk about how space isn't the issue. We already have declining populations in rural areas with food deserts and hospital vacuums. Why build on a mountain when we abandoned already rural areas? Yeah, that's the other issue, is that there's just not enough jobs and not enough commerce in these places. All right, I was with you, but now you sound stupid. Did you know Toronto has worse traffic than any other city outside of Europe? We generally have the worst public infrastructure in the world. I still think that like, no matter where, oh my God, climate change is the reason why Trump wants to annex Canada. I just realized. He's like, look, 90% of it is just like viable land. Just you wait until temperatures rise a little bit further. And then the majority of Canada will be the only livable space. Canada's environment is similar to the Siberian region in the USSR, built the fuck out of it. Yeah, but also at the same time, look at the way it is look at the way it is now though. So I guess that's still an argument to government funding. If there is no profit motive and you build by need, I'm sure that there's plenty of other places that you could build around, regardless of the treacherous conditions. But then again, there's also obviously good reasons as to why. There's also good reasons as to why they don't build on these places, whether it's like indigenous land or whether it's to preserve the environment. As a Canadian, it's not that cool. That's not really the problem. Cost of living gets insane in the north because nothing grows there, and it's almost impossible to put anything in the ground. I think my controversial opinion is that, okay, I'm going to say another controversial thing. People are going to get mad at me. Are you ready? If people can live in Phoenix, they can live in the northernmost point of Canada. Bro, it gets to 125 degrees in Arizona, okay? Not the same. Unsubbed. A head of lettuce in Yukon is like $25. Yeah, because of logistics. Anyway, let's continue. I'm done with my bad takes. It's funny to hear a politician suggest that housing should be dirt cheap because Canada has a lot of land and it's just the government is making it so expensive.
Like we should have the most affordable housing in the world.
I think what I just said about the Phoenix versus Tundra argument is, once again, me being a leftist but too early. I think that with climate change, places like Phoenix are going to be virtually impossible to live in, and a lot of the colder climate will no longer be as cold and will be way more of a livable experience. Y'all cry about the weather when it's like -5 Celsius. Stop it. No, dude, -5 Celsius. I cry about the weather when it's when it's like 15 degrees Celsius. Are you kidding me? I live in LA. You sound like the tech bros. Why can't we just build dense cities and insert unlivable place? I know it's a stupid take. I know.
It should be dirt cheap because we have the most dirt. We just need to get the government out of the way. And the same goes for our resource sector.
I think when he says that, he's talking about destroying existing forests, though.
I mean, why is it that we're still importing oil when we've got the world's third biggest supply? Why is it we can't export our natural gas overseas? But we've got so...
PP says Justin Trudeau's an authoritarian socialist that wants to control every aspect of Canadians' lives and all the industries in this country.
About to say is not a shock to anyone. We have a prime minister who is dedicated to a extremely radical ideology. It is just a rehashed socialism that has been discredited again and again and again throughout the ages. And his...
I think if you think that Justin Trudeau is in any way, shape, or form a socialist or a radical, you need to be institutionalized. Okay? You need to immediately check in to the nearest institution to get some of that publicly funded mental health services. I don't even know if they have it in Canada. Do they do mental health? Can you get therapy in Canada? I feel like you probably can, right? It's difficult, but... No, you can't? Okay, well, you should expand with some of those radical socialist policies. That is... Radical authoritarian socialist Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau is closer to being a black man than he is to being a radical socialist. At least he's attempted to be one. And never attempted to be the other, okay? He's neither, but closer to one. That's crazy. You are out of your mind. He tried. 2 out of 10. Don't recommend. People legitimately believe he's Castro's son. Okay, do they also believe that like socialism is transmitted as a genetic disease or something? Like what? Even if he was, okay, and I like that conspiracy, but how does that work? You just through your genetic through genetic transmission. Socialism is hereditary. Famously. Wait, why are you guys saying they literally do? Please stop. No, I think they just don't like him, so they're saying he's bad, like Fidel Castro was bad.
Basically, authoritarian socialism has guided him throughout his entire prime ministership. He believes in a state that controls every aspect of your life, your money, your speech, your thought. Controls the economic, all of the industries of the country. Every time that has been tried, it is a complete disaster. So there's no mystery.
Yeah, Justin Trudeau implemented his 10-year prosperity plan through the command economy. the People's Committees of Canada got together and decided what the 10-year agenda looked like for the People's Republic of Canada. Okay? It was crazy. They got together and they implemented the authoritarian socialism of carbon tax. The People's Republic of Canada. And what? $10 kindergarten? It's crazy. The other PRC, the People's Republic of Canada.
Involved, and it is the same old disastrous outcome that results from the same
$10 daycare, sorry.
Same old disastrous policies.
Right.
One thing I do find interesting that Polivar has taken the lesson that many say center-left parties need to learn. Stop watering down their agendas, try to attract those who don't agree with them. He says it'll be shamelessly right-wing in government.
This is the mistake that conservative parties around the world have made countless times. They think, well, anybody who's got a conservative mindset is already voting for me, so I can go off and chase the ideas of my political opponents, and then everyone will love me because I'll have the conservatives due to the fact that I have the name conservative, and then I'll have all these other people because I've embraced their contrary direction. And in the short term, it works because you manage to have all of these people under, and all of the different political ideologies captured in one tent. But the problem...
He does sound like both Bill Maher and Anderson Cooper and also Jake Tapper. And that's because, and I've said this before, and I think it's my best Canadian politics take, Canadian conservatives want to be American, okay? That's why. He just sounds American. He doesn't have that Canadian dog in him, okay?
Have to put out a call to Canadians.
Bolivar says that once conservatives take power, his supporters must remain engaged to push not just federal lawmakers, but those in other levels of government to adopt his extreme right-wing agenda. Companies will also be expected to sell a deregulatory agenda.
That they have to stay politically active. They can't assume that simply by changing, by voting in an election, that everything is going to, all the problems are going to reverse instantaneously. Like, I will need people to put pressure on the Senate to adopt my economic reforms. I will need people to put pressure on their mayors and local councillors to get out of the way and let us build homes. I will need businesses to actually do their part. I mean, our corporate Canada is so...
I just don't know who's going to build the houses. Like, and also how they're going to build the houses. And what are they going to do with the existing land where you could build more houses on? Like, who's... I just don't... Like, the real problem with housing seemingly is the same whether you are in Canada or whether you're in the United States of America or whether you're in London or anywhere else. People always point to random nonsense, but it is the unfortunate reality that housing is not seen as simply shelter, something that is a necessity for survival, but instead a speculative asset, a nest egg. No one, and I mean no one, is trying to even remotely undermine this. And even the Yimbys themselves also go along with this, where they're like, no, it's just, of course it's a speculative asset. Let's just use that to build more housing. If you treat housing like a speculative asset, one that also must be protected because it's also shelter and people need that, then you arrive at this issue where housing prices have to always go up because that's how your nest egg goes up. That's how you generate more, that's how you increase your net worth. That's how the average person increases their net worth. I don't know, Hasan. Maybe talk to and look at the Canadian chatters. Wait, what? Canada has a lot of Crown-owned land and removing restriction to protected land. Wait, what? Thank you. Listening to this idiot, I regret not abandoning Europe and moving to Canada if they truly implemented socialist stuff. I still don't know what this guy believes, only what he disagrees with. I can tell you what he believes. Conservatives will always tell you what they believe. They believe in all of the awful things that are happening right now, accelerated. What is this? Don't people like it when things are cheaper? Chinese President Xi Jinping reportedly asked his advisors, "We're in a very strange world where Xi Jinping embraces deflation as the consequence of higher productivity technologies, while the West has spent 15 years pumping more money into the system precisely to prevent it, thereby creating a form of welfare for wealthy asset owners. The rapid growth of the second industrial revolution went hand in hand with a good form of deflation. When markets are functioning well and competition is very strong, deflation can happen. Chinese communists know this, but the European and U.S. pro-market right seemingly don't." Yeah, I mean, the real people that hate deflation are people who are constantly seeking out more profit. People who are not necessarily wage laborers themselves, but capital owners. People who want to continue generating wealth off of the pre-existing capital that they have. If they have assets, then yes, of course they hate that.
To Canada and sort of left me open-mouthed in amazement at our dismal condition. So from what I've been able to understand...
Oh, I keep going back to the wrong thing. Yeah, look, I think the solution to the housing crisis is decommodifying housing. I know, that sounds like a crazy anti-capitalist take. I understand that. And I myself am saying that as a house owner, okay? I do not care if the price of the house that I'm inside of deflates or perishes. I do not care if there are strenuous legal hurdles that are placed upon me when I want to sell this home or am no longer even able to sell this home for an extended period of time to continue living in this home, because I see this as shelter. That is the reason why I have this house, shelter for myself and my family. I think it's very stupid that we've designed the system initially to make sure that people could have ease of access to home ownership. And then the very same initiatives, the very same tax structure and incentives that we've created, recognizing that home ownership is a pillar of safety and security, have turned into one of the best, most resilient assets that you can own. It's the one asset where if the value of it goes down, okay, it's the one asset where your expectation is the value of it will never go down, okay? Never. Unless there is a massive, massive economic crisis like the 2008 bubble. That's it. Outside of that, the expectation is it's always going to go up. It has to go up. Nobody actually treats it like a speculative asset. Because if it was actually treated like a speculative asset, then yeah, sometimes you're going to lose out on that gamble. Okay? Sometimes you're going to lose out on that gamble. What do you mean? Like, can you imagine being like, excuse me, I invested into this company and then it went under. The government must save me now. Hello? That's not how this works. If you have risk associated with this gamble, because that's what it is, then yeah, sometimes you're going to lose. Are you quoting this right now? What? Okay, I'm not quoting this right now. I also believe it firmly. Yes, houses are for living in, not for speculation. Xi Jinping, president of China and general secretary of the Communist Party of China. I've been told by realtors in Vancouver that the rule in Vancouver is Vancouver prices will never go down. That's how they operate. The reason for that is because construction cannot possibly compete with demand right now. Okay, here's also another problem here. Here's also another problem with this mentality. There is some truth to it because land is finite. Okay, there is not infinite land. Now, it might as well be treated as though there's infinite land with the amount of people that we have, with the density, the urban housing density that we currently have. It might as well be infinite. You could put every single person on the planet right now into the state of Texas if the Texas housing density was similar to Manhattan. So technically, there virtually is an infinite amount of land. Now, obviously, that would be, insane. Texas is ginormous. But my point is, there is already a finite amount of land, especially land where people are living or people want to live. So that's automatically baked into the system. A competent government is supposed to work against that, not consistently prop that up. Anyway.
So completely incompetent when it comes to politics. They're going to have to start to fight for the policies that are good for their workers more aggressively. And I've said that to them. They need to fire their incompetent lobbyists and actually go to the people and make the arguments.
So are you saying there's a truth to the supply problem? No, the truth to the supply problem is that there is a finite amount of land. So a competent government is supposed to be working against that with construction, with opening up additional units, with finding a better way to increase the housing unit that is readily available. This is one area where I do agree with the Yimbys on. But the other problem is that they cannot do it they cannot do it in a way that still suits the interests of profit seekers, capital owners in general. The government is supposed to compete with the private. If there is a private public partnership in the field of housing, in the sector of housing, it has to be in a way where the government is regulating the housing prices by constantly creating infinitely cheaper alternatives in the form of public housing. This is how you adjust the housing market to a more normal place. Okay? But the problem is that is considered a big no-no by virtually every liberal and every conservative. This is unacceptable. The government can't outcompete. The government must never interfere in the market competition. It's just unfair. It would never work. And it's like, no, it does. It does work. It's actually really successful in combating this crisis.
For the reforms that I'm talking about. I'm going to have to put out a call to Canadians that they have to stay politically active. They can't assume that
What about my poor landlord and her 37 and counting properties that her daddy's been building her since she was a child? I don't want her to lose out on all that money. I know. I feel bad for that person, but they're going to need to, I guess, not take a vacation to the Alps this time of the year for once. You know what I mean? They're going to have to do a little bit of belt tightening. The constant expectation that austerity can only be done to the working poor and never to the fucking wealthy is so frustrating. The belt tightening initiatives are never expected of the capital owning class. It's always the working class that must tighten up their belts, and they do it for survival. Any sort of fiscal belt tightening for the wealthy would not even be a matter of life or death. There's never, ever an argument for austerity for the wealthy. Never. Does that not strike you as odd?
Simply by changing, by voting in an election, that everything is going to, all the problems are going to.
Anyway, Polivera says that once conservatives take power, supporters must remain engaged. Canada's climate-denying conservatives are explicitly making the case that generative AI's massive energy use is not only a good thing, but provides a big new market for oil and gas that they intend to exploit. I'm sorry, what? Generative AI?
We're going to need data centers for AI and blockchain and countless other things that we can.
He's just saying words. I hate these people. This is one of the worst aspects of the financialization of the global economy and what Silicon Valley has brought about to the rest of the planet. The idea that you can just like say buzzwords and people go, ooh, that's cool. I don't really fully understand it. Like, what do you mean blockchains and generative AI? What are you talking? Elaborate, please. What do you mean by that? The idea that like generative AI is going to ultimately displace the majority of the workforce. Like the generative AI is going to be doing the extraction of natural resources. So unimaginably stupid as it stands. Maybe down the line, but right now, and I repeat this over and over again, and people get very mad at me for saying this because there's a lot of AI truthers in here. Okay, as it stands, generative AI can only be used in instances where it's not supposed to be correct. Okay, you can use it for the lavender targeting structure when you are trying to create new viable targets like Israel does. You can use it for claims denial, like what Brian Thompson was doing at United Healthcare before his claim was denied. Okay, you can't, as it stands, utilize AI in an instance where you need it to be correct. Okay, you need it to be 100% accurate. Or even, I guess, 99% accurate. You can use it as a way to displace certain aspects of certain aspects of commodity production that don't have to be correct at all. You can use it in a way where you can displace workers that engage in basically the worst aspects of capitalism, but you can't actually use AI to displace people that are building cars or, extracting natural resources in the ground. For now. They're going to Photoshop generative AI, a Doge building and a house, and the boomers will be floored.
We have the energy.
Is your assumption it's already peaked or something? No, my assumption is not that it's already peaked. Also, he also said blockchain, which is, okay, so we're just going to have a universal ledger system. Like for what? For what exactly? Unless you're just simply saying blockchain because it's a buzzword, that doesn't fit into this argument at all.
Energy for it takes tremendous amount of energy to power these data centers. Apparently, a Chat GPT inquiry is 10 times more energy intensive than a Google inquiry. But
sure.
But we could be powering these data centers with Canadian natural gas generators, with nuclear. We have the biggest supply of uranium. We invented the can.
It's so funny. It's so funny to me that these guys, like people who are pro-capital, are are basically so invested in the value creation aspect, like the eradication of the human component, the component of labor, okay, from the production process. They're so desperate that it's the one last part of the equation that they simply cannot make more efficient, because, you know, the most efficient form of it is just simply slavery. And because they can't do that, they're just desperately relying on technological improvements in this area, no matter how inefficient and how costly it is. Like every aspect of the service sector, or even every aspect of commodity production that has been streamlined and made more efficient through automation, has, in certain instances, not all, in certain instances, made the concept more shitty. I don't know how else to put it. Look no further than, not automation necessarily, but like self-checkouts as an example. It's cheaper for grocery chains to create self-checkout places where like one cashier can oversee, 10 cash registers at the same time and barely do a job at that, rather than hiring 10 cashiers. And that process, however, is cheaper for them overall, even if it leads to more theft. Like, what happens when you erase labor in its entirety? What happens? What are you going to do with all these people? Like, this doesn't make any sense.
And we have the incredible nuclear physicists and engineers. 60% of Ontario's energy already comes from nuclear, so we could be powering these facilities, and they're just beasts that are going to gobble up electricity.
Yeah, the tech companies are absolutely desperate for it.
We're going to need data centers for AI and blockchain and countless other things.
Ugh. Finally, Pierre Poilievre thanks Jordan Peterson for standing up for free speech. A concept that is just ultimately American.
All Canadians want to thank you for your immense courage and the personal political and non-political.
Yeah, he took such a big price on that, dude. It was crazy. It's so crazy.
Price that you have paid for standing up for your convictions and defending freedom of speech, because I know you have paid a very big price for that, but you have never bent, you have never backed down, you've had a spine of steel, and there are countless other people who will have the freedom to express themselves because you paid the price for them. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Because of Jordan Peterson, people are not going to prison for misgendering trans people because of wokeism. Except at the same time, Justin Trudeau has made wokeism the law of the land, and he has jailed every not trans person, every transphobe.
It's been a privilege.
Yeah, it's been such a difficult journey for Jordan. Anyway. So yeah. Look alive, Canada. That's your next leader. All right, now let's move on to the other Commonwealth. Well, I guess the OG, England. Keir Starmer defends his record on grooming gangs following Musk's criticism. Now, how did this become a major story? It's because conservatives are so stupid that they forgot about the previous propaganda that they were engaging in. Here it is. Visegrad posts, only about 1% of the British population is Pakistani men, but according to the Cockbain report, they committed 80% of the gang rapes. Only 3.6% of gang rapes were committed by white men. I wonder if there is more to this data. Well, it doesn't matter, because guess what? Elon Musk has already highlighted it as though it is the case. First of all, he doesn't even know the name of the report. The Cockbean report not only doesn't endorse, but actually eviscerates the 84% claim, calling it shoddy pseudoscience. From what I understand, it's 8 people. 8 total people that they did this report on, right? The Quilliam report is where the 84% originates from. And out of a ton of other problems, it's literally been caught inventing numbers out of thin air. Before I start with everything, though, the stupidity of this report might be hilarious. These are real, but there's a real tragedy behind it. These are real victims, young girls and sometimes boys whose lives and childhood innocence have been shattered by such heinous predators. And tragically for them, but should be for all of us, Elon is willing and happy, just for some political points, to give a free hand to such sexual predators who made their lives a living hell as long as they don't belong to a particular race. On the August of 2017, Muda Adil of Quilliam wrote an op-ed for The Telegraph endorsing the targeting of British Pakistani immigrants. This is old school Islamophobia, I guess, at this point. Just, you know, something to remind people of. It's giving me flashbacks to a different era. It's giving me flashbacks to the Sargon of Akkad era. Anyway, in this op-ed, contrary to all existing public research, she claimed that shockingly, 46% of child sexual exploitation crimes were committed by Asian immigrants. Her proof for the shocking claim, not to worry, it will come soon in an upcoming report. This statistic lent the article credibility, and what was soon a niche position found itself a home. The 46% figure was paraded around, and many used it to fears were not unfounded. It was genuinely, truly alarming. Why was an ethnic group making up 7% of the population responsible for nearly half of the child sexual exploitation crimes? The report came in December, but the proof never did. It's 69 pages, rather. They did not even bother mentioning which ethnic groups were responsible for CSE crimes. Nothing to contradict widely available evidence that it was not Asians, but whites in proportion to their population share. This is the other side of the story, by the way. It is actually still white people. At least this is the case in America, and certainly seemingly in the case of the UK as well. It is white people that are responsible for a higher share of per capita child sexual exploitation crimes than any other race. But don't stop that. Don't let that pesky little thing stop you from assuming the worst of brown people. In the report itself, though, we try to find where does the 84% figure come from. It turns out no one knows. The report claims the authors have conducted a comprehensive data analysis of 58 cases of grooming gangs identified in the UK since 2005. But what those cases are or where they come from are not mentioned. They're just news headlines or police reports or street interviews. No one has a clue. But they do leave a hint that these aren't police records. Due to the inaccessibility of official police records, this data cannot be treated as comprehensive. So if not from police records, what exactly was used for this figure? Anything other than another statistic born out of the author's imagination. At the end, though, their own claim to objectivity falls apart as they expose the bias by automatically linking without any data that the majority of arrested Asians must also be Pakistani/Muslim. The report recognizes that there to be a disproportionate representation of males with an Asian heritage who have been convicted in such cases, with the Asian male perpetrator, white female victim dynamic serving as the prominent feature of these grooming gangs. Most of these men are of Pakistani Muslim origin, and the majority of their victims are young white girls. Their report suggests that the background of these men has influenced their actions. Following their usual pattern, absolutely no connection is made or evidence provided all throughout the report to suggest such. So what does the data actually say? The CSA Center Trends in Official Data from 2020 and 2021 lists the actual ethnic makeup of child sexual abuse offenses. White is leading at 89%, relative to 87% of the population, with the rest of the ethnic groups following their similar proportional population. So the readily available data not only disproves the made-up statistics that they love trafficking, but also ends up showing that if there's one group, if there's one population, I guess you could say Chinese as well, and mixed. But that's too small of a population percentage to get an accurate read on. If there's one group, however, that is responsible for more child sexual. Oh, sorry. It's less. I was wrong. I was looking at the wrong data. Chinese are responsible for less. Mixed are responsible for less. Black is the same, and Asian is the same. If the only group that is responsible for more of the crimes defendants proceeded against for child sexual abuse offenses is white. Chinese and other. Why is Chinese and other not considered Asian? I don't understand the British demographics. This was also another funny thing that I remember Sargon of Akkad and many others did, where they would be like, oh, the Asian designation in England, or Americans did this, where they were like, the Asian designation in England was created to hide the truth about Pakistani Muslims. They would just like, they would say that it's to make it seem like every Asian person's doing it, when it's just the South Asians that are doing it. The chief prosecutor. I learned of grooming gangs in from the Times in January 2011. I became chief prosecutor. I authorized charging Rockdale gang in June 2011. After convictions, Keir put me in charge of national response. Far-right thugs attacked my home. Thousands of rapists were brought to justice. There is no religious basis for the abuse in Rotherham. Nazir Afzal, the Crown Prosecution Service's lead on child sexual abuse, says it is about male power. Hold on. There was more to it that I wanted to cover. Why is this so important to debunk? The estimated number of 1 in 20 children in the UK have been sexually abused. Every single year, tens of thousands of girls are raped. It's an actual scary epidemic. The reason this is happening is because nothing is being done to stop this, and the horrors these young girls endure used only as a political football by people like Elon Musk, so we can direct all the anger over the issue towards halting immigration, but only for the UK. Immigration for the US is good, instead of protecting the actual victims. You can have various reasons for supporting or not supporting immigration. No, Elon wants to stop immigration into the US as well, just not H-1B visas. You can still support your anti-immigration argument without supporting Elon's lies. Wait, what? This guy. Trust me, you can still be anti-immigrant. Just stop saying they're rapists. This is so funny. This says defendants proceeded against. Isn't the general allegation that the alleged Asian Pakistani offenders were not investigated fully? That's so funny. Yeah, dude. The British government was letting the Pakistani rapists go. People believe that, though, unfortunately. Yeah, it's as stupid an idea as undocumented immigrants get more social safety nets than natural-born U.S. citizens. Anyway, let's hear what Keir Starmer had to say about Elon Musk.
Season of peace and goodwill long gone. The PM...
Also for the British racists, it's such a funny argument because it almost seems like they're saying, why won't they let us do the rapes, yeah? We want to be paedophiles too, yeah? Why are you letting just the South Asian migrants do it, innit? When my mate does a paedophilia, he goes to proper prison, yeah? But you let him go. You let the Pakistanis go, innit? It's just a little bit of nonsense. Why can the societal elites engage in it? Jimmy fucking Savile, yeah? He did it. It's a part of me culture. I'm sure they loved you in London.
at a hospital in Surrey. A new year, but the same old challenges. How to relaunch...
Yeah. Back in the day, paedophiles could be elevated to the highest ranks of society, but wokeism killed it. We can't have these beautiful paedophiles like Jimmy Savile nowadays because woke killed it.
Launch his agenda with so many noisy distractions.
Do you need to take that? Yeah, definitely don't have
What today was meant to be about, his big plan to cut hospital waiting lists. More local hubs and more involvement from the private sector.
I welcome a new agreement that will expand the relationship between the NHS and the private healthcare sector.
Where's that chatter? Where's that chatter was like, remember when you said Boris was going to undermine the NHS and it would open up more opportunities for privatization, and that didn't happen? Meanwhile, you got the Labour government being like, yes, we need to expand the private-public partnership within the NHS.
That's more beds, more operations, more care available to the NHS, treating patients free at the point of use, targeted at where we need them most.
But the PM's plans over...
I do not believe that there is any room for public-private partnership in this regard. Take it over by force. Take it over by force. Make it public. Make it all public. Keep funding it.
Shadowed by vicious attacks from the world's richest man. Elon Musk using his social media platform X to launch an onslaught against the PM, accusing him of being complicit in the rape of Britain for failing to tackle grooming gangs, while personally attacking one of Starmer's ministers. He called your safeguarding minister...
Dude, he said it's a rape genocide. Elon Musk said what's going on in the UK is a rape genocide. Meanwhile, there is a literal rape genocide happening, but Elon is obviously in support of that. You know, because it's happening in Gaza.
He called your safeguarding minister, Jess Phillips, an evil witch, a rape genocide apologist who should be put in jail. Does that sort of abuse of a minister make you feel angry? And what is your response to that?
Those that are spreading lies and misinformation as far and as wide as possible, they're not interested in victims. They're interested in themselves. Jess Phillips has done 1,000 times more than they've even dreamt about when it comes to protecting victims of sexual abuse.
You believe in a private-public partnership for some industries? What an absolutely dog shit take. The worst I've ever heard from you, maybe Jesus Christ. How willfully regressive. What? What did I say? What? No, I was criticizing him, saying that the private industries need to open up more public beds. I was criticizing that take. Never mind, I'm tripping then, lol. Yeah, you misunderstood. I was saying the opposite of what you're saying. I especially don't agree with that. If there's supposed to be a public-private partnership, it should only exist in the currently full-blown private sectors, where the public, where the government funds initiatives to compete with the private marketplace in an effort to reduce prices. But there is no such space for that in a sector that is born out of inelastic demand, such as healthcare.
Abuse throughout her entire career. I'm prepared to call out this for what it is.
Typically reserved, today the Prime Minister impassioned.
What I won't tolerate is politicians jumping on the bandwagon simply to get attention, when those politicians sat in government for 14 long years, tweeting, talking, but not doing anything about it. Now so desperate for attention that they're amplifying what the far right is saying.
But the Conservatives doubling down and promising a push in the Commons for a national inquiry.
Keir Starmer's claims this morning are absolutely disgraceful. It is not correct to brand as far right people who are raising legitimate concerns about the systemic, organised gang rape of vulnerable young girls.
Dude, it's crazy that they brought back the old method. They brought back the old method that, like, the British government is secretly, because of woke, defending, like, what they suspect is brown people doing mass child grooming, and the government is, like, hiding the truth.
This wasn't the start to the year that Number 10 expected, but far from being knocked off course. I'm told it was a deliberate choice by the Prime Minister to wade into this row, partly because he's angry about the safety risks it's posing for his MPs, but also because, in the words of one ally, he's authentically passionate about tackling child sexual exploitation and simply wasn't prepared to duck the issue. To that end, the government today announced plans to strengthen laws on child sexual abuse, but that's unlikely to calm a row that's as much about personality.
Yeah, it's born out of nothing. Elon Musk says Farage doesn't have what it takes to lead reform. Oh my God, dude. He's ruining everyone else's as well. Jimmy the Giant posted this, by the way. Low key. And,
welcome to
Dr. Ella Cockbain talk about the grooming gang convo. Which we can dive into in a little bit.
Political romance is over. Before Christmas, Nigel Farage posed with Elon Musk at Donald Trump's Florida estate, along with Reform UK's treasurer Nick Candy, in front of a portrait of America's next president. There were rumours the world's richest man might bankroll reform. But Nigel Farage's mistake, it seems, was not backing...
USA! USA! Dark MAGA! Dark MAGA! Oh! Dude, if I was a European politician, I would be banning every American social media platform, but especially Twitter. I think start with Twitter, you know what I mean? And then the rest will fall in line. Many of them already comply with EU restrictions anyway. What? Keith Woods, YouTube, biggest Elon Glazer? Isn't this guy a white nationalist as well? Keith Woods. Nigel Farage is England's last hope. Support this man. Nigel Farage should be in charge of the UK right now, to be honest. The Reform Party needs a new leader. Farage doesn't have what it takes. Spineless and self-serving. Nigel Farage isn't the leader Britain needs. Let them fight.
Elon Musk all the way after his incendiary attacks on the government over...
Dude, why aren't you covering real news like chopped chin and I bought property in Egypt? Please, Hasan, sabe us? What?
Historic child grooming scandals. The owner of X suggested Keir Starmer failed to pursue rapists when chief Crown prosecutor and promoted a video of jailed far-right campaigner Tommy Robinson. Nigel Farage said about Elon Musk,
the fact that he supports me politically and supports reform doesn't mean I have to agree with every single statement he makes on X. I think I've made it perfectly clear that I don't agree with everything he stands for, but I do believe in free speech. I think he's a hero.
But it seems that wasn't enough for Elon Musk. When he woke up stateside, he turned on Nigel Farage, saying the Reform Party needs a new leader. Farage doesn't have what it takes. Elon Musk's new favourite seems to be Tommy Robinson, who used to head the English Defence League, whom he says was put in prison for telling the truth about Britain. He was actually jailed for contempt of court.
We make Britain great again!
Nigel Farage, who's in the middle of a series of rallies, has said Elon Musk's broadside is a surprise. He's a remarkable individual, he said, but Tommy Robinson is not right for reform. Never mind that he says he's never asked to join the party, although some of its members are supporters of his. The government too is having to deal with Elon Musk's current obsession with British politics, specifically his criticism of the records of the Prime Minister and Jess Phillips and his call for a public inquiry into child sexual exploitation.
We've had an independent inquiry on child sexual exploitation. Not a single one of those recommendations was implemented by the last government. We are determined to implement those recommendations. And when it comes to the Prime Minister, our Victims Minister Jess Phillips, these are people who in their professional lives outside politics have put more rapists, wife beaters and paedophiles behind bars than their critics could ever do.
The previous Conservative government also declined to lead an investigation into grooming in Oldham, but the party is now calling for a national inquiry.
What is clear to everybody, apart from the Labour government, is that we do need a proper public inquiry to get to the bottom of the truth behind this, so lessons can be learned and those people who are guilty of covering this up can be brought to justice.
Elon Musk has power and influence and did have a soft spot for Nigel Farage. But in the end, his intervention in UK politics put pressure on the relationship, and it could be the end of the affair.
Jane Deeth reporting. Well, earlier I spoke to Mark Owen Jones, who's an Associate Professor of Media Analytics at Northwestern University in Qatar and an expert on disinformation. I began by asking, with Musk turning his fire on Nigel Farage after days of attacking Keir Starmer, what's going on?
Well, you might argue it's the snake eating its tail. I think Elon Musk is slightly upset, perhaps, that Farage didn't completely endorse Musk's support for Tommy Robinson, who, as everyone knows, is a far-right anti-Islam activist. And Elon Musk seems to support Tommy Robinson quite a lot. And Farage has been sort of more reluctant to embrace Tommy Robinson. And it seems that Musk really wants to sort of encourage the kind of far-right politics in Europe that is very potently, not just anti-migrant and anti-immigrant, but anti-Muslim. And I think Tommy Robinson embodies that. And so whilst Farage is probably seething deep down, I'm sure he knows that if he engages in a feud with Musk, that might sort of burn bridges with Musk, might prevent the possibility.
Bro admits it. Insane thing, we're currently losing money on OpenAI Pro subscriptions. People use it much more than we expected. Okay, dude.
Ability of getting a lot of money to reform and ultimately burn an important bridge with Donald Trump. Let's not forget that Farage is trying to position himself as a link between the UK and the US and talking about how we can perhaps facilitate a trade deal.
Why do you think that Musk is going about this in this way? Why do you think he's posting more, getting more stridently involved in other countries' politics?
I think there's a number of things at play. I think one, Musk is himself an ambitious person, not just in terms of his commercial and economic projects, but I think his taste of notoriety, especially through social media, and then his subsequent buying of X has given him a taste for political power. And if you look at Musk's tweets over the lifetime, you can see that increasingly he's tweeting more. His tweets are getting more neurotic, more political. So I think increasingly Musk is showing himself to have been, I argue, radicalized by his own platform and by his own fame.
Well, he would call himself a free speech absolutist. I do wonder what his end game is, what his strategy is to fire off all of these different tweets.
There's a number of things that I think are at stake here. You could argue that his backing of Trump was...
Oh yeah, this was awesome. I saw this FUR word right after he said, please post a bit more positive, beautiful, or informative content on this platform. Now, what's funny about that is a lot of people were mad at Elon for saying it, but I will bravely say what others are afraid, which is that he has the pass. Okay? I mean, come on. He is incredibly disabled. It's his word, dude. Like... what are we talking about? Are we just going to police Are we doing that now? Like we're just. It's like the gayest man you know saying the F word on the timeline. Isn't it your word too, technically? Yeah, okay, let's chill out. I'm like a day walker. Okay? To the uninitiated, okay? I'm like a super white passing like quarter black person. You know what I mean? Like if a person like that drops the M word, a lot of other people are gonna be like, whoa, what the fuck did you say? You know what I mean? It's kind of like that, where if I drop the R word, everyone's gonna be like, chill. Wait, what is this? FUR word came Musk's response containing a slur used against people who have mental disabilities. He then replied saying yes to another person who said, we could have avoided a lot of disasters by simply telling leftist R words to shut the fuck up. Musk appears to have made a conscious choice to reintroduce the word into the right-wing parlance of late, often using it on his X platform. I think what's really funny, an analysis of his X post and replies show that he has used the term, or a variant of it, 15 times since December 20th, having never used it before. So I think one of the funniest parts about this is that Elon Musk is like, what, 53 years old? Like, who is like, oh man, I'm going to reintroduce a slur into my lexicon at the brittle old age of 53. I thought you meant N-word pass for a second. What? Yeah. Not that. This is Tiny's biggest impact on the political discourse, getting people to say the R word again. I don't think you can give that to him.
To hopefully win power, and that was a bet that would basically allow Musk to essentially get rid of all the legal cases against his companies. I think there's a lot to be said for power and impunity. Let's not forget that he's endorsed Trump and Tommy Robinson, both of whom are, well, Trump's a felon, a convicted felon. Tommy Robinson's in prison. And I think for someone like Musk, he sees his influence and the access to power as a form of impunity, which for him means that as long as he's in power or attached to power or has the ability to influence politics, he is essentially untouchable.
But will he have that power if he falls out with President-elect Trump?
The question is, if he does fall out with Trump, yes, Trump is the president, argument more powerful, but I think Musk has the ego and the level of narcissism that he might...
The R word never went away, dude. Yeah, I know. In most circles. It's just, I feel like when you go above a certain age, or if you're like in a relatively professional space, though, yeah, no one's going to say it. It's like the workplace, okay? You know, it's just not commonly used.
Start to eventually see himself as a sort of person who could even rival Trump. Think of Icarus. You know, Icarus was ambitious and flew too close to the sun. That could be Musk. He could play with fire, incur Trump's wrath, and then lose grace. Or the way Musk sees it, he might be able to actually position himself in a way that he might make Trump look bad.
And just finally, I wanted to ask you about Musk's influence on the world in general. Should there be stronger sanctions against someone like Musk being able to post what he's posting?
As Musk demonstrates himself to be someone engaged in often what we criticize other countries of, like Russia, foreign interference, which is...
You're done for, buddy. A life-threatening destructive windstorm is expected to hit Ventura and Los Angeles counties from Tuesday into Wednesday. The regions could wind gusts of... The regions could experience wind gusts of 50 to 80 miles per hour. I'm going to take this bitch out and have to staple her fat ass to the ground. She doesn't even know it yet. She can fly away. You think she's too heavy to fly away in a gust of wind? I feel like she's too fat to fly away in a gust of wind, but I don't know. What are you looking at? Huh? What are you looking at? She's so dainty. Hold on tight. Tina is more likely to fly away than her. Tina might weigh less than Kaya. Bro, stop fat shaming her. Look at her. You're making her depressed, you monster. Okay. Stop body shaming. I will never stop body shaming. My big, beautiful daughter. Okay. Hold on. Let me take a look at her belly real quick. Had to do a little Kaya break and check in on her scars. Your daughter is going to stop talking to you when she goes to college if you keep body shaming her? She's never going to college. I'm never letting her go to college. What'd you do with the donut? I don't know, somewhere in the house. You don't deserve Kaya. You leave the queen sitting in the same place 8 hours a day. The queen is unimaginably well taken care of, okay? Her living standards are better than the average person in the United States of America, not around the globe. She gets ample fun, an unimaginable amount of activity, the most delicious treats. She gets everything she wants, and she deserves it all. She deserves the world. All right. Let's continue.
Essentially what he's doing. The governments might have no choice but to take...
Bro, why do you keep sending this? I've already watched this. You think this video with 400,000 views from a Hasanabi head is not a video that we watched way back in the day? Why do you keep linking it? He just keeps spamming it too. He's like, please watch this. Please. Don't be mean to chatters. I wasn't being mean.
More punitive measures. We have to take the platform from under him. And I also think as a society, yes, we can...
The wind is probably going to mess with streaming tomorrow. It's likely to take out power lines. That's true. I didn't really think about that. If it goes out, maybe we'll use the new bag. You know?
Government needs to take measures. But we have to wonder now, as news organizations and politicians, to what extent now should we be using X or endorsing X if that's a platform?
All right, let's watch why Tommy Robinson is in prison, also known as Stephen Yaxley Lennon.
Can you give me a solicitor?
Wait, what's tomorrow? Wind gusts up to 50 to 80 miles per hour in California, in Los Angeles.
Yes. Can you get me a solicitor?
Arrested for broadcasting on Facebook Live outside a court in the UK. Sentenced to 13 months in prison the same day. For Tommy Robinson's supporters, it's an outrage. For them, he's out on the street telling the truth.
Yeah, they put him in jail for being the ugliest son of a bitch in the UK, which is like a very competitive field. You know what I mean?
Truth about Muslim immigration and Islam. A thorn in the side of the establishment, a defender of free speech. Thousands have marched on Downing Street in Leeds and Manchester. More protests are planned. More than 500,000 have signed a petition. They want Tommy
Who is this guy? This guy's one of the most notorious Islamophobic terrorists in the UK. F you? Wait, why? Oh, this is from 6 years ago. I thought this was new. All right, let's look at the biggest moments from the 2025 Golden Globes.
Filled with fierce fashions and emotional wins from Demi to Zoe. Lara, gonna share it all with us?
It was a great night. It was really.
Oh, before we do that, sorry. Here's senior politicians in Labor. The Tories and Reform have privately urged Donald Trump's allies to rethink his relationship with Elon Musk after the weekend. They're all questioning if the Trump-Musk alliance will last following the Nigel Farage blow-up. Rare unity on this between the three parties. A source well connected on both sides. I love that. The one guy that could unite the entirety of the British Politburo is uniting them on how bad his vibes are. Everybody's like, come on, dog. This guy is so bad. Please stay away from him. He is no good. He is no bueno. Trump is going to drop Musk as soon as he gets into office. I think so too. Trump supporters in Britain are warning Musk's posts risk damaging the president-elect's reputation abroad. Another UK politician close to Trump world says they're worried Musk has got above his station and now poses a threat to president-elect. But a Trump spokesman insists he is standing by Musk despite the row with Farage. Elon Musk and President Trump are great friends and brilliant leaders working together to make America great again. I mean, I don't think he cares. I don't think the reputation angle is the right angle. These guys don't know anything. The real way to undermine Musk and draw a rift between the current Musk-Trump allegiance, the real way to do that is by consistently saying President Musk. Just keep saying President Musk. Just keep saying he's outshining you. Not overstepping his station. Just say that Trump is actually doing the bidding of Elon Musk. You do that and you hurt Trump's ego. He is a very simple man to manipulate. Like, on the one hand, he loves the money that Elon brings. On the other, he absolutely, I think, is a narcissistic, spiteful man and will respond very angrily to any sort of statement that threatens Trump's power and authority. What's up with JD Vance? It's a little worrisome how under the radar he is at the moment. I mean, JD Vance is doing the right thing. He's doing the smart thing. New York Times Maggie Haberman reports that Trump has started to complain that Musk is around a lot. It's not there yet, but it will get there. I think that's the real. Did you see the Marvel's Rivals Fantastic Four lady thirsting going around? No, I haven't. Oh, also, here's something that we got to talk about. TikTok.
It was very important. That was one.
And also, I guess, somewhat tangentially related to Canada. Here is Kevin O'Leary on Meeting with Trump. I've joined with Frank McCourt to buy TikTok. It's a multi-billion-dollar deal. I wanted to let him know, as well as others in his cabinet, that we're doing this. We're going to need their help.
One topic, but I had another agenda item that was very important to me, and we announced that this morning. I have joined with Frank McCourt to buy TikTok, and this is a very complicated deal. It's a multi-billion-dollar deal. We're going to have to work with President Trump. This is a bipartisan situation. We have to work initially with Biden, and we want to. And then on midday, 12:05, Trump will be who we have to work with to close the deal in the months ahead. So I wanted to let him know, as well as others in his cabinet, that we're doing this, and we're going to need their help.
Well, that's going to be very...
They're going to turn TikTok into a right-wing haven. Yeah, they're going to turn TikTok into X if they are able to purchase it. Right now, it's like a decent balance, which is why everybody says TikTok is making people woke. That's the irony of it all, is that it's not that TikTok is making people woke. It's just that it allows leftist comments and it allows leftist commentary to exist on the platform. That's it. Okay, I think this is really funny, and I want to show you some of the choice TikToks from operators like this guy.
CCS, we have the join or die roast. This is a lactic fermentation process from Colombia. This tabby varietal literally translates to good. I spritz water on 15 grams of coffee and then grind at 800 micron. After grinding the coffee, I rinse my filter and preheat my brewing kit.
He's tactically ascertaining the coffee beans and engaging in kinetic action in the process of a thermal implosion event to ensure that the coffee beans are sufficiently warmed up. There is nothing funnier than also playing dress up as like the Sicario guy, because this guy is literally, he's doing the Sicario fit. He's not gay because he makes coffee with a plate carrier on. Exactly.
Uniform grind and stable temperatures translate to consistent cups. After dosing our coffee, we'll bring our water to 200 degrees Fahrenheit, then do a 45 ml bloom at 45 seconds. Next, I bring the water to 210 ml and then swirl. This technique prevents channeling and increases extraction. The final result is a cup with buttery texture and creamy mouthfeel, paired with bright acidity and notable...
Talking about creamy mouthfeel in your tactical Java deployment is, you know, I'm sorry, dude, this is gay as hell. Look at Black Rifle Coffee. What is happening? I'm not gay, though. Don't say it. That's what my ex-wife Barbara also said, and she knows not to say it any longer.
Red fruit. So if you feel like getting creamy with the homies, do yourself a favor and subscribe to this month's CCS.
There's nothing fake about conservative gun guys being so scared of the world that they have to arm themselves to go from the driver's seat to the trunk. This funny take as well. Yeah, he saw Jeffrey Donovan and Sicario and decided to make it his entire personality. It's literally a one-to-one fit. It's crazy. I had a roommate like this coffee guy. Getting creamy with the homies.
Water to 200 degrees.
It's just funny because, like, this is... Like, he's combining so many different things. One, this level of, like, care into your coffee making process is still something that very much exists on TikTok. It's just not expected from, like, a hoorah Black Rifle Coffee guy. But, like, the fact that he's in a Cybertruck with, like, his tactical gear is so funny. Is it not satire? I can only view this as satire. Please tell me it's satire. No, it's not. It's not satire. It's just Black Rifle Coffee. Also, Trump says many people in Canada love being the 51st state. He just keeps talking about how he's going to annex Canada. This was fantastic as well. White boy lunch versus Hispanic boy lunch. And then we'll talk about the Adrian Dittman saga as well before I move on to some more stuff.
Hey, man, let's eat lunch. Tell me what you got, dog.
I had 2 sandwiches. We got some cheese nabs, no peanut butter nabs.
Cheesy poos.
Cheese poos, Nutri-Grain.
You know what time it is.
Bro, it's crazy to me that dudes that work in back-breaking labor eat so poorly. Like, you need way more protein, dude. What the hell? You need so much more protein. So much more protein. That's all carbs and fat, my man. But then, look at La Raza.
Lunch check. Jose. What do we got today?
Una amiga nos regaló arroz.
Arroz.
Nos regaló tortillas recién hechas que nos regaló.
Nice.
Muchas gracias por la comida en bistec en salsa.
They're poor. Okay, well, it's good that you said that they're poor. because I'm glad that you said that, because this is supposed to juxtapose white boy lunch versus Mexican boy lunch. Okay? They're working at the same job site, brother. What's up?
I got me an adult lunchable.
Adult lunchable, God bless him. Cream pie, and a dang food
Food
round.
round.
He's 5'3", baby.
I saw that. I was like, I couldn't believe it, dude. Like, that is nowhere near enough protein necessary to keep you going throughout the day.
You know what time it is. Lunch check, Jose. What do we got today?
Today is taquitos.
Taquitos?
Oh my God.
Oh, nice. That's good.
What you got? Oh, yellow bread?
Yellow bread, turkey, mayonnaise. That's regular Pringles.
Absolutely.
Some dill.
Man, I love pickles. Got no cream pie.
Cream pie as well.
Yeah.
You know what time it is. Lunch check, Jose. What do we got today?
Menudo.
Menudo?
Yeah, menudo.
Oh, that looks good.
Tostadas.
Fuck.
Nice.
How about cheese?
Well, is it homemade? Nah, that's what I thought. What kind is it?
Or whatever.
Yeah, that's about the best.
Antonio?
Yo, tortillas, carne con papas que me dio mi hija.
Nice.
Y special, caldo de pollo.
Caldo de pollo.
They look like they eat normal food, gang. They do. Yeah. The Hispanic dudes on the job site are eating normal food. The white dudes on the job site are eating Cheetos, which is crazy. Yeah, I'd be angry too, bro. I'd be like, yo, these guys, I'd be mad as hell too. I'd be like, I'm voting for Donald Trump. Fuck this. That's right. Kick him out. Jose's always eating the best food at the job site. What the hell is this? I've been told I'd get the darn American dream. I see Jose every day eating, he calls it mole. I told Deborah, make me some mole. She said, all you're getting is Cheetos today.
All right, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. Motherfucking lunchtime. Boom. Got the motherfucking honey bun, some crackers, Snickers, and some chips.
Dude, are you serious? Dude's eating like an autistic teenager. What the hell? No, dude, that is not lunch. Dude's eating like he's about to post about how he has a food sensory disorder, and that's why he has to eat Frosted Flakes only. No, that's all carbs, baby. There's no protein there. You need protein. You need veggies. You need protein. What the hell? Oh my God, dude, the amount of injuries that you are going to withstand just by, like, I'm telling you right now, I saw this video and it just like killed me. I work out. I don't work at a job site. A job site is infinitely harder than that, right? There's like plenty of picking up heavy things and being on your feet the entire day. In order to sustain that, and in order to ensure proper rest and recovery, you need to have more protein. You need to have protein. You need to have a more balanced diet. This is unacceptable.
And another honey.
Drinking, papa. We got the chile verde with the sopa and beans with cheese. Chuletas with arroz.
Oh, papa.
Oh, chile relleno, papi. Look.
Oh, let's see the cheese.
Let's go to Sugar Town. Tell me what you got. You got a pecan roll?
Strawberry, applesauce, Fritos, Nutri-Grain. Basically the same stuff I had last week.
Yeah.
It's a Dollar General again.
Every single one of these dudes is going to have tremendous issues down the line. There's no way to keep this up.
And then you got 2 pieces of pizza. That's good, drinking that water though.
Yo, check this out, man. Y'all thought y'all had some parties going on now. This is a carne asada at the house, boy. We got my man Ivan right there. Yes, sir. Everybody grabs a taco, gets to work. Siding going on outside. Everybody's just grubbing, man. I love it. Look at him. He's dancing too. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. He's dancing on his way to the food. That's how you know you got a good crew, man. Amazing. And people, man, let me just say, any Hispanics on the job site going hard, baby. Look at this. Whole carne asada with good vibes, baby.
Legitimately, this can be explained by the fact that the Hispanic workers have a social support network and the white men don't. It explains so much. Yeah. I think it's a microcosm of a much larger problem. But that's it. Like that, but that's crazy. It's called love. No wonder these guys are always talking about like all the contractors talking about like, what do you mean? All the hired help has to be Mexican. Them white boys, they don't want to work no more. They don't work good. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't work good on Mott's and a bag of Fritos chili cheese either. That's like 600 calories of just carbs only. That's crazy. These boys are proper malnourished, dude. That's why they want to deport us. All these white boys are jealous of us. Yeah. Can confirm I work construction. I had a shit diet. I gained a bunch of weight. I tore my body up and I took longer to recover from injuries. I ended up with several herniated discs and messed up joints. Yeah. Is it better than McDonald's though? No. Ironically enough, McDonald's is better than this. And I'm 100% serious about that. People often say like McDonald's is ultra processed, and it's true, okay? But McDonald's is still more balanced than this. As long as you're not getting a milkshake on the side and like French fries galore, okay? If you were to just simply stick to the burgers and maybe some chicken nuggets, you would literally get a infinitely more balanced diet than this. You need protein. This is crazy. Like the one thing we saw on White Boy Lunch is that it's just all carbs and fat, no protein. They're avoiding the protein like it's gonna kill them or something. This is crazy. I think people just automatically go like McDonald's sucks. And it's true. It does. It's not the best way to eat. But I think people just simply don't understand food. Like, you know, they're not trying to build muscle. Carbs give you energy. No, you're wrong. The protein is for recovery. Okay. When you are engaging in back-breaking labor, your muscle fibers are breaking down. In that time frame, you need to have protein to ensure that your muscle fiber heals properly. Also, there's just nowhere near enough. Like, you need protein even if you're not doing labor. What are we talking about? You need to have protein as a part of a healthy diet. What are we talking about? There is no world where like someone's just like, nah, I just sit around all day. I don't need protein. No, you still need it. You eat it at dinner, dog, not during the shift. They should be eating better, but it's awful to eat enough protein at a job site. That's insane. Maybe they're vegan. You're being prejudiced against vegans. Yeah, no, they're not vegan. Another lunch vid going viral.
All right, day 5 of Jesus' lunch.
Oh, yeah, no, I love this one. I've seen this before.
Got today, baby.
The turkey sandwich, Slosky.
Where?
Slosky.
Okay, Slosky.
Slosky. And 2 jalapenos.
Okay.
1 jalapeno. Very little red and orange. It's very, very hot. Pero it's okay, me Mexican. Don't worry, me no white boy.
And that's the best one. Me no white boy. Would it be beneficial just to add a protein part then? You need more. People don't realize you're wearing your muscles out by using them. They don't understand the first thing about nutrition and caring for themselves. Grown-ass children need women so desperately. I'm a dietitian that works with the largest hospital in Arkansas. The rates of diabetes at the job site is insane, which leads to a lot of these guys losing both of their legs from untreated diabetes. Jesus Christ, dude. It's so crazy that like we have bountiful, endless information ready at our disposal in 2025 in the United States of America, the wealthiest nation on earth, and people still operate like medieval peasants. They just take on all of the worst aspects of commodity production that's streamlined, that made it so easy to have all of the treats readily at our readily available at our disposal, and yet they don't take advantage of any of the information, the nutritional information that's out there. You need protein at the job site. You need protein at no matter where you are, okay? No matter what you're doing, you just need protein automatically. Even if you're vegan, vegans will be the first to tell you. Here come the lifting normies and health nuts. Shut the fuck up already. No. You need protein too, chatter. You're crazy. Anyway, speaking of all of my haters that are wrong, proven once again, here's Jeff Nippert. Hydration impact of different bevs. Basically, any common drink you drink will hydrate you well. Coffee doesn't dehydrate you. It just hydrates you slightly less effectively than water. Milk and orange juice are just about as effective as an oral hydration solution. There it is. Okay, still water, sparkling water, cola. Diet cola seemingly hydrates you better than still water. Look at that. Look at that. Let me crack open a diet cola. As a soda boy, I stay on top, baby. Soda boys on top, baby. Let's go. Water cells seething. Soda chads on top. That's right. Nutritionists cost money, dude. Does it look like I'm made of money? What are you talking about, brother? What do you mean? I'm not a nutritionist. I've never gone to a nutritionist. What are you talking about? That's why I said we have information readily available, accessible at our fingertips. Like, I'm not one of those guys that's just like, oh my God, like, oh my God, you have the internet. You can do your Sigma grind set. Like, I understand why many people don't have access to this information, or rather don't know where to look. But you are currently here, and I'm telling you these things myself. What's the matter, cola boy? Afraid you might taste something? Yeah. You do eat the same every day, though, so? You don't realize how poor some of us are? Brother, okay, you're broke. Does that mean you're also incapable of hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth? I am so confused. I'm in the process of telling you what is good, okay? I'm in the process of telling you what is good in terms of nutritional information. I'm giving you valid nutritional information, and you're like, nah, I'm too broke to hear you. Like, what is happening? Also, even at my brokest, okay, and holy moly, I was very broke. There were many different tricks that I would engage in to ensure that I had enough protein, but that requires you to cook. Okay? Yeah. Like day-old rotisserie chicken, for example, manager specials. White people, I'm poor. I can't eat as good as Hispanics. Yeah. The Hispanic guys at the job site are just simply infinitely wealthier than the white guys at the job site. Yeah. Jose at the job site is living La Vida Loca. Okay? You don't understand. By the way, bro, lectures us on the importance of a healthy, nutritious diet and then drinks corn syrup. First of all, I'm not doing that. I'm drinking a diet bev. You will never catch me drinking a full strength soda. You will never catch me drinking a full strength soda. I'm a diet soda boy. How dare you? How dare you say such things? I wanted to talk about South Korea as well, but I didn't realize that white boy lunch versus Hispanic boy lunch was going to cause so much of a fissure in this community. Also, new median voter just dropped. Okay, watch this.
Let me see what you got in your truck.
My truck?
Yes.
Stop the genocide. 2 big Palestine flags.
Okay.
Redneck support Palestine.
Okay.
Because I'm from Texas.
All right.
Okay, over here.
Uh-huh.
We got Stop Free Gaza.
Uh-huh. Nice.
On the doors we have From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free.
Yes,
Hell
sir.
yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Stop the violence.
We have Stop the Violence. Rise up against the genocide. MashaAllah.
MashaAllah.
And then we have the kafia that says Palestine.
Palestine will be
On
free.
the mirrors and the hood. On the top of the windshield it says All Eyes on Rafah.
Watch out. Watch out. ADL's coming for the decals. ADL's coming for the decals, my man. Watch out. They're going to be like, you got to take this down. This is the most anti-Semitic truck I've ever seen. Why can't you get a cool, not anti-Semitic truck, like the same lifted truck, but instead it has a Blue Lives Matter sticker next to a Israel sticker next to a swastika? That is the perfectly appropriate amount of non-anti-Semitism coming from the overwhelming majority of lifted trucks in the state of Texas, you know? Why can't you be a normal redneck and be a part of like a neo-Nazi militia that's also weirdly pro-Israel? ADL labeling this the most anti-Semitic truck known to man. Those Australian cops are calling a state of emergency after seeing this truck. They're gonna cry. The Australian cops that stopped that one protester and they were like, they had a watermelon. they immediately perish. It makes the post January 6th suicides look tame in comparison. They're gonna see this and immediately have big news on diet soda is more hydrated than water. I know, I just covered it. Fox Sports lawsuit explained. Hairstylist suing Fox, Skip Bayless, and Joy Taylor.
Former Fox hairstylist is suing Fox, Fox Sports, Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports 2,
Damn, there's that many Fox Sports? I didn't even know.
Charlie Dixon, who is the head of content for Fox Sports 1, Skip Bayless, and Fox Sports 1 host Joy Taylor. And child, I'm not a lawyer, but I read all 42 pages of this lawsuit, so let me give you the recap. Let me start off by saying that this is a 2-part lawsuit. Nushin Faraji, who is the woman that's suing, has filed a class action lawsuit on behalf of her and other hourly employees. And then she's also filed an individual lawsuit on behalf of herself, claiming battery, hostile work environment based on gender, race, and disability. She's claiming retaliation, wrongful termination.
What did they do to this woman? Oh my God.
And some other stuff. Here we go. So I'm going to call her Faraji because I don't know if I'm pronouncing her first name right, so just go with it. So Faraji says that she started working with Fox in 2012 and then was hired full-time in 2016. Starting off with defendant Joy Taylor, Faraji says she meets Joy Taylor in 2016, and at that time, Joy was working on an as-needed basis for Fox. She was married but had recently relocated from Miami to Los Angeles, but her husband was still in Miami where she came from. Faraji says that in May of 2016, she goes to meet Joy for drinks, and when she gets there, a man named Charlie Dixon, who is a defendant and, like I said, is the head of content for Fox Sports 1, is also there. Faraji didn't know who he was, but he was buying drinks and food. After that first night, Faraji says anytime she would go to meet Joy for anything, Charlie Dixon would either come with Joy or he would come later and leave with Joy. The lawsuit says, quote, Faraji suspected that the pair were sleeping with each other, and although this concerned Miss Faraji as she knew Miss Taylor was recently married, Miss Faraji kept her opinions to herself. Keeping your opinions to yourself and then filing this lawsuit with this information in.
Is Skip the guy that accidentally started Instagram live of him clapping cheeks? Absolutely not. Okay. That's Unk. And secondly, it'd be really funny if it was Skip Bayless that actually had an Instagram live of him clapping cheeks. Mama Shell. Mama Shell. Mama Shell.
And it doesn't all the way feel like keeping your opinions to yourself. The suit goes on to say that Faraji continued to be friends with Miss Taylor, but tried to distance herself as she considered the situation dangerous as well as morally wrong, as Miss Taylor and Mr. Dixon were both married. In July of 2016, the lawsuit says people around the office start hearing about a new show that's going to be launching called Undisputed. The show was going to co-star Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharpe, and execs wanted a woman with significant TV experience to also star on the show. So Faraji says it was a surprise when Fox announced that Joy Taylor was the woman who got the job, considering that Joy previously was, quote, a bartender and Miami radio host with very little TV experience. Faraji is giving shade, ain't she? Now, Faraji says that Skip Bayless told her at one point that he didn't even want Joy Taylor on the show, but Charlie Dixon was adamant about it and eventually asked him to just do it as a favor to him. A few months after all of this, Faraji says she goes to dinner with Joy, Joy's husband, Charlie Dixon, and Charlie's wife. And during that dinner, quote, Miss Taylor's husband became suspicious that Miss Taylor and Mr. Dixon were having a relationship. Soon after the dinner, Miss Taylor's husband found evidence of the inappropriate relationship and decided to divorce Miss Taylor. Fast forward a bit to January of 2017, Faraji says that she was at a rooftop restaurant celebrating Joy Taylor's birthday when Mr. Charlie Dixon approaches her. The lawsuit says that he asked the bartender for a drink and then he places his arm on Faraji's lower back. He asked her how she was doing, if she was having fun, and if she wanted a tequila shot. He then, according to the lawsuit, lowered his hand and started rubbing her body and grabbing her behind. Faraji says that she told Joy Taylor about what happened, but to her surprise, Joy's response was, quote, get over it, and that Dixon could make both of them lose their jobs. So from there, Faraji decides to tell another coworker. And the lawsuit says while that coworker agreed that Charlie Dixon was disgusting, the person also said that the behavior wasn't shocking given Fox's culture and that Faraji should just keep quiet if she wants to keep her job. The lawsuit says a few years into working at Fox, Faraji went to lunch with another one of her coworkers, and at that lunch, the woman tells her that she's no longer going to be working with Fox because Charlie Dixon told her in order to renew her contract, she needed to engage with him. The woman declined, and according to her, she was now parting ways with the company. Following that,
I mean, I believe a lot of this tracks with corporate America. I feel like that is not culture, is predatory. I mean, it fits Fox's culture. Most Fox properties have been hit with similar suits. I mean, think about Fox News. You don't remember? This happened within Fox News as well. And it's not just Fox either. It's just like, I think it's just most of media has these issues.
at lunch, Faraji calls Joy Taylor to report what she learned at lunch. And according to her, Joy says no one gives a blank about that coworker. Now, in addition to what's claimed about Charles Dixon and Joy Taylor, Faraji also has some claims about Skip Bayless. Faraji was hired to give Skip Bayless haircuts once a week for Undisputed, and at first these appointments were fine. But eventually he, quote, began finding excuses to touch her. He would give her lingering hugs after each haircut, putting his body against her own, pressing against her, and he even began kissing her on her cheeks. In the summer of 2017, while Miss Faraji was giving Skip Bayless a haircut, he told her that she was, quote, voluptuous. Now Faraji, whose first language is in English, asked him what voluptuous meant, and he said she should figure it out. Eventually she does, and she says she was mortified. Faraji says that she decided to...
She made him go consult a dictionary for sexual harassment. It's like a timed sexual harassment bomb. Like she had to go home and pull up a dictionary and then get hit with the impact after the blast. That's crazy. A delayed attack.
To keep quiet about all of this because she was a single mom and needed the job to care for her and her son. In an incident from 2021, Faraji says that she told Skip about some medical issues she was having, but instead of him being compassionate, Faraji says that he told her he wanted to be with her and then allegedly grabbed her hands, began kissing them, and offered her $1.5 million to engage with him. About 1 week after the $1.5 million offer, Faraji says Skip tries her again, and this time Faraji tells him, quote, "Skip, stop, you have a wife." To which Skip responded, quote, "Aren't you Muslim? Doesn't your dad have 3 to 4 wives?"
What?
And then Faraji
what? He hit the double. Sexual assault, sexual harassment, and also Islamophobia, the triple. He's dual wielding bigotries. He's dual wielding bad behavior. He went akimbo.
Her dad was dead. In April of 2022, the lawsuit says that Faraji walked over to Skip's fitting room on set. And when he answered the door, he, quote, began to angrily accuse her of engaging with Shannon Sharp. Faraji tried to explain that that never happened, but she says Skip didn't believe her. This back and forth goes on for a number of days, and then on April 16, 2022, during a phone call between Skip and Faraji, Faraji says that Skip tells her he could tell from her body language that she had done what he was accusing her of. He then also stated that he heard her talking to Shannon about her private. There's also an incident from 2018 in which Faraji says that around that time, Joy Taylor's then fiance, so this seems different than the husband she had back in 2016, learns that she had been sleeping with Charlie Dixon. Joy's fiance breaks off the engagement after learning this news and threatens to go public with everything he knew. The lawsuit says, upon information and belief, Charlie Dixon paid for everything it took to cancel the wedding in exchange for the fiance not saying anything. Faraji also says that a man named Bobby Diaz, who mics up the talent for Fox, openly gropes, harasses, and is inappropriate with women at Fox, including her. And the only reason he hasn't been fired is because he supplies narcotics to Fox employees and talent, even after an incident where he removed his pants on live camera. What's going on over at Fox? In February of 2020, Faraji says she meets Joy for lunch, and when she gets there, Emmanuel Acho was also there. Faraji didn't know who he was, but she says, quote, she could tell that the two were romantically involved. Faraji.
Why is Okay, listen, I'm not discounting the accusations here, but like these guys seemingly were always inviting the hairstylist to virtually every sexual outing that they were doing. Like, that's crazy. They literally were like, hey, I'm about to go have sex with someone who's not my wife. Can you please come over? We're going to Buffalo Wild Wings. What the hell, dude? He's like, listen, when I am having sex with people that are not my significant other, I like to make sure my hair is on point. Okay, I'm freaky.
She says she tells Joy Taylor that she probably
it's hairstylist centric adultery kink.
Shouldn't be sleeping with Emmanuel and Charles Dixon because Dixon is a very powerful man who might get angry. But Joy allegedly responded saying she is also very powerful, and once Charles Dixon was no longer useful to her, she would just tell the company that he forced himself on her. Faraji says Joy wanted Acho to recommend her for the show Speak for Yourself, and in September of 2022, she was in fact hired on that show. By October 2021, Faraji says the friendship between her and Joy Taylor had ended. And when it does, Joy begins insulting her on a personal and professional level. Joy allegedly openly mocked Faraji's English and complained about Faraji's humming. The humming is apparently involuntary, and it's a subconscious coping mechanism Faraji uses for PTSD. Joy Taylor also then began saying that she needed a black hairstylist on set instead of Faraji, who isn't black. Time goes on, but eventually Faraji is told that she is no longer needed as a hairstylist at all. And when she asked the head of operations if she had done anything wrong, the woman responded, quote, "You remind me of my dog, and when I take my dog out, he barks at bigger dogs. That's like you." I don't even know what that means, but comparing somebody to a dog is not okay. In August of 2023, Skip somehow learns that Faraji never actually engaged with Shannon Sharpe and decides to apologize to her. While he's doing that, he also tells her that Charlie Dixon wanted her fired because she knew too much and was talking too much. There's some HR meetings, some internal investigations.
I like that they put the sexy photo of Shannon Sharpe on there. Like, respect. Put some respect on Unc. He puts a lot of work. He puts a lot of work to stay that way, okay?
And on August 8th, 2024, Faraji is officially told that after an investigation, she is being fired because Fox can only afford to have one hairdresser on their 3 shows, 2 of which Faraji had been working on. Faraji says after much therapy, she is now at the point where she seeks justice. So she's suing for battery, which is specific to Charlie Dixon for that alleged incident that took place on the rooftop bar, Skip Bayless for those lingering hugs, pressing on her body, kissing on her cheeks, and Fox because according to her, they required their employees to appease the talent or do whatever they needed to keep them happy. She's also suing for a hostile work
Why do you
environment.
glorify sexual abusers? Wait, what? Shannon Sharpe didn't do anything. He was what? Yo, your lack of reading comprehension and critical thinking skills is not my fault. Okay? Why are you? Unc is innocent. Why would you come after him like this?
Failure to prevent harassment, which is specific to Fox for not taking reasonable steps to prevent this kind of stuff from happening. Retaliation.
Except for the Instagram live thing? Yeah, what? You mean clapping his wife's cheeks consensually? I didn't realize that was a crime, dude. Ma Michelle.
Because she says in one of those HR meetings, she confirmed that Joy Taylor was sleeping with Emmanuel and Charlie Dixon. And shortly after, she says she was fired. So according to her, those 2 things are related. And then she's also suing for wrongful termination. Now, like I said, there's also the class action part of this lawsuit. And Faraji does go into details of that.
Whatever.
But it's essentially that
Not his
she and
wife.
other
Doesn't
non-exempt
matter.
employees were not properly
Partner.
paid, even though they were required by Fox to work. So we just gonna start off 2025 hot, huh? Because I'm tired already.
Unc not married. People think he's gay. Yeah, that's why people were claiming that Shannon actually leaked it because he wanted to go against the he's gay allegations. That's the conspiracy around his quote unquote Instagram live leak, considering how difficult it is to like actually go live on Instagram. But I guess what did my favorite commentator say? Jason Whitlock.
I know what I'm capable of. And that big rack of hers that she showed off constantly.
That's great. You know, Jason Whitlock, somehow not involved in this, still comes out to be a villain. Cool. Straight up. It's like always expect Jason Whitlock to come out as an enemy in every story, even if he is not involved in the story. Thanks, Jason.
It's just, and that peanut butter skin, with that big rack.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Lobotomy. 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 Oh my God. Fearless with Jason Whitlock. Should feel fear. Also on the Blaze Network, by the way, just so you understand where this incredible, rousing commentary is coming from.
Like, Jay, keep your distance.
He is, oh God, he is so bad. What is this? She used to work at Fox Sports. One time, Jason shit his pants in the studio and had to run to the bathroom during a commercial break. I'm in a tough spot. I know all involved parties. The story speaks to narratives that I discuss regularly. Corruption in TV and the media. The injection of women as hosts in male discussions. I'll figure out what I'm comfortable sharing and saying. And then he did. This was what he was comfortable sharing and saying.
I know what I'm capable of. And that big rack of hers that she showed off constantly. It's just, and that peanut butter skin with that big rack. Like, Jay, keep your distance.
I'm glad that he found comfort. He found the appropriate strength to muster up this take, okay? What I can say for sure, Shannon Sharp got revenge on the people he viewed as doing him wrong at FS1, Fox Sports 1. Another prominent personality benefited as well. It's a dirty game. You'll enjoy this very funny, unrelated interaction with...
You, this historian, and analyze the game. Can you tell us when the last time a Triple Crown winner, in the sense the merger, hadn't made the playoffs?
Your brother?
I can't either. I can't either. That was 30 plus years ago. And
you asked me the last time it happened, 1992. 1992.
He didn't have a deal.
Why are you showing me anti-Shannon Sharp propaganda? It's disrespectful. He seems to be vindicated. Emmanuel Acho was posting about Joy Tyler like bro was geeking about sleeping with her. Someone said he was also like very religious. Happy birthday to my brilliant co-host, my homie, my friend. Joy Taylor Talks. It's a pleasure and honor to work with you daily. Y'all go show her some love.
Yeah. Yeah, right there.
Bro was in her crib, toes out. No. Oh, no. Posting a highlight reel for your coworker is insane. Yeah, I mean, we now know why he was posting it. So maybe not so insane.
Done with rehearsal.
What?
For the new show Speak. And I got to take a moment to shout out my co-host, Joy Taylor. A woman, a black woman, daily show, sports. Do you all realize how hard it is to get into the position that she is in? So often there's misogyny and sexism running rampant in sports, and we don't even care what women have to say in sports. But Joy is not only in the position on television as a woman, as a black woman, but as an opinionist. So not just asking men what they think, but providing her own unique and distinct insight. It's hard to do, and Joy, you have done it. So congratulations. Looking forward to working with you, and hope y'all tune in. 4:30 to 6 Eastern every day.
That's crazy. Oh my God. Bro, the eye roll, that's too much. The eye roll is too much. What? No socks in the crib? Man was diving head first in it. What he's hiding there is shame. You might think he's cold. Okay? He's not cold. Wait. Oh my God. This is literally right after. Oh my God. Oh my. Can you blame bro? She's fine as hell. Yeah, this was awesome. Yeah, he wrote a book about he wrote a book about tackling anti-Semitism.
Our next guests are all about confronting difficult
with Noah Tishby.
brothers and sisters' hearts so that I can empathize with them and fight alongside them.
And you saw Noah online.
I did.
After October 7th, and you reached out to her.
I reached out to her 2 years before October 7th.
Oh, to have this conversation.
Yes, this project was not a project based upon October 7th. It was a project based upon anti-Semitism. Noah just continued to speak and continue to lead and continue to be a galvanizer in the community.
Emmanuel actually reached out to me over a year and a half before October 7th because he noticed the rise in anti-Semitism, which I really want to commend him for that because a lot of people from outside the Jewish community did not notice that. So we.
Okay. Did you see Whitlock piped up to say he knew something was going on and that's why he stayed away from Joy? No, he didn't say that. He said the grossest. He said perhaps the grossest possible thing he could say about the situation. That's a very funny way to interpret what he said. He said peanut butter skin and a big old rack. He said he had to exercise self-control. God, Jason Whitlock is disgusting. That's crazy. Those are a crazy sequence of words to put together, okay? But when your co-host does the face, it's okay. Yes. Anyway, what else do we got? Oh, updates on South Korea, by the way. Before I forget. South Korea's president, with a warrant out for his arrest, barricaded himself in his house with the help of their version of the Secret Service, and they're prepared to go down shooting. So they gave up. The police gave up. The PSS blocked the CIO from placing Yoon under arrest for approximately 5.5 hours on Friday, eventually leading the CIO to back down. At the time, the PSS blocked entry into the residence by using buses and military vehicles. And 200 or so PSS agents linked arms to form a human barrier against CIO investigators attempting to gain access to the residence. There are also claims that military forces were employed to secure the area, which the PSS has since denied. After successfully thwarting the effort to arrest the president, the PSS spent the following weekend setting up more vehicle barriers on the road leading to the presidential residence, while also installing military-grade barbed wire around the residence. I didn't realize Yoon had motion like that. My mistake. I didn't realize that the Yoon cells, the Goon Squad, the Yooners, the Yoon Gooners, the Yoonies were out and about like that. My mistake. I was not familiar with the motion that the Goon Squad had. Opposition parties suspect the PSS of issuing guidelines to his agents to be prepared for the possibility of using live ammo. During a press briefing on this day, the Democratic Party's Committee for Investigating the Alleged Insurrection said that during this process of carrying out the CIO's arrest warrant, PSS Chief Park Chung-jun gave his men the order to use blanks if they were pushed back in a scuffle and to use live ammunition if that doesn't work. However, the PSS denied the claim, stating, "We would like to make it clear that Park never gave the order to fire upon CIO employees, nor did he ever even consider such an order." The police booked Park on charges of special obstruction of public duty and ordered him to appear for questioning on Saturday, January 4th. In response, the PSS said, "The head of the Presidential Security Service cannot leave his post, even for a moment," and Park did not appear. The police summoned Park again, demanding his appearance on Tuesday, but Park has not responded. Gotta imagine the plan is to wait out the siege until January 20th and then hope the Trump admin pulls some strings. The tiny number of counter-protesters supporting Yoon are waving American flags and English signs saying "Stop the Steal." But the flip side is that Yoon is Biden and Blinken's guy. They've all but stood by him the past month. Blinken himself is in Seoul right now and hasn't said a damn thing about it. Even Korean opposition parties are on board with Biden and Blinken's anti-China stances. The main reason the U.S. is so strongly behind Yoon is because Yoon has been willing to circumvent South Korean law to funnel large amounts of artillery shells to Ukraine. Or maybe they're just friends.
It's been a while, but...
Have you ever thought about that? Maybe they just love one another.
A long, long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. And now I knew if I had my chains, that I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. February made me shiver with the paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember if I tried when I read about his widow bride. Something touched me deep inside the day the music died.
Oh, come on. You're not going to sing the best part?
Now, there's a fellow who wrote that song, Miss American Pie, that couldn't be here tonight.
노래를 쓰신 분이 있죠.
But he wanted you to have his signed guitar.
그분의 사인이 들어있습니다.
Why was the Biden White House so musical? I feel like there's far too many devastating events that have taken place under the Brandon regime that you can splice with footage of like someone directly involved singing shittily. What is happening there? Biden was there when music was invented. Not as musical when RBJ died during the Trump admin. True. I mean, here is well, what is this? I thought you were gonna send me the Blinken yeah, Rockin' in the Free World. Here it is. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken performs Rocking to the Free World in a bar in Kyiv. They cut his mic out, dude. They were like, come on, dog. I mean, this is better, though. This is the best one. When he sang Hoochie Coochie Man. Bro, can you please stop sending me this video on anti-North Korean propaganda? Please, please, please. I beg of you. Please. I don't know why. You just like have valuable input in between. And then you go back to this video, this amazing video on the falsities of the West propaganda on North Korea. I am not going to watch the loyal citizens of Pyongyang, okay? From the YouTube channel, the DPRK Newsroom. I'm not going to watch it right now.
Woman told my mother before I was born, gonna be a man child coming, gonna be son of a gun, gonna make pretty women's jump and shout, and the world will know what it's all about. You know I'm here. Everybody knows I'm here.
It's amazing. I don't know what's going on. I'm an NMP viewer. This is Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, who oversaw probably one of the more destructive American foreign policy regimes around the globe. Just a sequence of L after L after L, which led to a lot of death and devastation globally. Poorly singing Hoochie Coochie Man. Are you not worried about being banned from Twitch for showing this shit? No. This is Black Scent, by the way. That's my favorite. Okay, that is the best comment of the day today. Canceling Anthony Blinken for Black Scent. This is up there with Hitler's age gap relationship in terms of probably the canceling notoriously horrific war criminals for minor offenses in comparison to the awful things that they've done. Oh, that's amazing. Oh. Like, this man is getting sued by all jokes aside, I think he's like being personally sued by the victims of the genocide that he's overseen. And you're like, I'll have you know, he's doing AAVE here. Kind of problematic. Like, he's a war criminal, man. What are you talking about? Throw him in jail. Where is this lady going? Are you going somewhere? Are you going somewhere? Is there somewhere you need to be? What's that? What's happening? Oh, never mind. It's just I would like some pets, please. My time. Hoochie Coochie Man. All right, let's look at the biggest moments from the 2025 Golden Globes.
Really fun to watch, everybody. The Globes, they're usually a great time for the nominees, mixing TV and movies with a splash of champagne, and that usually means it's a fun show to watch for us at home. The Bear, Shogun, Wicked, Amelia Perez, the best in the business were celebrated. It also means the race to the Oscars is now on.
Popular, you're gonna be popular. I'll teach you some Catholic prayers. Oh, sorry, what? Wait, this sucks?
It was a wickedly entertaining night at the Golden Globes.
Zendaya is here. Zendaya, you were incredible in Dune. Oh my God, I woke up for all of your scenes. You were so good.
First-time host Nikki Glazer kicking things off with a raucous monologue.
Hi, Timothy. You were great as Timothy.
You need to know all of fucking Mexico hates Emilia Perez. Yeah, I wonder why. Like, isn't that a musical about, I don't even know what it is, but just from context clues, like, it sounds like a French director made a movie about Mexico without looking into Mexico at all, where the main like anti-hero, I guess, is a trans, like, Mexican cartel boss that's trans, that becomes a trans woman. I don't understand. There's a lot of hatred towards Emilia Perez for having a trans character. It's a musical featuring a trans character without consulting any actual trans people, and it features narcos. Yeah, it's a cartel boss that turns trans, right? And it doesn't have like any Mexican characters in it either, Mexican actors in it. Yeah, I just saw this and I was like, this is everything I needed to see. I saw this and I was like, okay, yeah, no, give it all the awards. Please watch this clip of it, please. Nice to meet. Yeah, I just did. Why are you sending me the clip I just watched? Emilia Perez was my dad's movie of the year. Your dad is too woke. Okay? Too woke. There's no shot this is real. This won multiple awards, not one award, multiple. Everything wrong with Emilia Perez, a thread. The French director, who was not fluent in either English or Spanish, stated that he did not need to learn about Mexican culture because he already knew enough, which explains why this film is full of offensive stereotypes and misrepresentation. The casting director declared that the cast was supposed to be Mexican, but there were not enough talented Mexican actors. All the actors were Europeans and foreigners with Latin origins like Selena Gomez, born and raised in the USA. She also said that they adjusted the characters' origins in the script to fit the accents of the actors they chose. Selena's character was originally Mexican, but they changed it after casting her because her Spanish was not good. The only Mexican in the film, Adriana Paz, plays a secondary role just like Selena and Zoe, but she was not chosen by the directors as a bet in the Best Supporting Actress categories. What? Do you think it's a satire movie that bait awards into a reverse Uno card thing? Mexican actor Eugenio Derbez criticized Selena's Spanish not only for its lack of... Why is this... Bro, this is why I hate fucking Hollywood drama shit, okay? I'm sorry, but like, why? It's just like lasering in on like a person that you probably don't like. Immediately, it feels like this is just more so about shitting on Selena Gomez, okay? Like, why? Everything about Hollywood turns into this. This is why I hate covering Hollywood stuff. It literally just... Like, third tweet in, I'm like, okay, this is obviously a stan account that just doesn't like Selena Gomez. Like, stick to the movie critique, man. Every single thing turns into, and I'm saying this as someone who does not care about Olivia Rodrigo or Selena Gomez or Ariana Grande or any number of different people that were up for awards or not up for awards. I don't care. But it's like, it's so obvious. Like, it's so obvious that everybody has an axe to grind with whoever they have perceived is like slighted their favorite content creator, their favorite musician. So they just like take on these like supposedly political, they take on these like, political roles as though they're, Hasan, no, defending Gomez will get you on Twitter. They'll get you. I'm not defending Selena Gomez. I just don't care. I don't care about Selena Gomez's role in this. Okay? Like, Selena Gomez not knowing enough Spanish is not the major part of this story. Okay? It's so weird. That's a weird... I want to learn about a particular thing that is going on, okay? And then I resort to this stupid Twitter thread, and immediately it just turns into a person with an axe to grind, a person with a vendetta. It's a bait and switch. Okay? Oh my God. Click on the account and read the first post. Yeah, look. Well, I called it. I still can't believe Emilia Perez won Best Musical over this masterpiece. There it is. Axe grinded. This is what I mean. It's like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is a standalone, okay? This 16-second clip from the movie showed me so much more than what that Twitter thread was doing. And no, before people jump to this, like, no, you don't understand. It's actually important to talk about. It's actually important to talk about Selena Gomez here. It's like, yeah, it's important for one of the multi-thread, okay? You can bring it up once. You bring it up 8 times, and it turns into, yeah, you just hate Selena Gomez. Amazing. Just say that Wicked was robbed and move on, brother. Trust me. Sure, Wicked was robbed. This sucks. But my point is not that. I'm talking about something entirely different here. Okay. Penis to vagina. It's stuck in my head now. This is a banger, actually. I take it back. Cool that doctors are rocking gear like this. Like, I feel like the doctor robes are too boring. I like that these guys are rocking this gear. I don't know what's going on here. It's like a doctor, but an admiral. This guy's a general of doing sex change operations. In my mind. Yeah. He's the final boss. He's the final boss of transing people.
To vagina.
Hello, very nice to meet you. I'd like to know about sex change operation.
I see. Men
This goes
woman,
hard.
A woman to men.
Man to woman.
This is how it's done. This is what the wokes have created, okay? This is what the wokes have created. You just go up to the doctor, and if you sing, you can just get a sex change operation. As long as you repeat what your doctor is saying in a sing-song voice. That's how easy it is. A penis to vagina. I watch one Disney movie, and now you got me doing sing-song dances. Like this reads so silly. I feel like this could have been a Daily Wire production to belittle trans existence. Like, it reads, dude, it feels like something that Ben Shapiro wrote after he heard that Kamala Harris wanted to give bottom surgery to transgender, transnational, illegal criminals or something. Like, cartel boss. Cartel boss. The fact that it's a musical theater piece also makes it more Ben Shapiro coded. Okay. What? Bro, you can't be crying about being clipped out of context. I'm glad you can see the satire. Finally, you are so boomer coded. What do you mean? You can't be crying and getting clipped out of context. Are you telling me that I'm clipping a movie out of context? We need to put a ban on French directors until we figure out what the hell is going on. Vaginoplasty. Yes. Oh my God. Okay, I'm back on it. This movie's amazing. I'm going to watch this movie now. Yo, I'm going to watch the shit out of this movie. What the hell? Someone spent money making a movie where the lines vaginoplasty, yes, actually is in the movie? What? What the hell, dude? Also, thank you for watching the full context. Yeah, I wouldn't have. I think it would have been inappropriate of me to clip this movie out of context. Now that I've seen the full context where the doctor goes, vaginoplasty, yes. I'm beginning to recognize that this was so much stupider than I previously thought it was. Is she working for the cartel boss that wants to be trans? This is turning me anti-woke. DeSantis was right all along. No, she's helping the cartel boss. Wow. Chatters that said watch the movie and find out. Think I'm gonna have to do that. I'm trans and this is turning me anti-trans. Wow, that's messed up. The right wing have no good artistic sense, but it seems like the wokes don't either. Well, excuse me. Vaginoplasty. Yes. That was unironically. I turned back around on this. Like at first I was like, this sucks. But honestly, it's after watching it, I'm on board. This guy, because I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't think he can sing. This is why Trump won. Is this camp? I don't know what is going on here, but for real, neither of those people can sing. Yeah, I don't think she can sing either. I don't want to say that, but what is this? Please look at this number though, real quick. I think Mexico is going to be demanding that Donald Trump bombs it into oblivion after this. I'm so sorry for the Mexican chatters in here that I just showed this, but I can't look away. It's like, what is going on? Like, why did they do this? When will we ever atone for the crimes that we have subjected Mexico to? Like, they have a good thing going, okay? They got the Morena stuff going on, and immediately the entire of the Western world has to collapse upon Mexico like a plague, dude. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is outright unacceptable. Everybody's jealous of the expansion of social safety nets. They're jealous of the AMLO swag. I feel like this is a psyop. I think this movie's actually French. We didn't do it. They did. No, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm not. No, I would never say that Mexico made this. I'm saying that the Western world is jealous of the expansion of the social safety nets and therefore have decided to punish Mexico with this. France still hasn't gone over the fact that we killed their dumbass emperor they installed in the 1800s. Stay mad, bitch ass Frenchies. I just don't get it. Mexicans, facts, Mexicans hate this. This post was fact checked by real Mexican patriots. True. Yeah, people were upset that there aren't Mexican actors in this, but honestly, I feel like that would be a far greater crime to subject Mexican actors into participating in this. It's like at gunpoint. How many people played a role in the production of this and not a single one was like, what are we doing right now? Like at no point were people just like, hey, this seems to be maybe a little tasteless. Because like, I'm sure there's people who are mad because there's like trans people in it or whatever. Or it's a movie about like a trans person. But like the much larger problem here for every single person, and I say this as someone who is, you know, not transphobic, is that it's one, dog shit, and two, so undermining of the actual like severity of the situation. Does that make sense? Like, it's just, they made a musical piece about cartel bosses like murdering people and then putting the bodies into a vat of acid, and it's like that's a real thing. It's so, I can't, am I woke? I don't know. This is like, it's so tone deaf, dude. What the hell? The movie has a musical sequence in Tel Aviv? No. Kind of random. Why wasn't the surgery at Mexico? Why in Israel? Emilia Perez from Mexican cartel leader to Tel Aviv's operating table. Emilia Perez. Oh, dude, Israel likes the movie. Okay. It just, I thought that it couldn't get worse. Turns out there is an endless well of depravity here. Okay. The vaginoplasty, I already saw it. Is literally the previous clip. Like, Mexico did not deserve this. Okay. I just like, nobody deserves this. This is a crime. Like, what did Mexico do? They're just chilling. Why did they do this? Why did Hollywood, why did French cinema do this to Mexico? This is so bad. It's gonna win an Oscar. And I feel like that's just, it's a multifaceted psyop to just harm Mexico and Mexican interests. There might be entertainment value for everyone. Is this not meant to take itself too seriously? If you haven't noticed, they aren't trying to sing like Mariah Carey. Already working on Cinco de Mayo 2.0 just because of this movie. Los Pipos. This is, I don't know, man. Do you think if Mexico says France is gay and woke, the U.S. will help us invade? No, I think it's, I think the United States wants to invade Mexico. This is crazy. Last year we had a trans woman and a lesbian couple in 2 different primetime novellas, and this is how they treat us, bro. This is... Would you wish this film on your worst enemies? No. I'm not gonna lie, I think cisgender guilt is real in Hollywood. What? Bro, they are guilty. Okay? The cisgender are guilty for this crime. This is anti-trans through and through. It's wild and it's camp and I unironically like it. I'm sorry. This is a war crime against the nation state of Mexico. We have to give Texas back to atone, to even begin to atone for the sins. Okay? Yeah, I did see Kendall Roy's fit. I don't know why he did that. I'm just not able to understand, but good on him. The hat is just too much. Like, without it, it would have been fine, I think. Has anyone seen the TikToks about Operation Olive Branch reporting people to the FBI and people wondering where the funds are going? Just came across videos and trying to figure out. I have not. But this is why I keep random decentralized, fundraising initiatives like that at an arm's distance. So I'm not going to say anything. I don't know what the truth is. I don't know what's going on. But I'm always, that's why I always work with, previously sanctioned groups that I cross-reference and make sure are working directly on the ground with other, like organizations that are directly having an impact on the ground. I'm sure that there's plenty of people who are, trying to do their very best that are involved in that as well, but yeah, it's not random people in the West. It's Palestinian people that I check with ahead of time. Some quick reactions of menswear outfits I've seen tonight at the Golden Globe show. Please note that none of these comments are personal. I'm just reacting to the outfits. In my opinion, Daniel's Craig outfit has too much velvet. Compare him to Hiroyuki Sanada, who wears a similar outfit but ditches the vest. I think this improves the look, as black velvet can suck up a lot of light. The white shirt here provides some much needed contrast. My goat. Of course, Hiroyuki Sanada did it better. The legend, my king. Not a fan of these unusual double-breasted jackets made with 1 or 2 button closures. I don't think it improves the traditional design. The lapels are also too narrow for this frame, and his shoes are too inelegant for the outfit. I mean, this is kind of a meta right now. I think that's fine. I think he's being a little too critical of the a new spin on a traditional look. The shoe part is fine, though. Many single-breasted black tie outfits nowadays will be improved by the addition of waist covering. In ready-to-wear, this will most likely come in the form of a cummerbund. This covers the white shirt fabric that peeks out from beneath the coat's buttoning point. What? Armholes are too low. Sleeves are too narrow. Black tie rig demands a black bow tie, not a long tie. Hat is again not elegant enough for this ensemble. Pretty nice. Would be improved with a fly front shirt or a tuxedo shirt made with a Marcella bib or a pleated front. Black velvet Prince Albert slippers or black patent Oxfords. Copy the Bond look. It's a classic. This looks like the only thing I can afford at Tiffany's. Sorry, Mom. Sometimes guys want to put their own spin on a black tie. Oh, those shoes. Oh, the shoes end up being a distraction, drawing your eye downward. Long black tie with a black suit looks funeral-esque. Needs a bow tie. Damn, so many misses. And then, of course, perfect example of how to do the opposite of what's above. Nothing here's a distraction. In fact, the centerpiece is the bow, keeping your eye up at Domingo's face and making him the center of attention. Everything in this outfit works in concert. Outfit still communicates elegance. I mean, yeah, of course. And this is, in my opinion, one of his weaker fits too. And it still is an absolute banger. And that is a testament to all of his other fits in general, both on the red carpet and off. Okay? Like, this does not mean that this is a bad fit. I'm just simply stating that his other fits are that good. Okay? This is still a very good fit. Even his weakest slays, is my point. It's actually insane. In my opinion, Domingo and Matheson are some of the most stylish men. Oh, 100%. Matheson as well. Partly for one reason. Their clothes never outshine them. Their outfits are unique and expressive, but they wear the clothes, not the other way around. Cool, funky Western theme here with a bolo tie. And he didn't just do the thing that I do always, which is like rip a bolo. It's the bolo is complementary to the rest of the outfit. Matty Matheson is amazing. His outfits are always on point. To me, that's why there's always room for a classic black tie. People think these are boring, but it takes a lot of attention to detail and quality tailoring to get these looks right. Not everyone looks great in a crazy outfit. Clothes have to support you. Pretty great. Nothing really pulls or puckers, which is difficult to achieve on this type of build. The lapels are the right width for this frame. I like the sleaziness of the open silk shirt, necklace, and brooch. Add useful visual interest in place of a tie. Yeah, he kind of killed this. Makes him look a little short, though. I don't know if the proportions are a little off. It's good. I like seeing big boys, big brolic boys show up and show off, specifically because it's difficult for us big boys. Will look better with a slightly lower buttoning point, which would allow the tailor to give him more waist suppression, achieving a more V-shaped silhouette. And elongate the lapels, which as is look a little stubby. Nice, but would be improved with more elegant shoes. These look like work boots. Give him some black velvet Prince Albert slippers. I don't know. I kind of like the boots with the three-piece. I think it's nice to change it a little bit. Not sure if I like this outfit, but if I could change one thing, it would be at least to take up the sleeves. Since there's an embroidery detail at the cuff, this operation would have to be done from the sleeve head. A slightly harder job, so it would require a skilled tailor. I think that's also deliberate. Lots of tonal outfits tonight. Not sure if I like the first two, largely because there's no contrast anywhere. In my opinion, this sort of thing is more successful when you vary at least by sheen, shade, hue, or texture. Personally, like the last two better. Yeah, that's crazy. That is, ooh, look at the slit in the bottom too. Okay. See, this is deliberately oversized. And I like it. I like it a lot. Mashallah to my Muslim brother. Mashallah to my Muslim brother, Andrew Garfield. He is one of the ummah in our hearts. This, not so much. I didn't really like this that much, but I mean, it's cool. He's doing the, I wonder what brand this is. This seems like a kimono style. Clearly, but I don't think it's a good fit. It's also very difficult to pull this off in general. Someone said cock shame. Yeah, this would have been better if he was wearing, the shoes are amazing. I think they're Louboutins, but I think this would have been better and more understandable if he was, if there was something else inside instead of a t-shirt, and that he didn't have like such tight fitting pants. I think that if he had opened them up, similar to the Garfield fit that we were just looking at, it would have been better. Trousers are bad and the lapel detail is awful. No, that's fine. I mean, dude, you got to give creative liberties to people on the red carpet. Yes, I heard about Capital getting bought. Maybe they'll finally make some clothes my size. Okay, yeah, they deserve it. Yeah, that's right, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. Louis Vuitton purchased Capital. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it not going to be exclusive anymore? Guess what? Maybe they'll make some larger freaking clothes. Okay. No. Did they buy our legacy too? No! 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 Leave our legacy alone. They were doing great. They didn't need to be bought out. They were making large things. Our legacy sucks. Wait, no, it's not. You're wrong. Our legacy mid anyways? No, I don't think our legacy's mid. Obviously, Capital is an infinitely cooler brand than our legacy. And I totally understand why a lot of people hate that this is, that they've been purchased. And they absolutely will go downhill after this acquisition. There is no way that they will remain this, like, unique designer that they were. Visvim over Capital. Okay, first of all, they both do very similar things. And secondly, they both don't make clothes my size. So I don't care. Capital goes up to size 5. Do you think you'd be a size 6? No, I am a size 5 in Japanese size. I'm a size 4 as well, depending on which brand you're talking about or depending on which cut you're talking about. For Yoji, I can wear everything from 3 to 5. It's just entirely dependent on the cut. Problem is with Japanese sizing, Capital Japanese size 5 is not a real size 5. Okay? And Issei Miyake is the same as well. Exactly. That's why Yoji is on top. Yoji is forever my goat. Yoji Yamamoto, forever my goat. What is this? Since Japan is coming up soon, I feel like it's important to start thinking about getting a traditional haircut from a traditional Japanese barber.
Waves. Inspired by the black community, some people in Japan try to replicate waves by perming their hair. A specialist barber uses metal heating tongs and a comb to twist rows of hair follicles into mini curls. The mini curls replicate thick afro hair and create the waves look. The full process includes a scissor buzz cut and perm and takes around 1 hour to complete. After perming the hair, the barber washes the client's hair and leaves the customer with waves that last as long as 2 months. Would you do this? Japanese people love waves.
This is Norman Osborn appropriation. Yeah, what's on? If someone wanted to get into fashion, how would they do it without having to use social media? Are there any good sources you use for fashion trends and such? I mean, social media is a good one, but also, you know what else is a good one? Go to a place where cool people congregate. That's it. Like, you know, whatever the lame, like, cheap in the process of being gentrified neighborhood there is. There's always an art district somewhere, okay? You know, go there and look at what people are wearing. How do you feel about Uniqlo men's stuff? Didn't Uniqlo just do a collab with JW Anderson? That's what I saw, which is exciting. But also, it doesn't really matter to me. Once again, Uniqlo, another freaking brand that I can't fit into, so it doesn't matter to me at all. What? Our male fashion advice to start? Our male fashion was more avant, and there's always brand communities? No, what? No, do not go. Of course, the R male fashion advice is telling me to get acronym drop crotch pants, dude. Brother, look at how I've improved my style in the last year, and then talk to me again and be like, oh yeah, go on r/male fashion advice. Yeah, no, I'm good, man. I'm good, thanks. I don't want to get my advice from Reddit. Redditors, so I can wear the tech bro build. Hey man, you just gotta slap on some common projects, okay? You gotta slap on some common projects to tight-fitting jeans, okay? And a regular white crew neck t-shirt, and buy a theory jacket to put on top, you know, inoffensive. Hasan, you got a rock all rig? Man, yeah. All this rig on me like I'm mortified, you know? Sufu style form for the OGs. Yeah, you need a quarter zip. Bro, you were wearing Teddy Fresh like 4 months ago? Okay, dude. Chill. How do you feel about Balenciaga? Ugh, so many misses. Balenciaga is like, for every one piece that's like incredible, there is like 7 million awful things that they just straight garbanzo that they put out. It feels like a factory of doo-doo. And then like there's just one thing that's amazing. For every one article of clothing that they come out with that's like fantastic, and sometimes they have decent collabs, virtually everything that they put out on top of that is just awful. I don't know how. I mean, I guess it's because it's just what Balenciaga is now. It's like, haha, it's so ironic. I was just gifted a theory jacket for Christmas. Okay, there's nothing wrong with wearing theory jackets. I was just kidding. Don't get upset. Hasan, what are those oversized carpenter pants-esque pants you wear a lot? What, the one with the big pocket is JW Anderson. Most of the big pants that I wear, like the parachute pants I wear, are JW Anderson. The pants I'm currently wearing are JW Anderson as well. Hasan, search up the meaning of Balenciaga and you will see why I don't like it. What? Is it because it's satanic? Is that why? Is it because they're pedophilic satanic vampires? Is that the meaning of Balenciaga? I'm too broke to understand any of this convo. I mean, dude, we cover a lot of stuff on here that it doesn't have to be in your price point for you to know about it and appreciate it. I knew about these brands when I was broke as hell. Balenciaga has the demon ball right there in the name, man. That's what I'm saying. A tip for copying Japanese brands in big sizes to go shopping in South Korea. South Koreans stock larger sizes sometimes because they're taller. Also, I need your opinion on Aura Lee. I think Aura Lee has a lot of hits and a lot of misses, a lot more misses. I don't know about Aura Lee that much. I like Lemaire. Aura Lee's fine. I like Our Legacy a lot. Again, Margiela is the same. Margiela is a little bit different than Balenciaga. Margiela is like art you can wear, but again, it's just entirely dependent. I do not like Maharishi because I am not a rapper from the 2000s, even though I was listening to the Ball song yesterday. Acme's good too. I mean, Margiela is Margiela is great. It's just that, you know, there's a lot of weird stuff that they make as well. If you're a real one, pronounce Loewe. Maison Kitsune. Isn't that also the they also make like Maharishi style big ass like the lugs and the weird shoes. Vetements is also in the almost in the Balenciaga camp. What else? I hate those shoes. 9 times out of 10, there's always a cheaper alternative, especially for simple pieces like Hasanabi's fit right now. Absolutely. I like engineered garments, yes. I like Vivienne Westwood as well. And I actually do like Prada. I used to hate Prada, but I like Prada. Prada has some cool stuff. It's just so insanely expensive and not worth it. But if you're asking me, does it look good? Yes. Dior Dickies? Yes, I do. I don't care what I wear. I let my mommy pick out my clothes. That's the best. Mommies know the best. Laura Piana? Absolutely not. Okay? Don't come at me with that, oh, rich people, quiet money nonsense. Okay? I think that is for the birds. Okay? Keep that shit on TikTok. Don't come in here with that, oh, Laura Piana. Real fashion heads are having a conversation right now. What's next, dude? Philip Plein? I will never understand why Philip Plein exists. I think if you wear Philip Plein, you should be lobotomized. I think that I will never understand why there is such a concept. It's like entirely created for cryptocurrency holders. A brand that is entirely designed around cryptocurrency owners that literally existed before cryptocurrency ever did. And it makes no sense. Why does it exist? Who wears this? I've never seen one out in the wild. I feel like if you own anything from Philip Plein, you probably also have to have one of those ugly ass toy watches, you know, the big face toy watches that everybody wears. What's it called? Richard Mille or whatever. Absolutely unacceptable. Terrible. It's Alec Monopoly. Oh man, I follow Alec Monopoly. He's got the best art. I said I like Acne Studios. This is great. In my country, only the criminals wear Philip Plein and Interpol fugitives. Yeah, exactly. It's like you gotta have Philip Plein on if you're doing international sex trafficking. What do you think about the football hooligan Stolen Island? CB Company? Not for me. I'm not an oi bruv. I don't shank yous. I don't wear Stone Island. CP Company's fine. Again, some misses, some hits. Rude is overall, not great. I have a couple like archival Margiela MM6 etc. since 2010s, but I recommend buying into the philosophy more than worrying about Margiela's specific item. It's about items being worn, being imbued with memory over time, embracing the ordinary, imperfections, etc. It's wonderful. Yeah, okay. Here's my counterclaim to that. Okay. Are you ready? Where is it? My counterclaim to that Margiela statement is those like underwear Margielas, like the triple. What is it called? Let's look at Maison Margiela pants for men. CP Company is fine. Wait, let me see if I can find it. It's so silly. I hate those pants. The half denim, half like fabric. Ugh. Lucky Brand. Okay, dude, we're having a conversation about high fashion. You're coming at me with some Ross Dress for Less fits. I have infinitely more respect for you if you wear Kirkland brand over like Lucky Brand. What are you, crazy? Yeah, just go out and get a normal Levi's jean instead of Lucky Brand. Off-White. I've never been a fan of Off-White. No disrespect to Virgil Abloh. It played a formative role in a lot of the current fashion trends, but especially since his passing, it's not, neither here nor there. Mugler, it's fine. It's crazy. I like it. Levi's quality is abysmal now. I didn't know that. I haven't. Bro, you were talking about Uniqlo like it's not just the Gap. Someone asked me about Uniqlo, so I answered. But what do you mean? So what? You can wear Gap, you can wear Uniqlo, you can wear Forever 21. Every time I wear something, not everything I wear is expensive. It doesn't have to be at all. You can have one piece that pops out, that stands alone, and then pair that up with like normal stuff. That's why everyone always asks me like, oh, where did you get your t-shirt from? Or, whoa, where did you get your like vest looking tank top from? And it's almost always Amazon, because there's no reason to get like a $500 t-shirt. It's just stupid. You like Machino? No. Also, Uniqlo has some cool, very cool collaborations. And much better pieces than just like the average Gap. Exactly. Amiri, one of the worst brands of all time. Ugh, yuck. Ew. Amiri, ew. I think Rude is even better than Amiri. Bro is recommending $100 shirts? No, I'm not. None of the things you guys asked me about, I'm recommending you go out and purchase. You're simply asking me what my take is, and I'm giving you what my opinion is. This doesn't mean I'm telling you to go out and... the only thing I recommended you purchase is cheaper alternatives, many of which exist. Thoughts on the Ideology brand? Excellent. The best. The best of the best. Since you were a fat rich kid, did you wear Ed Hardy? No, I never liked Ed Hardy. And no, my parents never... I was a rich kid, but my parents never bought me anything I wanted. They bought Murad everything he wanted. What about Chrome Hearts? Again, it's, you know. I get the culture and the brand. Like, I get the story behind the brand. And I like a good story. But having said that, it's just so expensive. I mean, unless you're getting some jewelry. Murad had sane asks. No, he had asks that revolved around robotics. And they thought, oh, that's an investment for his future. Move on, man. Why am I moving on? Thoughts on Aura-Lee? I said it's whatever. I mean, it's not my favorite brand. Some dude complimented me on your merch the other night, and I asked him if he knew who you were, and he immediately started yelling at me about how much he hates you. That's insane. Well, even my haters love the merch, though. You should wear Bape? Absolutely not. I think wearing brands makes you look dumb. Stop hyping up bougie lifestyles. Gives people the wrong priorities. When have you ever seen me do logo mania? When? I think it's despicable. I hate it. Like, people will say Gucci shirt, but even that one is like not logo mania. It's supposed to be created in the image of like a cheap old Hawaiian shirt. I don't do logomania. I hate it. Are there any hype street style brands that you still enjoy? I feel like streetwear is on the downtrend. It's kind of gone now. Bro thought you were about to tell him to buy a $3,000 Supreme hoodie. Your Heron Preston turtleneck doesn't count? No, it doesn't. Does it say Heron Preston on it? No, it has some like Russian lettering on it. NVIDIA 5090 announcement. You getting one?
Tokens teach robots
What
to
is
move
this?
like the masters.
Are you showing me another streamer reacting to the NVIDIA keynote? Why would I watch another streamer with 81 viewers reacting to the NVIDIA keynote instead of just straight up sending me the NVIDIA keynote? No CDG for me.
Hi, Emma. We're gonna take a blood sample today, okay?
What is this?
Don't
the
worry,
NVIDIA keynote?
I'm gonna be here the whole time.
They bring meaning to numbers to help us better understand the world around us. Predict the dangers that surround us. And find cures.
What is
for the
going
threats
on?
within
Why
us.
are they doing AI hype? What is this? Is just AI slop? God, I hate everyone. AI is gonna solve the world's problems.
And restore what we've lost.
Zachary, I got my voice back, buddy.
They help us move forward. One small step at a time. And one giant leap. Together.
NVIDIA's an AI company now. I'm just waiting for the bubble to burst. It doesn't matter. NVIDIA is an everything company. When will you not? When will you understand? NVIDIA is an everything company. They literally say whatever the new trend is because that's what the market responds positively to. They were also a blockchain company. They were also a cryptocurrency blockchain company when that was what was popping. Are they still a blockchain company? No, I don't think so, but it doesn't matter. They said it at the time.
Founder and CEO Jensen Huang.
Just put the 5090 in the bag, little bro. I don't care about any of this other stuff. This is all for the birds, okay? All of the AI and the blockchain and whatever, the everything app, whatever they're saying is just for all of the stupid institutional investors to go, oh, Pog, they said the right words.
I thought I'd go the other way from Gary Shapiro. I'm in Las Vegas after all. If this doesn't work out, if all of you object, well, just get used to it. I really think you have to let this sink in. In another hour or so, you're going to feel good about it. Well, welcome to NVIDIA. In fact, you're inside NVIDIA's digital twin. And we're going to take you to NVIDIA. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NVIDIA. You're inside our digital twin. Everything here is generated by AI. It has been an extraordinary journey, extraordinary year, and it started in 1993.
Ready, go!
With NV1, we wanted to build computers that can do things that normal computers couldn't. And NV1 made it possible to have a game console.
Toss on the
in your
jacket
PC.
is ass.
Our programming architecture was called UDA, missing the letter C until a little while later, but UDA, Unified Device Architecture. And the first developer for UDA and the first application that ever worked on UDA was Saga's Virtual Fighter.
Someone said it might be Philip
years
Line.
later,
Oh my God, is he an international sex trafficker?
1999, programmable GPU.
Or maybe he's a cryptocurrency bro, I guess. That's why.
20
Bitcoin
years,
mining.
20 plus years of incredible advance in this incredible processor called the GPU. It made modern computer graphics possible. And now, 30 years later, Saga's Virtual Fighter is completely cinematic. This is the new Virtual Fighter project that's coming. I just can't wait.
Bro made it seem like this is what it would look like in 1999. Come on,
After
dog.
that, 6 years after 1999, we invented CUDA so that we could explain or express the programmability of our GPUs to a rich set of algorithms that could benefit from it. CUDA initially was difficult to explain, and it took years, in fact. It took approximately 6 years. Somehow, 6 years later or so, 2012.
Bro, the 4090 is so big, it just ruins, like, there's no, it eliminates half the slots in my motherboard.
To process AlexNet, and the rest of
By that standard, the 5090 is just going to need an entirely new
an
one.
incredible pace since. Started with
5090 is
perception AI.
bigger? Stop!
Now can understand images and words and sounds. To generative AI, we can generate images and text.
It's going to be like this big. It's going to be
And now,
going to need its
agentic
own
AI.
power supply.
AIs that can perceive, reason, plan, and act. And then the next phase, some of which we'll talk about tonight, physical AI, 2012. Now, magically, 2018, something happened that was pretty incredible. Google's Transformer was released as BERT, and the world of AI really took off. Transformers, as you know, completely changed the landscape for artificial intelligence. In fact, it completely changed the landscape for computing altogether. We recognized properly that AI was not just a new application with a new business opportunity, but AI, more importantly, machine learning, enabled by transformers, was going to fundamentally change how computing works. And today, computing is revolutionized in every single layer, from hand coding, instructions that run on CPUs to create software tools that humans use. We now have machine learning that creates and optimizes neural networks that processes on GPUs and creates artificial intelligence. Every single layer of the technology stack has been completely changed. An incredible transformation.
You're being a hater, contrarian of the Reddit kind. I hate AI so much. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
Just about any modality. Surely you've seen text and images and sounds and things like that. But not only can we understand those, we can understand amino acids. We can understand physics. We understand them. We can translate them and generate them. The applications are just completely endless. In fact, almost any AI application that you see out there, what modality is the input that it learned from? What modality of information did it translate to? And what modality of information is it generating? If you ask these three fundamental questions, just about every single application could be inferred. And so when you see application after applications that are AI-driven, AI-native, at the core of it, this fundamental concept is there. Machine learning has changed how every application is going to be built, how computing will be done, and the possibilities beyond. Well, GPUs, GeForce, in a lot of ways, all of this with AI is the house that GeForce built. GeForce enabled AI to reach the masses. And now, AI is coming home to GeForce. There are so many things that you can't do without AI. Let me show you some of it now.
What is this? Personally, I read a bunch of classics in high register in college. I guess it was fun. Recently, I ChatGPT Aristotle into readable English, finished it around 5x as fast as the translation. I felt I got the main gist of things. I don't know. Does the pain incurred actually teach much? What? Okay, this looks awesome. Okay, I'm backing on the AI train. That guy sucks. Who the Aristotle ChatGPT nonsense, but this is sick. AI makes it less costly on the computer? Is that what it is? Like, I'm too stupid to understand, chat. Some of you nerds need to explain this to me. I guess DLS, I mean, DLS is cool.
Was real-time computer graphics. No computer graphics researcher, no computer scientist would have told you that it is possible for us to ray trace every single pixel at this point. Ray tracing is a simulation of light. The amount of geometry that you saw was absolutely insane. It would have been impossible without artificial intelligence. There are two fundamental things that we did. We used, of course, programmable shading and ray traced acceleration to produce incredibly beautiful pixels. But then we have artificial intelligence be conditioned, be controlled by that pixel to generate a whole bunch of other pixels. Not only is it able to generate other pixels spatially, because it's aware of what the colors should be, it has been trained on a supercomputer back in NVIDIA, and so the neural network that's running on the GPU can infer and predict the pixels that we did not render. Not only can we do that, it's called
I banned
DLSS.
him already for a day.
The latest generation of DLSS also generates beyond frames. It can predict the future, generating 3 additional frames for every frame that we calculate. What you saw, if we just said 4 frames of what you saw, because we're going to render 1 frame and generate 3. If I said 4 frames at full HD, 4K, that's 33 million pixels or so. Out of that 33 million pixels, we computed only 2. It is an absolute miracle that we can computationally using programmable shaders and our ray tracing engine, to compute 2 million pixels and have AI predict all of the other.
I saw a leak video having gay sex with Drake. Oh no, it's out, dude. That's crazy.
We're able to render at incredibly
high
performance.
What is wrong with these chatters, bro?
Because AI does a lot less computation. It takes, of course, an enormous amount of training to produce that, but once you train it, the generation is extremely efficient. So this is one of the incredible capabilities of artificial intelligence, and that's why there's so many amazing things that are happening. We used GeForce to enable artificial intelligence, and now artificial intelligence is revolutionizing GeForce. Everyone, today we're announcing our next generation, the RTX Blackwell family. Let's take a look.
Isn't the AI predictor still like off though? Like how can it be 100% accurate if it's like filling the gaps? Chatters are also complaining that it's going to make games less optimized because a lot of big developers will pay programmers less, hoping that NVIDIA picks up the slack with its AI.
Here it is. Our brand new GeForce
Wait,
RTX
that looks
50 series.
That looks smaller than the 4090. What the hell?
The GPU is just a beast. 92 billion transistors, 4,000 TOPS, 4 petaflops of AI, 3 times higher than the last generation Ada. And we need all of it to generate those pixels that I showed you. 380 ray tracing teraflops so that we could, for the pixels that we have to compute the most beautiful image you possibly can.
92 billion
and
magoos.
Of course, 125 shader teraflops. There's actually a concurrent shader teraflops as well as an integer unit of equal performance. So 2 dual shaders. One is for floating point, one is for integer. G7 memory from Micron. 1.8 terabytes per second, twice the performance of our last generation. And we now have the ability to intermix AI workloads with computer graphics workloads. And one of the amazing things about this generation
it's
is
a
the
Founders
programmable
Edition.
shader
You have a third-party
is also
4080
able
with an extra fan. I
to
thought I
now
had a
process neural
4090.
networks. So the shader is able to carry these neural networks.
I have a 4080.
And as a result, we invented neural texture compression and neural material
Oh, I have a
shading.
4090.
As a result of that, you get these amazingly beautiful images that are only possible because we use AIs to learn the texture, learn the compression algorithm, and as a result, get extraordinary results. Okay, so this is the brand new RTX Blackwell 5090. Now, even the mechanical design is a miracle. Look at this, it's got 2 fans. This whole graphics card is just one giant fan. You know, so the question is, where's the graphics card? Is it literally this big? The voltage regulated design
That's
is state of the
insane.
art. Incredible design. The engineering team did a great job. So here it is. Thank you. Okay, so those are the speeds and feeds, so how does it compare? Well, this is RTX 4090. I know many of you have one. I know it. Look, it's $1,599.
Uh-oh.
It is one of the best investments you could possibly make. For
3K.
$1,599, you bring it home
3
to
racks.
$10,000
3 racks. 3 racks.
PC entertainment command center. Isn't that right? Don't tell me that's not true. Don't be ashamed. It's liquid cooled, fancy lights all over it. You lock it when you leave. It's the modern home theater. It makes perfect sense. And now for $1,599, you get to upgrade that and turbocharge the living daylights out of it. Well, now with the Blackwell family, RTX 5070, 4090 performance at $549.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Impossible without artificial intelligence. Impossible without the 4 teraops of AI tensor cores. Impossible without the G7 memories. Okay, so
wait, what?
5070, 4090 performance, $549, and here's the whole family. Starting from 5070 all the way up to 5090. 5090, twice the performance of a 4090. Starting, of course, we're producing at very large scale availability starting January. Well, it is incredible,
what?
But we managed to put these
Are they saying because of AI they can make it for much cheaper? Like, I'm confused.
Into a laptop. This is a 5070 laptop. For $1,299, this 5070 laptop has a 4090 performance. I think there's one here somewhere. Let me show you
Scam
this.
4090L. I mean, I don't really care.
This is a, look at this thing. Here, here. There's only so many pockets. Ladies and gentlemen, Janine Paul. So can you imagine? You get this incredible graphics card here, Blackwell. We're going to shrink it and put it in there. Does that make any sense? Well,
they're saying with frame gen and bullshit is comparable to a 4090.
That is because we're generating most of the pixels using our tensor cores. So we ray trace only the pixels we need, and we generate using artificial intelligence all of the other pixels we have. As a result, the energy efficiency is just off the charts. The future of computer graphics is neural rendering, the fusion of artificial intelligence and computer graphics. And what's really amazing is, oh, here we go. Thank you. This is a surprisingly kinetic keynote. And
4090
really
worth $500 now. Yo, calm down, chatters.
And so the 5090 will fit into a laptop, a thin laptop. That last laptop was 14.9 millimeters. You got a 5080, 5070 Ti.
Wait till the reviews come out and they actually test the performance of these cards, okay? And match it up against the real power of a 4090. They said a 4090 equivalent, okay? Something about this smells a bit fishy to me, but I am also a Luddite, so I don't know.
Well, GeForce brought AI to the world, democratized AI. Now AI has come back and revolutionized GeForce. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. Let's go to somewhere else at NVIDIA.
Yeah, they democratized it.
This is literally our office. This is literally NVIDIA's headquarters. Okay, so let's talk about AI. The industry is chasing and racing to scale artificial intelligence. And the scaling law is a powerful model. It's an empirical law that has
Is
been
what they're doing even AI, or is he just simply slapping on the sticker of AI to make it more appeasing to investors?
The more data you have, the training data that
Like
you have,
as far
the
as like
larger
frame
model that you have,
generation.
and the more compute that you apply to it, therefore, the more effective or the more capable your model will become. And so the scaling law continues. What's really amazing is that now we're moving towards, of course, and the internet is producing about twice the amount of data every single year as it did last year. I think in the next couple of years, humanity will produce more data than all of humanity has ever produced since the beginning. And so we're still producing a gigantic amount of data, and it's becoming more multimodal. Video and images and sound, all of that data could be used to train the fundamental knowledge, the foundational knowledge of an AI. But there are, in fact, two other scaling laws that has now emerged. And it's somewhat intuitive. The second scaling law is post-training scaling law. Post-training scaling law uses techniques like reinforcement learning, human feedback. Basically, the AI produces and generates answers based on a human query. The human then, of course, gives a feedback. It's much more complicated than that, but that reinforcement learning system with a fair number of very high-quality prompts causes the AI to refine its skills. It could fine-tune its skills for particular domains. It could be better at solving math problems, better at reasoning, so on and so forth. And so it's essentially like having a mentor or having a coach give you feedback after you're done going to school. And so you get tests, you get feedback, you improve yourself. We also have reinforcement learning AI feedback, and we have synthetic data generation. These techniques are rather akin to, if you will, self-practice. You know the answer to a particular problem, and you continue to try it until you get it right. And so an AI could be presented with a very complicated and a difficult problem that is verifiable functionally, and it has an answer that we understand, maybe proving a theorem, maybe solving a geometry problem. And so these problems would cause the AI to produce answers, and using reinforcement learning, it would learn how to improve itself. That's called post-training. Post-training requires an enormous amount of computation, but the end result produces incredible models. We now have a third scaling law, and this third scaling law has to do with what's called test time scaling. Test time scaling is basically when you're being used. When you're using the AI has the ability to now apply a different resource allocation. Instead of improving its parameters, now it's focused on deciding how much computation
Bro, I ain't got no idea what the hell he's talking about.
It wants to produce. Reasoning is a way of thinking about this.
This is some crazy nerd shit, man.
Instead of
are the Marvel Rivals cinematics gonna look sexy or not? Okay, explain to me that, Mr. Crocodile Jacket Man.
Your AI system would evaluate which one of the ideas that you generated was the best one. Maybe it solves the problem step by step, so on and so forth. And so now test time scaling has proven to be incredibly effective. You're watching this sequence of technology and all of these scaling laws emerge as we see incredible achievements from ChatGPT to O1 to O3, and now Gemini Pro.
Put the 5090 in the bag, bro.
Are going through this journey step by step by step of pre-training to post-training to test time scaling. Well, the amount of computation that we need, of course, is incredible.
Yeah, I need to know what level of computation is needed to upscale, okay, the new Fantastic Four ladies' bosom. That's what I need my artificial intelligence
It's the most valuable
for.
asset that we have, and it can be applied to solve a lot of very challenging problems.
That is the most significant computational problem. I need to know what Psylocke looks like.
Media computing is driving an enormous demand for this incredible chip we call Blackwell. Let's take a look at Blackwell. Well, Blackwell is in full production. It is incredible what it looks like. So
What
first
the
of all,
hell?
there's some, every single cloud service
The hell am I
provider now
looking
has
at?
systems up and running. We have systems here from about 15 computer makers. It's being made about 200 different SKUs, 200 different configurations. They're liquid-cooled, air-cooled, x86, NVIDIA Grace CPU versions, NVLink 36 by 2, NVLink 72 by 1, whole bunch of different types of systems so that we can accommodate just about every single data center in the world. Well, these systems are being currently manufactured in some 45 factories. It tells you how pervasive artificial intelligence is and how much the industry is jumping onto artificial intelligence in this new computing model. Well, the reason why we're driving it so hard is because we need a lot more computation. And it's very clear that Janine? You know, it's hard to tell. You don't ever want to reach your hands into a dark place. Hang on a second. Is this a good idea? All right.
Why are they clapping? Dude, nerds are so funny. What is happening?
Wait for it. Wait for it.
He's explaining the process of AI training and how to get better performance out of your AI through training and how to do all the training. There are orders of magnitudes of more GPUs needed to do all the
Apparently,
training.
Yonier didn't think I was worthy.
So you need to buy NVIDIA
right.
stock.
This is my show and tell. This is a show and tell. So this NVLink system, this right here, this NVLink system, this is GB200 NVLink 72.
Bro, not gonna lie, we need to bully nerds more, I think.
600,000 parts.
It's gotten out of control. I'm on the opposite of the Vivek train, where I think like we need a society that venerates the jocks and bullies the nerds more.
Kilowatts. It has a spine behind it that connects all of these GPU together. 2 miles of copper cable. 5,000 cables. This is being manufactured in 45 factories around the world. We build them, we liquid cool them.
You'd be bullied.
We test them,
Who's gonna
we
bully me?
disassemble them,
Thor
ship them in parts
Bjornsson?
To the data centers because it's.
I love when chatters are like, "You'd be bullied too, bitch." I'm 6'4", 230.
The manufacturing is insane. But the goal of all of this is because the scaling laws are.
There's a limited number of people on the planet that can do that to
Blackwell
me.
over our last generation improves the performance per watt by a factor of 4.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't like it and don't understand it, why watch it? Shut up.
Performance per dollar
I'm enjoying
by
it.
a factor of 3. That basically says that in one generation, we reduce the cost of training these models by a factor of 3. Or if you want to increase the size of your model by a factor of 3, it's about the same cost. But the important thing is this. These are generating tokens that are being used by all of us when we use ChatGPT or when we use Gemini, use our phones in the future, just about all of these applications are going to be consuming these AI tokens. And these AI tokens are being generated by these systems. And every single data center is limited by power. And so if the perf per watt of Blackwell is 4 times our last generation, then
I feel like everything he's explaining is like we are clubbing baby seals with the shield that is in my hand in order to generate enough power to fire up the engines in the server room to do the AI training necessary to upscale the performance of a shittier chip that will give you 4090 equivalent performance through the AI training. The amount of baby seals I am clubbing is unimaginable.
Look at that, disco lights in here.
I have lit the rainforests on fire. Do not go there.
If we had to build this
they are
as
done.
one chip,
They're
obviously
dead.
this would be the size of the wafer, but this doesn't include the impact of yield. It would have to be probably 3 or 4 times this size. But what we basically have here is 72 Blackwell
The shield
GPUs,
erased 4
144
Pacific
dies.
Islands. The coral reefs are no more. I have used this shield to eradicate them.
Largest supercomputer, fastest supercomputer, only recently, this entire room supercomputer only recently achieved.
And to be fair, it's worth it. If I could see bouncier titties in my video games, like low key, no matter how hard Naughty Dog tries to make them unfappable, I will fap to them.
Bandwidth is 1.2 petabytes per second. That's basically the entire internet traffic that's happening right now. The entire world's internet traffic is being processed across these chips, okay? And we have 130 trillion transistors in total, 2,592 CPU cores, whole bunch of networking. And so these, I wish I could do this.
Petabytes is for Dr. Disrespect.
Blackwells. These are our ConnectX networking chips. These are the NVLink, and we're trying to pretend about the NVLink spine, but that's not possible, okay? And these are all of the HBM memories, 14 terabytes of HBM memory. This is what we're trying to do, and this is the miracle of the Blackwell system. The Blackwell dies right here.
You should learn how to code. Okay, dude. Just put the DoorDash in the bag, okay?
In addition to that,
learn the code. They told you to learn the code. Now everyone who learned the code is door dashing. This literally eviscerated the industry. Things like this.
Is there a chair I could sit down for a second?
It's messed up. Just put the chips in the bag, buddy. I thought he said there's no coders. Yeah, the AI.
Can I have a Michelob Ultra?
AI sounds gonna take over, little bro. Great. What? A Michelob Ultra?
How is it possible that we're in the Michelob Ultra Stadium? It's like coming to NVIDIA and we don't have a GPU for you. So we need an enormous amount of computation because we want to train larger and larger models, and these inferences used to be one inference, but in the future, the AI is going to be talking to itself. It's going to be thinking. It's going to be internally reflecting, processing. So today,
the person giving him the water is a former coder who now has to work at the Michelob Ultra Stadium, fetching his water because the AI displaced their job.
GPT-01. You know, with the new Gemini Pro and the new the 01, 03 models, they're talking to themselves, reflecting, they're thinking. And so, as you can imagine, the rate at which the tokens could be ingested is incredibly high. And so we need the token rates, the token generation rates, to go way up. And we also have to drive the cost way down simultaneously so that the quality of service can be extraordinary, the cost to customers can continue to be low, and AI will continue to scale. And so that's the fundamental purpose, the reason why we created NVLink. Well, one of the most important things that's happening in the world of enterprise is agentic AI. Agentic AI basically is a perfect example of test time scaling. It's a AI is a system of models. Some of it is understanding, interacting with the customer, interacting with the user. Some of it's maybe retrieving information from storage, a semantic AI system like a RAG. Maybe it's going on to the internet. Maybe it's studying a PDF file. And so it might be using tools. It might be using a calculator.
Studying Dr.
And it might be
Deuce's
using
bag.
a generative AI to generate
Boom, 2 in a row.
charts and such. And it's taking the problem you gave it, breaking it down step by step, and it's iterating through all these different models. Well, in order to respond to a customer in the future, in order for AI to respond, it used to be ask a question, answer starts spewing out. In the future, you ask a question, a whole bunch of models are going to be working in the background. And
Pasta check, I've melted.
Time scaling, the amount of computation used for inferencing is going to go through.
Okay, dude, I'm so bored. I'm sorry. This is too much for my tiny little brain, okay? It's so much AI mention. And meanwhile, AI will never be able to make this, okay?
Very nice to meet you.
That's right. That is going to be an Oscar winner, okay? Just understand. And the AI could never create that. Another thing the AI could never create is this beautiful song. I'm done for the night, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, I leave you off with a wonderful goodbye and good night. 8 hours and 30 minutes locked down. Peace. I will see you tomorrow.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.